last time shit happened, a certain building may or may not have blown up, and you get Lita, but by extension, the rest of you guys, since you're all part of her house, I guess, has been cordially invited to Vladimir von Everett's estate for dinner, so they might discuss an end to the feud. And for the sake of expediency, I'll say it is Wednesday. The dinner is due to take place on Friday again. So 2 days from now, and you are all meeting in Sariel's guild hall, since that's the best meeting place you have to discuss this. Is there anyone else you want to bring to this meeting?
We're the only ones invited, right?
Well, technically, Lita is the only one invited. However, do we need Admiral Akbar for this one?
I mean, how else?
Too easy.
Too easy.
Yeah. So yeah, it'd be too easy. So just by process of guessing what any of you would do in this situation, you all are here.
Yeah,
but yeah, is there anyone else you guys want at this meeting before we begin in character?
What's her name again?
What's her name again? Greycloak?
Or mine?
Yeah,
I don't think we need her for this because she doesn't have anything to do with the Von Everett, as far as I know.
Yeah.
She's been training the Watchmen in the underground to fight the Von Everetts, but that's the extent of her involvement.
Yeah, we still
got to worry about that pizza party later, but with the truth serum. But we got to get to this party first.
Mm-hmm.
Who else would we take anyway?
I will also say Sariel is in the room just because this is her guild hall.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think we're gonna involve the guards at all? Do you think we need God, I'm blanking on names right now. What's your buddies?
I will actually say the city guard is currently unavailable to you guys because of the incident last time.
Right.
So like that is not an avenue you guys can pursue.
I'm drawing a blank. I can't think of anybody else to involve.
Also, Nox, for you, your birthday has recently passed, and you have a hankering for some blood, not to drink, but
Just
to
to
spill it.
Yes.
Hey,
Lita. I'm like 59 now. Let's go kill people.
It's my party, and I'll kill if I want to. Kill if I want.
You would kill too if it happened to me.
In my culture, if you reach 59 while not killing at least double that, you're still a boy.
Oh, God. It must be blood. Must be fresh. Well, when he says spill blood, he just means go to the blood bank and knock over a few.
Just run in, just like.
I actually do imagine that Nox has just like jars of blood on shelves in his basement lab. So like your
refrigerator.
Sorry, little Timmy. There's no transplant for you this year.
Batman knocked over all the.
Nox walks into his basement. Time to spill blood.
No, he calls Lost Nox on the table over there. Her eyes just dilate.
He's like, why do you have so much blood?
Why are you asking so many questions, drug kingpin daughter?
I has an idea because we do have a fucking army of gang members at our disposal. My thought is when we go to this party, we just have them waiting in like the outside. They're not like waiting to fight. They're just waiting outside in case, somebody tries to run and get reinforcements. Like, oh my God, shit's hit the fan.
Stables.
It's a different gang, isn't it?
No, I
mean like if we're bringing I think you found at the underground, right?
Yeah, the underground.
Do they ever
leave the city though?
They They will if you guys order them to, but also remember, Zach, you still have that mercenary company that Integra has hired for you guys. You also have Boris and his friends, who are like an independent adventuring company. And actually, Temme, you have made some new friends recently in the form of a certain slayer of monsters.
Because my thought is, in discussing some shit with everybody, we could. But that's on the table here. The 6 of us are going to go in and basically deal with this bullshit in house. Stomp a mud hole in a bunch of asses. If we have all these people waiting in the wings and watching, that's more people to spread to fuel the rumor mill throughout the city about not to fuck with us. Basically, it's a scare tactic for the Luptons and anyone else that might get a wild idea up their ass.
That means we're going to have to leave some people alive to spread the tale.
I may have checked out for a moment. What the fuck are we doing?
We're going to dinner.
Yeah.
No. I'm not being facetious. I want to know, what the fuck are we doing?
I have no idea.
I think we're trying to figure that out.
Like, are we going to...
Hold on, my internet just...
going to be, like, diplomatic? Like, I need to know this. I have a bag full of a plan, and I need to make sure I'm not about to use it when we're not trying to do something about it.
If you are going to use that bag, at least give us more than 3 seconds for warning.
Enzo. What I got, we're just talking contingency plans here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because they might be in our place when they didn't do anything, and now we're going to their place, which they may or may not do something. I'm thinking it's going to be the one dude that wants to fight Jayson. That's all I think. Nox thinks in character, though.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, it probably would be best to attempt to be diplomatic in the unlikely chance to actually being legitimate here.
If that's the case, then I may pose our contingency plan for when diplomacy fails.
Which diplomacy, if I may interject, is almost certainly going to fail, because if the Von Everecks are known for one thing other than being meatheads, it is being xenophobic bastards.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
That's why I said it was unlikely, but, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Well, when you say diplomacy, that's a diplomacy stick. We all just carry that when things get for just in case.
Well, here's my contingency plan. As I produce a nice, well-sized bag of hollyberries.
Ain't no hollyberry.
I've already gone ahead and I have preemptively prepared these berries.
Delicious.
As dinner progresses, we can have Anaris go throughout the house and plant the berries here and there. And then if things digress into action, like we assume they will, I can just utter the command word as long as there's one within earshot of me and go from there. Although I would recommend that we leave very quickly.
And these berries will do what exactly?
Did you hear about the barn a few weeks ago?
Oh God.
Sorry, I'll
Sorry, I
just
should
like...
really phrase that. Did you hear about a few weeks ago?
Sariel just looks back at you and gives you this look that pretty much just screams, Koya ni Scotzi.
Alright, sorry, I think I should be back. Sorry.
Alright.
I'm good.
To catch you up, Enzo is suggesting you guys plant berries all over the house that he can explode on command.
Yeah.
I think we all just need to what we're talking about is I think we just need to underline that this happens when we're gone.
Or when
Yes,
we'll make
this
a
can happen once we're outside and able to leave rather quickly.
No,
As
just
long as
I
we're
was
all on the
also
same
going
page.
to have Anaris spread them out a lot more farther apart, so that way the blasts aren't just going to coalesce into a larger explosion.
Okay. I like
Think of it as a daisy chain.
easy.
There is something, though. Lita types up. There is something that we need to collect, though, as a sign of good faith to another house that's willing to help us in our endeavors. This is something I request of both Nox and Anaris, if they're doing this throughout the house.
Open it up.
I need you to find Olgierd's wife, before she died, made a number of paintings. Some of them are grotesque and monstrous, but some of them were quite beautiful. When she died, her father came to collect some of the paintings, and they told him to fuck off. If you can collect some of her paintings, the ones that aren't depictions of grotesque monsters, according to what I heard, what her father told me, you collect some of the more normal-looking ones. We can give them to him as a sign of good faith, as well as a fulfillment that we, did our job.
You got an example of one of her good ones? Art is not my forte. I need to know what I'm looking for.
Landscapes, flowers,
I'll also say, Zach, that you know that out of the entirety of the Von Everett family, Iris was the only one who painted. So if there are any paintings in the Von Everett home, they're more than likely hers.
Yeah.
I'm just afraid I'm going to look at it. It's going to be like that layers of all interrupted layers of fear, and me and Anaris are going to end up in like a time loop.
Oh, ain't getting any better.
Anaris grabs a painting, scares her. She's running down the hall, beating people to death with a picture frame.
And then those people turn into monsters.
Anaris sees a horrifying painting, a horrifying portrait, and then suddenly behind the person in the portrait, Anaris sneaks up.
No, just like Anaris walks up to one of these paintings, rolls a natural one on a reflex save, trips into it. Next thing she knows, she's standing in the middle of this bizarre grass field with blocks everywhere, and then suddenly she just hears, "Let's go!"
I killed so many turtles.
Or she falls head first into one. Doesn't do anything magical. Her head's just stuck, and so she's running around, knocking fools out with like this fucking painting around her neck.
Self-defense.
Alright, so we're gonna be planting bombs, stealing pictures. Anything else we might need to steal? What else do we need from the... Maybe do you think they have an office with like records and stuff?
Vladimir would probably keep some sort of record about whatever the hell him and his fool-ass brother are doing. I don't expect it to be anything fantastic, though. With regards to, well, we know they don't have any money, but then again, whatever gold they do have would probably be the Luptons. So we know the Luptons have been fueling them. I guess if you find any gold, jewels, whatever, if it's not nailed down, pocket it.
All right.
How long? What time is it's a dinner party? I'm assuming. I think all of you should take an antitoxin or anti-poison before you eat or drink anything there.
Yeah. Also, we should all probably be, even though we're going to a dinner, at least armed in some capacity.
I want to see them try and take weapons.
I know, well, here's a thought I had. This is supposed to be a truce, right? In big air quotes. I could take my rifle under the guise of we're going to show it to them as a potential, now that we're friends, something they could potentially have access to.
Lita's just like, hey guys, want to see my rifle? Here, look down the
This is my rifle, this is my gun.
Yeah, well, so how does this work? Look down the hole.
Well, first real close. So go up here, mouth of the barrel.
Crazy bastard shot himself. I don't know how.
He shot himself 20 times in the back of the head at 30 feet of range.
You know your bullets do curve, so it is entirely possible for you, Zach, to shoot someone in the front and then have it hit from the back of the head.
I know.
Let's see.
Do we have
any like? Someone built this mansion we're going to, or whatever. It's the estate. Is there any blueprints we can get from somebody so that we'll know the layout ahead of time?
I'm gonna say Zach, roll knowledge all.
Not expecting
I
this.
bet not going to a blind.
Not expecting this early. Okay, let's see. Knowledge all. 24.
By your best estimates, probably not, because this estate, as far as you are aware, has been in the Lupton family for some time, like since they first set foot on this continent, which you now know because of your soul sessions and your research, the Lupton families have been on this continent for some time, and they came from Ulfir. And even especially back then, they were very, very private. So, like, if records of the layout of their house do exist, they're not public records. They're not willing to share that.
Maybe like a maid or something, like a former maid, right?
Do they have elf servants?
No.
Yeah, leaders.
Okay.
What about
like a former maid? There's got to be something like they've been in this like city for a century, so they've got to have had former workers that have moved on, right? Or even current workers, if we can like capture one and say, okay, we'll give you gold. Just tell us what the layout is. What's here? Draw us like a rough map.
I'll say with your knowledge roll from earlier, Zach. You might know this, and this is going to depend on Nox. A very important question from you. Those 3 Von Everett guys you beat the shit out of and then took their identities to destroy the barn. What did you do with them?
I don't know.
Like, Lita's the one that said keep them alive. They were just tied up in the basement.
Oh god, that's not the basement.
Just by that suggestion, they have now come back into play. So if Nox is deferring to you, Lita, what did you do with them?
No, wait a minute.
Sorry, what? Convince them to turn themselves into the cops? Like we mind wiped them?
Oh yeah, we did. We convinced them to we mind wiped them, turned them into the cops.
That's right.
I forgot.
Oh, we turned them into the cops. We turned them into the cops. Oh god, we turned them into the cops.
But they don't
remember
at all.
Well, it's not that they don't remember much of anything. It's that they really don't remember much of anything because you could probably scoop what's left of them up with the shovel.
Wait, they went there the night of?
They were in prison, you idiots. They were in a cell.
Hey, we didn't blow up the prison. Alright, so let's not
that's all on that drug
That's the one
catastrophe in the scene that's not on us.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Surprisingly. Like we could make claim to a lot of horrible shit, but the police, but we never went after the guard station.
Yeah.
For some reason.
Well, that's
I mean,
I regularly rob the morgue, but those people are already dead.
I know it's out there.
Rowan,
What?
Okay,
They're
so
those guys are dead.
How long do we have until this party?
2 days.
You see, it's Dracula, dead and loving it.
Yeah.
Could
we send someone to scout and plan out and like
kind of get
a
a
layout of the place?
Someone
sneaky.
Looks
at Spider Girl.
Looks at Spider Girl.
Looks at Rowan.
Sorry,
It's away from Spider Girl.
I have a suggestion.
Yes.
You could send Bodis. Apparently, they're very good at this type of thing.
That's right.
They did espionage.
Yeah.
I keep
And it
forgetting
doesn't risk Anaris getting
they're
captured.
essentially
like KGB agents, like Forrest and his friends.
Mm-hmm.
But slightly more competent. Only slightly.
All right.
Okay,
what about like a maid or something? Like if we had a maid, we could pay her enough to just quit, and then she could give us like a rough estimate. Because maids know, we got to stay out of the master's way. We got to go to the kitchen. We got to go here.
Well, the problem is that the maids would be at the house on the regular and probably would not be leaving it at a convenient time. Like if we had a couple weeks before this dinner party, that'd be like, go for it. But we only got 2 days.
It'd have to be
a
a
hefty bribe too.
To
trust that she's not going to screw us over.
True.
Or he.
To be fair.
Ooh, wait a minute.
What about
a cook? They gotta order their food from somewhere, right? So if we get the records of that, we can find a cook. And like no one ever appreciates a cook, they're always getting yelled at.
At the very least, we can find out where they deliver the food and have
I will say this, Zach, with your knowledge, actually, everyone who has it, roll knowledge local, because that would be relevant.
I don't have local knowledge. I'm from another country and I stay in a basement.
Oh no.
Can my profession
count?
Actually, yes. For this, it would.
Does my favorite enemy count?
Not for this. No. Favorite enemy is only how to kill them.
I don't
have
knowledge of people. I just have knowledge of science.
Delicious science.
Yes, it is delicious. I say like cyanide. Ooh, that's crisp.
I have knowledge of science. Speculative science.
Zach, did you roll? Did you roll?
I sent the Vaughn Everett to hell.
Okay.
My wife would lead Lita through hell.
Okay. Okay, so Anaris, Enzo, and Lita are the only ones who know this because the DC you had to beat was actually a 20. The Von Evericks are actually land barons, and they used to anyway. They used to own pretty much all of the land outside of Sanctuary, like all the farmers, like all the open fields. Like, actually, interesting thing with regards to the city. Haven't you guys ever wondered where most of your food comes from?
Oh my god.
So yeah, they're basically land barons.
They're McDonald's.
So yeah, like they get their food from the surrounding farmers. However, Zach, because you rolled higher, with the crippling debt that you know that they're now in, whether or not they actually owns any of that anymore, or even at this current moment, is up for debate. Because yes, they're in debt, but then if you recall, the Luftons bought out their debts. So
that gives me an idea.
What?
Crap.
I mentioned that. I mentioned all that. Land acquisitions are public record.
They are. You can, and you as a lady of the court can get them. You don't need to roll for that.
I can get their land I can figure out who owns what.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
And how much they sold it for.
Mm-hmm.
Granted, the Luptons are probably not going to sell. But we could do what they've been doing, trying to buy our businesses. We just spam them offers to buy up their land.
They do need money.
If we can figure out what pieces of property, and then who knows, we might be able to, well, more than likely they're going to try and kill us, so blood will be spilled this night. But if we are somehow able to find diplomacy, if we know what land they've been selling and how much they've been sold for, we can find out what properties they still own and that they need to sell off to make a tidy profit, and we make a counteroffer.
You think we have enough to buy them out?
Well, we make an offer, and then worst case scenario, they refuse, and then we have you or Anaris go to that land, spread some holly berries, and oh no, there's a fire.
I mean, that would be great and all, except there are farmers who live on that land. There are people who till those fields. There are people who work there.
We're only gonna burn the house, not the field.
I was literally only planning to do the mansion.
Yeah. Okay. Well, okay.
Rowan, they're like burning around the
Okay. Plus, actually, Temme, you would know this because of what you said. Remotely detonating those berries only works within a certain range. Like in the house, yeah, that's no problem. But like once you get a certain distance away, like you can't do it.
I know. That's exactly why I want to just only do the mansion.
Wait, you're concerned about burning down other people's houses?
No, the house, no. The farmland, yes. That needs to be.
We kind of need
fair
that
point. Yeah, we need that to live. Okay, another option. Well, we could figure out.
Life roll up a new character.
Okay.
Nox.
Someone's playing the
Enzo.
Hmm.
You said the Watchmen have a traitor in their midst, right?
Mhm.
Yes.
Who watches the Watchmen?
Good question.
This gives me I have a couple ideas with that. One relevant to this.
We gotta.
Well, I don't know if we can do the pizza party and then this and the two.
No, we're not. No, we're not.
It's like a pizza party.
I've got
I've
a
got
That's what we're
a
calling
shit ton of truth serum.
Yeah. Basically, we're going to lure about. There's a traitor. We think we know. We have a fairly good idea who it is, but we want to confirm.
Ashanan, no.
Wait a minute.
Lashanon, yes.
Lashanon's
No.
not a
Now,
member.
how-
Why don't we find at least one of the traders we know of, take them with us as an offering to the Van Everett, so they're like, oh, maybe they're seeing reason, so that we blindside them thinking.
Well, Well, my thought with the traitor was.
With a furry.
My thought with the traitor was when we. Okay, out of character. My thought with the traitor. I thought of this last night when I was driving home. We have them. Leaders of the underground, we've a number of the underground, and like a couple of members, high-ranking members of Walpole, the Watchmen, all watch as this house burns, sees what we're capable of, just the six of us, puts the fear of God in the traitorous asshole. The rest of them go back into the city and start saying, yeah, I saw what happened. The six of them, they burnt that fucking house down. They killed the two brothers, like scattered all their men, like, all that shit.
Wait, when did you figure out about my plan? Catherine in the background.
What if they
tried to like claim it as themselves though? Like they did it.
They wouldn't, because it's the fear of God. Plus, also that's why you have that's why you don't just bring Watchmen, because it's like no, Lita didn't do it. It was the elves. It was totally the elves. The elves did it.
It wasn't me. It was the one-armed man.
Yeah.
Also, you're talking about murdering two lords of this city, and like, unless you're a lord yourself, if you do that, like every single law enforcement in the city would be on you.
I like to play that much.
Can we at least get one of the traitors bastards to these guys because they don't deserve mercy?
But we want to confirm he's a traitorous bastard before we do that, because we don't want to just like throw him at the wolves and then have it turn out that he was actually an innocent lamb the whole time.
I've got truth serum. I just hold up a big golden bottle of something.
I actually will say this, just because these are abilities that you guys have. Nox and Enzo, if you need to confirm that somebody is a traitor, you have ways of making him talk.
Yeah.
Yeah, but both of those leave.
Playing D&D too.
They leave traces.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Evidence of our methods.
All right, that is true.
So, but we could actually figure out what land they still own, and just send I could send representatives there, not from Walpole, but from I could have the underground send some people, and they could just make general inquiries. Granted, I'm gonna have to have the underground dress like solicitors. Which
why don't we actually just send a real estate agent?
Or the simplest suggestion, we just have underground members disguised as real estate agents go there. I mean, these are farmers. They're not going to question it.
Well, that's why I was thinking Sariel, since we know a real estate agent.
It's like, How about you let an actual real estate agent handle this bit, Lady
Yes,
Ford
real
and
estate
everyone else,
agent.
and you all just focus on the murder. I'll get you those records by tomorrow, so that you can go into this prepared.
What's with the murder? People, Jesus.
Actually, with that in mind, if you all do not mind, I would like to adjourn myself from this meeting now, so that I can get those to you sooner rather than later. You do not need me for anything else, do you?
No.
All right.
I need
Never mind.
photos.
Never mind. Yeah. If they actually do need me for something else, do be sure to tell me. And with that, And with that, Sariel is going to leave to get you those real estate records because she would know how to do that.
So, but also my thought is we have the underground with a couple traitorous assholes in Walpole there to watch all this, but also we have the underground kind of waiting out in the countryside in the shadows in case it's just like the two brothers basically go like the jig is up, they're gonna kill us, send a guy, get reinforcements. He runs out to get reinforcements, and then suddenly from the shadows, nope.
Suddenly from the shadows, I heard you talking shit.
I'm wondering if it would even call for reinforcements. Didn't you say one of the brothers was going toe-to-toe with the samurai?
Samurai Pizza Cat?
Yeah, that might be just adrenaline and meth.
It could be a mixture of both.
And that's the one that wants to fight Rowan.
Yeah, but Lita looks at Rowan and goes, he'll have certain advantages.
What the fuck?
Like skill.
If they're gonna plan anything, like we make sure it's not poison. I'm gonna make sure all of you don't ingest something or inhale something and be under their control or start puking out your lungs.
Lita,
they're gonna turn to physicality most likely.
yeah, Lita says, based upon just what I've seen from Olgierd and just based upon my interactions with the two, they're more stabby, less poison you in your sleep.
They're more scared of you than you are of them.
Still though. Good.
No, go on.
I was just gonna say with the knowledge rolls you guys made earlier, like that is very accurate. Poisoning is not their style.
But then again, people get desperate and do stupid shit. So
Mm-hmm. Well, they also their grandpappy made a deal with fucking Haster.
well, Lita brings this up and says, yeah. Lita actually on that point says also,
you've all made deals.
This house is incredibly old, incredibly ancient. If you find a room with that symbol plastered anywhere near it, stay the fuck away.
Why?
More than likely, it's hella cursed.
Got it. Making a deal with Satan. I'll be back.
Narrow. You're just pushing the wall.
Nice.
You were just telling me no more Cthulhu bullshit, and you want to make a deal with Haster?
Hold on.
Dear Satan, I'd really like to rule the world. I'll be one soul.
Does it have to be
Dear Satan, I'd really like to be a small spider. Just turns into a full spider, like a regular tiny spider. This is not what I wanted.
Actually,
No,
they could totally do that.
I'm just imagining. You must bring me a firstborn child. Give me a sec.
Give me a second. Daddy! Ah! Wow, it was dark even for me.
I remember I was talking about one of like a warlock deal with like a fae, and she was the fae was I would call you a first born. Okay, and the guy starts getting undressed. So we do this like the fae got like taken aback.
Oh shit!
And he actually got around it by marrying his patron, like in having a kid with her. What do you drink? Mike is drinking the void. Stop it! No!
You know, if you knew the right type of magic, you actually can drink the void.
Void.
If you drink the void, will you always be hungry or always be full?
Yes.
That's a question you'll only know the answer to when you try it yourself.
Well, you see, we eat the pig and together we burn. Simple as that. I had to check that one.
What you talking about, Haster? But yeah, we are not making a deal with the old ones. Not again. Tommy Wise's not here to save us.
Yeah, Lita just goes, yes. Yes. She says yes, knowingly.
Okay, so we have to have the illusion that we're going to go there diplomatically like they did. Like they didn't pull shit in our house, but we know for a fact these guys want to pull shit. So they're probably going to try to provoke us, or more specifically you. We gotta make sure they have no bargaining chips in which to do so. I say we send all your family and friends to the Helsings again, and we also have a bunch of people watching your businesses. Like look, they tried to raid Hanzo's store the other day, right?
It's weird.
They didn't try. Lita, they didn't try to raid his store. Like, Olgerd's just been going there a lot recently because he commissioned a sword from him, but also mostly to harass him.
Yeah.
He hasn't hurt him yet. However, you got the very strong indication that he would, and the samurai seem to believe that as well.
That gives me an idea on how we can get our weapons into that estate. Give me a minute, but Enzo,
Yes.
in the event that this goes horrifyingly in our favor, are you prepared to do some interrogations?
I suppose so.
Let's
rephrase that. Are you willing to do interrogations
that will last more than 30 seconds?
Why would they ever last more than 30 seconds?
You never know. Some people forget things in the midst of pain.
Enzo, we need you to threaten to cut his head off. Don't cut his head off and then threaten him. What?
What? What did I walk into?
That's
You
a
don't
good
want to
show.
know because you're there.
Well, watch your mom's pregnant. What?
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 And Enzo, we gotta take
And
Enzo.
Enzo, not the father. Rowan, on the other hand.
Wow.
Okay, well, Burchill,
Wait a minute. Burchill's the father?
Burchill, no, just thinking out loud here. Burchill can handle, Burchill, it won't be House Ford that does the real estate stuff. It'll be the Burchill Foundation.
On behalf of
Sariel.
On behalf of Sariel, because the Luptons made a bid for the Merry Mermaid. So if you buy the farms,
They tried to buy the foundation, not the Merry Mermaid.
Yeah.
Well, the Merry Mermaid included that. They did try to blanketly buy everything you guys own except for Walpole. They did not want that.
And they were bullshit because they can't afford it.
Well, that's what Ken went over to the Lupton house to tell them.
But so basically, it looks at if you start if you buy the farms in the name of the foundation, consider this. One,
Consider Consider if you will.
Consider if you
Get out of here.
Well, I'll definitely give vegetables for both the food bank for when the war comes and others that can be sold to the dwarves that they may not have. I assume you don't get much sunlight in the middle of a mountain.
Yeah.
You guys do recall when you were staying in Erebor, they did have vegetables. However, none of you had any idea where or how they grew them. You did because you didn't ask at the time.
Don't ask questions.
Ask carrots, but.
However, I will also say this: most if not 90% of dwarven cuisine is meat. So there's also that.
90% of dwarven cuisine is human.
I mean, it's not cannibalism if dwarves eat humans; they're different species.
Huh. Wait a minute.
Word of this cannot get out.
By the definition of cannibalism, he's right. So if we an elf right now, it wouldn't be cannibalism.
So yeah,
well, it would be half cannibalism for Rowan.
What?
Guys, I'm eating elves all day.
If Anaris ate one of you guys, it would not be cannibalism because she's not even remotely close to you guys.
On the subject of elven cannibalism, Lita's going to keep moot because
Yeah, don't talk shit.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. That's actually fantasy settings have to have a special word for that than if you're eating another sentient, another humanoid species, because it's not cannibalism.
Homicide.
No, homicide is they're not eating.
Can't you
take the word now? This is the new session idea.
Can't you just simply call it being devoured?
No, because then elfies do that.
Well, Ken, vor implies that you're still alive when it happens.
Damn it.
It's wonderfully prolific.
What's happening?
Me too. I thought Mike was kidding when he showed me that shit. You're watching Attack on Titan and you made that joke and it was vor.
You went down.
You've been introduced. You've been introduced to the variations on vor.
I was in college. I didn't ask for that. Mike showed me why.
Why not?
Anyway, Lita basically says, you buy the farms, put you in direct competition with the Luptons. Also, it cuts out the middleman for when we're shipping that goods. Basically, it's a direct supply chain. Yeah. Because more than likely, if we do end up, getting rid of the brothers, getting rid of their house, all of their assets become ours, I believe.
Now you see, they become mine. Long play and ours.
Alright, so
Regardless, even if let's say it comes to blows and we have no choice but to kill the two, we acquire their house. I'm still burning that cocksucking mansion to the fucking ground.
Yeah, something
tells me it's still got Hoster juices all over it.
Quick side
question.
You rubbed his ass on everything.
Would I be able to keep my weapons as bodyguard?
Yeah.
The only way for you to know that is if you go there and try. But I mean, if you do go there in their capacity as a bodyguard, armed to the teeth, and with that giant sword on your back, you'd have to make a with civilized people, you have to say nothing, they just let you walk in because you're there with your lady. But this isn't enemy house. You might have to give a convincing reason at the door. But if you go in the capacity as Lita's bodyguard, they might let you keep your weapons.
I have an excuse. Locked and loaded.
Actually, hold on. Roll a profession check for me because this would tie into this.
And actually, this ties into my idea.
I mean, for weapons, I'm pretty sure I could bring in, hold on to my cane and just keep my pair of brass knuckles in one of my pockets.
Okay. Okay, Rowan, you actually did pass the DC for this. Olgierd wants to fight you. That's going to be kind of hard if you do not have a sword.
That was going to be my way in. I was like, so
you don't think
you can take me?
And then
Yeah.
whip it out.
Mm-hmm. For everyone else, though, I can. All I have to do is keep giving you flasks of the disguise potion, and that lasts for 2 hours. And also, you can change your clothing, armor, and equipment. So basically, you can have your rapier or your rifle with a walking stick or something.
Alternatively, I could have my whistle on me. We could just have Horse hide somewhere with all of our weapons.
That works too.
Yeah.
And it has a paralyzing effect.
Dude, alright, I'm imagining blow the whistle, he comes in like Batman out of the skylight.
Choo choo.
Also, Lita's going to say, Hattori's making that sword for them. As a sign of good faith.
That sword isn't finished, by the way.
Well, how close is he to being done? Because we could bullshit that it's finished.
Sorry. Olgierd asked for an orichalcum blade. That's slightly harder to make than an iron or a steel one, so that's gonna take a little bit longer. But yeah, it's not close enough to being done that you can present them with anything. Also, you know this just because of your conversations with him. Hattori does not want to go anywhere near the Von Everett estate.
Yeah, no. Well, I was gonna say we could box up all of our weapons. As if they're Hattori finished this, and he made we have additional high quality blades to offer you as well. And then when they open it up, it's just what the fuck is this?
Ah!
I thought we were going diplomatic, man. I thought we were going
contingents. So I guess fully armored Horus works Full Metal Horus actually works better.
Full Metal Horus.
It does have handholds, so you could probably carry all of our weapons.
I actually looked this up. Ken, Horus can carry an insane amount of weight. He could probably carry 4 of you, all of your weapons and all of your equipment.
Nice.
Actually, no, probably more 5 or 6 of you.
We give him a cow, and he drops it from orbit.
That of course assumes he does not eat the cow before he drops it.
Well, actually, what if we fill a carriage full of explosives? Horus flies in at Mach 10 and lets that shit fly.
I would also like to point out that Horus regularly eats horses, so he's big enough to pick them up with his talons, carry them up into the air, and just eat them while he's flying.
Well, we don't have any more horses. They all ate each other.
You destroyed one of their stables. As far as you know, they have 2 more, and the one on the main estate.
Okay.
Oh God!
All right, so
Anaris and me will be able to keep in contact with like Enzo and Rowan respectively while we're wandering around doing our espionage upstairs or basement or wherever the hell they got all their stuff.
Prematurely killing the boss. Yes, that's time.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But we'll have our weapons. At least we'll be able to keep you guys in the loop. Don't get knocked out or anything, because otherwise
I might.
I'm getting knocked out. Flag it up again.
Okay.
So we're gonna go for dinner. They're gonna try to pull shit. We know they're gonna try to pull shit, but we don't know in what capacity. They're probably gonna make some excuse or something. Maybe they're like in the midst of fighting you. They're just gonna try to take out Lita or something.
Well, the first rule of signing a truce is you never sign the enemy stronghold.
Actually, that brings if crap, what's his name? The guy who had beef with me.
Olgir.
If Olgir challenges me, should I kind of go for it? Like, I'm not talking like, we start murdering each other. He's like, let's first blood or something like that. Should I go with it?
Well, if you can beat him and it's only one guy has to die, but if you start losing, we're gonna have to jump in and help you. And we're gonna break that rule, but
Also, it is the Lord of the House's brother. Just keep that in mind.
That's how
Because that's the part I think where they're gonna do this. I think he just really has a hate boner for you to want to fight because you still got that werewolf with your bare hands.
I'm used to these kinds of things. I'm used to just standing in the corner on guard. So this is.
That's where I think the battle's gonna come from. He's gonna be he just wants to fight you, and it's gonna escalate from there. I think. Oh wait a minute! What if it's like, hey, they're fighting. Let's all fight! Yeah.
I imagine if he challenges me, it's gonna be like, let's make a ring, fight kind of thing.
And then I challenge Lita.
Hold on, actually, I'm looking at something.
Or an arsenal, I can do a massive attack.
Every 6 bar levels after that increases to maximum +4 at 60. Hold on, I'm looking at something. First level, +1 incompetent, +1 moral bonus, and saving throws each turn. +1 confidence bonus.
Serve for dinner.
I don't think. What are you doing?
On attack.
Want to be fair?
Well, no. What?
Okay, so actually, I'm looking at this one feat that I have. Inspire Courage. I could basically give you a +3 to your attack and damage rolls.
Wait, you're gonna give him a what?
A +3 bonus to his attack and damage rolls.
Damn. Bards, man.
No.
+3.
And all I have to do is
Rowan doesn't need that.
And hold on, I'm looking at because I know I got a bunch of the others. Extra 3 levels. Breakthrough of the Bard contains beyond 9th. He can target an additional ally with his performance, up to a maximum of 4 targets at 18 levels to inspire greatness. All targets must be able to see and hear the Bard. So gains 2 bonus hit dice.
Damn.
Get temporary hit points +2 combat on attack roll +1. Okay, so it's either you get a +3 or a +2, and you get a bunch of temporary hit points.
Well, it's just singing.
Right.
I mean, I guess it wouldn't be obvious, like someone sense it or whatever.
Yep.
These guys are all fighters, right? None of them have any.
Well, that's why before the that's why actually, what Lita could be doing is because this would be kind of difficult because it just is performance. You have to be able to see and hear. Lita would just basically walk up to you, say something, and then as she's watching the fight, just tap her hand on the table.
Okay.
Also a performance for D&D reasons is anything that you can convincingly say constitutes a performance. Like you can just stand there and sing. You can rhythmically tap something. You can start quoting Shakespeare. Like also a performance does not necessarily have to be music. You can just bring out your inner Shakespearean actor.
Bring out your dad.
Yeah. Or you could pretend to be one of the Monty Python guys. Like anything that you can convincingly say is a performance. It's very broad.
Or it could just be a cheerleader.
Yeah, yes, because that is technically a performance.
Yeah.
And I could also like if I switch out. Well, actually, I can't do multiple performances at once. Yet.
What happens if I beat him? If this even happens?
Decapitate him and then show his brother.
I feel like that would send the wrong message.
I think it was the right message. This is the man that took out William Butcher with nothing but his abs.
Well, if you beat the shit out of him and don't kill him, then basically that's the sort of thing like I imagine Olga would be the kind of guy like you beat him and he just goes like, do it, you motherfucker. If you turn your back and let him live, that's a great dishonor. Because he got beat by a half elf.
Also, I would just like to point this out. There was keyword was only one person in the city who was known to be more skilled than Olgierd von Everett at swordplay.
We set him on fire and stolen.
Yes,
Yeah,
we did.
that's perhaps use a swordplay.
So like Rowan, if you defeat somebody like that, one of two things is going to happen. One, all of his men might get pissed and try to kill you, or two, they'll be too scared to, because you just took down motherfucking Olgierd von Everett,
and
one of the greatest swordsmen in this region.
And if that's the case, Lita can be your fucking hype man. And it's just like, imagine like all these men show up to kick your ass because you beat their boss, and then Lita, this 5'2", your 5'2" hype man, basically says, "Look at this man! He kicked his ass! He'll kick your asses too!"
I don't know if you should let Jayson fight him one-on-one then if that's the case, because fucking like wasn't he like a high level like the guy we killed? I'm forgetting his name.
He's a Cal Tempest.
Yeah, was Tempest like way outside of Lita?
Yes, he was a level 20 fighter.
Yeah, I only got one because of the natural one when I blinded him. That's the only reason we were able to kill him.
I like character.
Also, Ken, am I the only one who's getting hardcore?
I just don't want to be dead. You're the only good character.
What? Ken, am I the only one who's getting hardcore Paul Heyman and Brock Lesnar vibes from this?
What, that the big guy isn't allowed to talk because he has that baby voice?
No, it's just Rowan's the tough guy and Lita's his hype man.
Lita isn't Jewish.
No, Lita's the Undertaker. The Undertaker and Paul Bearer. Lita's just gonna be like,
I was buried semen by my Undertaker!
Well, because Lita,
we know there's gonna be a fight, but it's gonna be the fight of your goddamn life. You're going to be 1v1.
Hopefully it's just like first blood or something.
Yeah.
If they're
First blood.
about it.
You know what? Let's just brush into this line. We already got the idea of the berries. Get on with it.
Got the berry idea as like the holy crap, bail, blow everything up behind us.
Yeah.
Are we going with Horace carrying the weapons for you guys?
Yeah.
That way you can make a retreat.
Yeah. What are you doing? Come on. Rowan's gonna try and keep his weapon.
Okay.
Anaris and Nox are gonna be all stealth alike.
Stealing the paintings.
Stealing the paintings.
Are we going
with the
give us
poison?
Oh yeah, I'm gonna make sure you guys don't get poisoned at all.
Yeah.
I'll even make them taste like grapes.
I think this is the best we can really plan for.
Okay, and
don't
if
get too crazy.
Yeah, if we're gonna use messed up, unethical magic, at least let's plan for it. If we're gonna let's plan for it with that, so we're not blindsided.
And have it at our backs.
Yeah. Not while we're in the middle of it.
And for the love of God, don't make the fucking staff eat the fucking brothers.
No.
I mean, as long as we're not there, if Enzo does it while we're out of the house.
All right, so. Are we all satisfied with this plan?
Can I take this dog with me?
No.
I hand a bag of hollyberry fire seeds to Anaris and the Nox, and I tell them, I'll tell you exactly the distance once I do the math.
All right. So.
Oh wait, hold on. I know. Also, to add to the fuel to the fire.
Oh crap.
Just because we're gonna make sure this is a crater. I'm also going to give Anaris a bag of explosion rune coins.
So, okay, I'll say, Anaris, you have that. You have a bag of coins that have weird Alfari runes on them that can be detonated by Lita. So you now have 2 sets of remote detonated explosives to place throughout the house. So we're all satisfied with this plan.
Should I leave some of my for accelerant? Should I leave some of my bombs with the berries?
Mansion prayer.
Sure.
What do you guys think? Should I leave some of my bombs with the berries so it's like an accelerant?
Well, here's the difference. I just want to point this out. Their explosives are like Lita's are like the size of pennies. Shit. But yeah, Lita's are like the size of pennies, and Enzo's are the size of berries. Nox, you have to make yours, so they're in bottles. So like, whatever your smallest bottle is,
spread's bigger.
Yeah. So basically, what I'm saying is they can carry more of those, and they're much lighter than yours.
Alright, well, they're a big thing. I was just hoping, if this place is made of stone, it's a lot easier to catch fire with Alchemist fire.
Alright. So, to proceed, let us go in the order that this stuff would happen. While I'm doing the rest of this stuff, Grant, I need you to roll an alchemy check for me to see if you can make an antitoxin.
I don't want to use that die. It's evil.
It was giving me
Okay.
I know. It's trying to kill Hollow.
Okay.
He's
so
fine.
First off, Burchill. So, I'll say you get like a harness and like a harness backpack for Horace to carry all the weapons in. Like he didn't really have one before, but he does now. And plus, if you remember from Erebor, he's got all that fancy armor now, so he is carrying a lot of stuff. But while he is being best boy, Sariel, the following day, Thursday, actually gets back to you with the information on the land. As it turns out, somebody has beaten all of you guys to the punch. The land that the Von Evericks used to own is no longer theirs. However, here's the interesting thing. Not only is all the land that the Von Evericks owned no longer theirs, but the paperwork does not actually say who it belongs to now. I mean, I swear to God. And it's like if you want my opinion, they're trying to keep this whole transaction hidden. I don't think the Von Evericks are able to swallow their pride enough to admit that they gave everything they owned to the Luptons.
I was going to joke that it was Cho. He bought the land to make a baseball field. He's going to make the Mets.
He can do that. But Burchill, if this is indeed the case, if I might suggest a change of tactics, the Von Evericks have nothing. They're playing at being lords right now, but on paper they have nothing. They have no money, they have no land, and if I may hazard to guess, they do not even own their own house. So if that is indeed the case, they are no longer lords because they have nothing that would make them lords.
Lord.
I know this isn't what we wanted, but it's what we have.
No, this actually kind of gives us some fuel.
Mm-hmm.
This gives us some fuel to basically demoralize, degrade, and basically beat them senses with words.
All right. But yeah, do you have anything you want to add to this, Ken, before we move on?
I don't know, but I don't think I have anything to add.
Right. Also, Burchill, I have to say, I've only ever seen Horace once or twice, never up close. Has he always been this scary?
Yes.
Like,
I guess it depends on perspective.
Can I pet him?
I guess like the horse. Horse, don't bite.
Okay. Now, Sariel is going to roll to pet the griffin. She's hesitant at first. In fact, this is the first time you've ever seen Sariel scared of anything. But, like, eventually she does get to Horace's mane, and Horace is a good boy for her. It's like, but yeah, it's kind of like... But yeah, the entire time Sariel is just standing there very stiff. Lita.
Yep.
So, you and Ermine are basically going around to the underground and to the Watchmen. What are you telling them specifically?
I jokingly want to start humming the ditty to "There's a party here in Agrabah," but no.
You want Rowan
guarding you while you do this?
Yeah.
I mean, Rowan is supposed to be with you wherever you go. I mean, that is in his job description. So unless Rowan has nothing else to do, sure.
Just making
sure she does shady stuff. Sometimes she maybe doesn't want anyone else to know about it.
No, if they start seeing you around her, that's intimidating.
Mm-hmm.
Especially because she has repeatedly told everyone in the underground that you killed a werewolf.
With his own teeth.
Mm-hmm.
He killed a werewolf with one hand. The other hand had a sword.
He killed a werewolf with this.
Okay.
I did tell Oldbeard that you basically sawed Billy Butcher's werewolf head off, and then basically held it aloft and screamed a victory yell.
All right, but yes, Lita, what specifically are you telling the underground and the Watchmen?
Things are gonna get weird. She basically explains to them that we're going to meet with the Von Evericks.
Okay.
I don't want any one of you to come rushing in to fight or help. This is strictly in our court. Me and my associates. You are to stand on the exterior, and you are to stand at a reasonable distance, hidden, and watch, so you can see what happens. And if you happen to see a scout run out to basically go get help, to run off the property to get help, well, I wouldn't be opposed to you.
It's like at that point, Irvine steps forward. It's like you're called the Underground, right? I understand you specialize in espionage and the spread of information. Who told you this? Does it fucking matter who told me this? It's like, does it fucking matter who told me this? It's like, if you guys really are the master of spreading information, let's spread the information about what happens to the Von Evericks tomorrow night.
Let them know what happens let everyone know what happens when you fuck with us.
You get a round of cheers and applause, and while that's happening, Creed was called away at first, but then he actually comes back with Boris and Anatoly, and Boris approaches all right, boss, we finished scouting the Von Everett house like you asked. Wasn't actually very difficult to find. We just had to follow those horse fuckers as to where they lived.
Oh yeah, that's the other rumor we're going to try and spread, is that we found a bunch of equipment that allows them to fuck horses.
Rowan's like, what?
Well, in any case, there is good news and bad news. Which do you want first?
Yes. Give me the bad.
The bad news is that there's a wall surrounding the house itself, and the wall is guarded by Von Everett men. Easy to kill for us, sure, but we're not doing that right at now, so we didn't bother to check. However, as I said, there is good news.
Yeah.
The house, as you told us before, is very old. It's also made of wood. We didn't see much of a trace of stone anywhere except for the cobblestone path walking up and the wall surrounding it itself. It is also not that big of a house. It's like the Helsing estate, that Lightsmith fucker. Their places were much bigger. This is not so much. If you ask me, it's a humble little home. A home I'd like to live in one day. Shame we're going to burn it down. is the plan, right? We bring it down.
We'll see.
Mm-hmm. All right. So, is that all you need from us, or do you have another job? Because if you need us to kill some Von Everett horse fuckers, we can do that too.
No, you're going to be at the underground. Watch, observe, spread information.
All right. And if anyone does try to run away, I don't know if I've ever described this to you before, but Boris takes off his customized bow off of his back, and you've never actually seen a bow and arrow like this before. Boris has, through bizarre ingenuity, invented the fantasy equivalent of a compound bow.
Oh, good.
So, if any of them try to get away, I'll get them. Lita, meet Kalashnikov.
All right. Also, quick thing with the real estate stuff.
Uh-huh.
We know where their other two stables are, right?
You have an idea, yes.
Okay.
Who owns the land that those stables sit on?
Well, that is the interesting thing. All the land was purchased by the same mysterious and I guess you could say entity. Like there are no names on the paperwork. It says that the land and all the assets of the Von Evericks were purchased by somebody, but the paperwork does not say who. You, because you guys have done your research into this, you know it's the Luptons. But like as I explained to Ken earlier, it seems as if the Von Everett pride is not allowing them to admit that they're destitute and in debt, and that this other noble house essentially owns them, including their balls.
Because I was going to say we can make a counteroffer, buy the land that the stables are sitting on, and then evict them.
All right, Grant.
Yes.
Where are you?
I don't know.
I got that thing done for a while. We're on our very party.
No, I need you to roll an alchemy check to see if you can make an antitoxin.
I did.
You rolled a 30?
Yeah.
Okay, for the purposes of this, that will be a success for the amount of doses you are making. Okay, so Nox and Anaris, you got. I'll say with making the antitoxin and all the other stuff, that was one day. The party is tomorrow. When are you going to the Von Everett estate? Do you want to go before the party, or do you want to go with the party?
I think we should go before them for like reconnaissance. Otherwise, that way like we can relay to them since we're the ones that. Well, I can relay to Rowan at least.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's to go before.
Okay. Then, with that said, I would like to direct your attention to the map on Roll20. And everyone else, your tokens are just there for when you need them for future reference. Nox and Anaris, you guys are the only ones allowed to move your tokens right now. To begin with, I would like both of you to roll a stealth check.
Holy crap, this is a big map.
Yes, it is.
Stealth, he said?
Yeah, roll for stealth.
Remember,
Right?
there's no one
to see you.
There's no
Nope.
one to see you.
That's right.
Remember, no Russian. Okay. That's kind of low.
46.
46.
30.
Okay. So, place your tokens where you're sneaking in. Like you don't need to roll perception for this. You see 2 guards at the main gate right here. You see 2 guards at this entrance right here, and you do see 2 guards at this entrance right here. And this is a pretty big estate, so you do not actually see people walking around. However, you do hear footsteps on the inside. So, like, where are you going in?
Let's see. So this is the main road going up to the estate that all the tokens are right now?
Yeah. Yes. That is the main entrance where all the tokens are.
Maybe
we should loop around and go in from the back. What do you think, Mike?
Probably best to.
Yeah,
that way we can get a whole view of the area, see where other guards are that might possibly show up. So, which way do you want to go, left or right? And we'll meet back up at the around to the back.
Probably left.
I'll go right then.
All right, so place your tokens where you'd like to be.
Yeah,
start.
Because that's going to depend on what you see.
All right. So how far can we move while we're because I just put mine right there by that other road.
Well, for now, just place yourselves where you think you should be, and then we'll discuss like how far you can move and where you're moving to.
Is this like a bit of hilly area right here?
A little bit, yeah, but it's mostly brush and trees. But
okay.
But yeah, it is partially hilly.
All right,
I'll get to like amongst the tree, like and blend in like Mothman.
Okay. Anaris, where are you approaching from? Oh, you're over there.
Climb up the tree. Climb up some trees. Get some good views.
Okay, since you are doing that, I would like both of you to roll perception to see what you can see.
See what I can see. To see what I can see.
You see what I see. That's
Hold on,
math. 34.
Okay. From the angle that you guys have, you can actually see over the wall, and it is as Boris said. This is a very old house, and it is mostly wood. Not because you are an expert at these sorts of things. This house looks like it would actually burn very easily.
Huh.
And you
like wood?
Mostly, yes. And you can Nox, you can actually see from your vantage point. This right here is actually the personal stable of the Von Everett brothers. Their prize.
What did you just highlight? I wasn't looking where.
Right here.
I'm not seeing your blip.
Zoom out.
Okay,
oh wait. Let me try this. Can you see it now?
No. Can you guys?
What are you looking for?
I'm looking for his blip. I don't see his blip.
Blip.
Oh, there it is.
Is it red?
Is it red?
I see.
Yeah, it's red.
I do
it again.
Yeah, right here. This is the personal stable to the Von Everett brothers.
Right here.
Okay, I see now.
Okay. You also see. Actually, both of you see this. You see some people, Von Everett guys, moving about in the back, right around here. However, it's kind of difficult to tell what they're doing from this distance. You'll need to get closer.
Hang on.
I'm just making a note. Stables. And then I'll make sure that's.
There we go. Here, can
anybody see that?
Yeah. Yeah. You see that?
Wait, why
didn't it stay the big size I had?
It doesn't matter. It's probably also because this is a big map.
True. Okay.
Actually, fun fact: this map was originally going to be bigger, but then like once I stopped here, I got a notice from Roll20 saying any bigger and this game it will potentially crash Roll20. So yeah, this is what we have to work with today. But yeah, like I said, there are people in the backyard here that you guys can see, but if you want to see what they're doing, you have to get closer.
Like on the wall itself, or
no, they're not on the wall. They're just in the backyard in general doing something.
Do we have
to get on the wall
or things?
I said you have to get closer. Like your interpretation of closer and how you get there is up to you guys.
Well,
that's a wall, and let's see. Here's some hills over here, but let me see. Oops, no, I don't want to know that.
I will say the area where you are, Nox, is a little bit hilly, but like for the most part, it is flat. Like they're not that steep.
All right.
So what if I'm like right here?
Okay.
How
tall is this wall?
Not very. Like you and Anaris could probably climb it very easily. Like if you had two people, like one person can just give the other one a boost over.
Okay. So
I can literally just go over like Wilson.
Yeah. Anaris, are you getting closer?
Yeah.
Where are you going?
Are there trees here?
There are no trees there, and actually, as you're getting closer to, well, I will say, like, as you're going in that direction, because you would see this. This right here looks to be the entrance to the family mausoleum.
Oh.
So
go that way then.
Hold on.
You want to go look at the dead Von Everett bodies?
Time to go grave robbing. I'm just gonna take a random bone token.
You're gonna
see
Oh no!
They look for great grandfather. Well, was he always a woman?
Wait, great grandfather or dead or dead wife?
Dead grandfather wife.
which one's the mausoleum, John?
The mausoleum is technically this building back here, but this is the entrance.
What happened?
Yeah. Sorry, this is a big map, but yeah, the mausoleum is this building back here, but where Anaris is the entrance.
What? Oh no.
Okay, so we'll do Nox first, and then Mike, we can get into your misadventures robbing the dead.
Okay.
So,
Are you
Grant?
trying to resurrect a motherfucker?
Yes.
Grant, roll another perception check because you're actually trying to pick out fine details.
All right. Hold on. Let me just make that a little bigger. There we go. Stables.
Oh, nice. I see that.
All right. So another perception. What is that? 32.
Okay. So yeah, you actually see 4 Von Evericks in the back here.
Yeah.
And weird thing when you approach, like it's mostly just them talking Von Everett bullshit. They hate elves. Olgierd is awesome. Lita's a bitch. You actually do see one of them drinking a flask of what you can only assume is skooma.
They're drinking drugs on the job. Great.
But that is not what catches your attention.
Okay.
What catches your attention is it's very odd. Like you don't know why they're doing this at first. At least I'm going to assume you wouldn't know. But like they appear to be taking things like hay, grass, like dried leaves, like different things, and then bringing them into the house.
Oh my God, they were horses all along.
They don't own their land, do they have insurance?
You do not know. Like I will say, like all the information you guys have gathered beforehand, you are sharing, so you know that they do not own their land or even their house anymore.
They want us to burn this fucker to the ground.
Burn the house to the ground before we do.
No, they want to burn it while we're inside.
I mean, if that's the assumption you want to make, that based on what you're seeing, yeah, like. But yeah, like they're taking like hay, dried leaves, and like everything that they can find that could burn into the house.
Oh God!
This is an insurance scam, and they'll take out their enemy at the same time so they get money. They want to provoke us because we blew up their ship. They're like, wait a minute. We can have them blow up our house and we'll make money.
John, would my kind of like
cool
aura come into play at all if there's a fire?
Your armor and your sword make you immune to fire.
Woo!
So, yeah.
I'll live on for you guys. I'll remember you.
Okay, so
Don't worry, I am fire. I'm fine.
Is there any windows on the ship to see where they're taking it or no?
There are windows, but unfortunately, from your vantage point, you are going to have to either move along the wall, like closer to here, or you're going to have to get over the wall and get closer to the house itself.
Okay, I have to meet up with the kid first so we can say what we've seen, and then we've got to sneak in because that's mighty suspicious.
Okay, Anaris. So you're going to the mausoleum, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Great, Robin.
There is actually no security as you scale this wall, walk up this path, and go over to the building that is the mausoleum. It is, however, locked by a steel caged door. So I'm going to need you to roll a lock picking check for me to see if you can open it.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
That's what killed it for me.
Sorry?
It's all hiding in the mausoleum.
Oh, sorry.
What's a lock picking check?
Do you have thieves tools?
Let me check. Not sure.
Okay, hold on. Okay, Pathfinder, thieves tools. Okay.
This is their ploy. It's not to fight us. They just want us because they know we burnt down their stable. They want us to blow up their building and then claim insurance so they can get money.
I mean,
what do they call it?
Okay. Apparently the name of the check in Pathfinder is called Disabled Device. So I would like you to roll a Disabled Device check.
I have a lot of that.
Okay,
I
so
think
yeah.
there's something special with it.
All right. But yeah, roll a disable device check for me.
That's how they get around. It's like, oh yeah, we'll burn. Oh, they want us to burn. Now we can't burn down. Now we gotta freeze it.
They say that.
Yeah.
Add
We show up as firemen.
disable device checks.
Mhm.
Okay, so I add half my perception with it. You have trap finding. Okay. So half my perception to that as well. Okay.
All right.
Let's see. Disable device.
That'd
That'd be 11. That'd be
flood it instead.
Hey, Lita.
33.
Okay.
I'll type it.
I'll say that you actually rolled so well, Mike, that when in the process of picking this lock, you think you hear something break, but then suddenly the door just falls open, and then just the lock just like rusts off, like. And actually, now that you're closer, there's foliage and like vines growing all over the mausoleum. Like plants are running rampant. This place hasn't really been taken care of, and it doesn't look like anybody's been here in some time. So yeah, you actually lockpicked this door so well that you broke the lock permanently. Like it was just that old.
All right.
But yes, the door to the mausoleum has opened, and because nobody is here, you do not need to roll a stealth check to go down in. Are you going in?
Sure.
It is actually quite deep down here. Like you enter into a long staircase that just pretty much goes straight down, and when you get there, you find yourself in this very open, very wide room. Like I'm trying to atrium. Is that the term I'm looking for?
Yes, atrium is the word.
Yeah, but yeah, like you enter into this atrium where there are actually 4 different paths in the 4 corners that split off. But like you do not need to roll perception for this. Everywhere you look, you see the body of a Von Everett, and embossed in the stone above all these bodies is this.
Sure.
Okay. Hold on. But yeah, like you said, embossed into the stone itself above every single one of the Von Everett bodies is this.
Is what?
That's Hoster.
Oh, I don't know what that is, but something. There you go.
Say
Say his name 3 times. Nothing bad can happen.
Beetlejuice. Juice.
Nox. Okay, Nox. What are you doing?
I gotta finish the rest of the property
so I can find out what's on the left or the west side with the kid,
and then we can
report back because I gotta.
So I'm gonna
have to start heading this way.
Knox, what's the west side story?
Well, there's a bunch of Filipino people
who
dancing
are
in the
streets and snapping their fingers.
For the longest time.
All right. Move your token to where you're going, because that will determine if I need you to roll another. Okay. So you're going back around the mausoleum. You do not actually know where Anaris has went.
Yeah, that's why I'm
waiting for him. Like, are you kid?
Okay. So Anaris, how long do you intend to search through these bodies? And is there anything specific that you're looking for?
Painting or such.
You do
Anything
not
valuable as well.
You do not find any paintings down here, and most of what you see is just like old Von Everett armor and gear. Like a lot of the bodies still have their swords with them. Strange thing, actually, none of them are buried, and like none of them have tombs. They just like place them on stone slabs and leave them there, like with their holding their swords, like that.
Weird.
But yeah, roll a perception check for me to see if you can find anything that might be of value.
Okay. 33.
Okay. The most that you can find that might be valuable are like, I guess the best way to describe them would be like ancient Von Everett swords. They're swords that look kind of similar to the 2 swords that the Von Everett brothers have, and they're scimitars, and they all have the symbol of the king in yellow on them. Like, you do find a couple of these that are very old and look like they could be of some value, maybe as a museum piece.
Too heavy.
I mean, you could probably carry one of them out easily.
That's a waste of space.
Yeah, but yeah, unfortunately, like none of the valuables were like buried with them. That does not appear to be the Von Everett way, but like they were buried with their weapons and armor.
Weird.
You do actually also see see writing on some of the older bodies that looks a lot like the Ulfiri runes that Lita sometimes reads and knows how to write in. And actually, since you have the pennies with the runes on them, you actually take one out for reference. They are the same.
All right.
They're explosive runes?
Not necessarily explosive runes. It's just the same language.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay. Scared me for a second. Why are they rigging the mausoleum to explode?
Yeah. But yeah, unfortunately, Anaris, there's not much of valuable down here. So unless you want to take someone's skull, you can do that.
Sure.
Is there anyone in particular whose skull you want to take, like the great-great-grandfather, great-uncle, like their stupid cousin, like anyone?
Who looks like the fanciest?
The fanciest, I suppose, would be like the old great-great-grandpappy Von Everett, who came to this country and built this house and established this family. You can take his skull. He's got a very fancy like Ulfiri helmet with the Hester symbol on it, like over his forehead.
Sure, taking the skull.
Yeah, fuck him.
That looks valuable.
We should just take all the schools and make it a puppet show after we kill them all.
You don't need to roll a check for this. You just take the skull and with
I
your
asked
ability.
grandfather. I hardly knew you.
You just take the skull, get right out of there, and do you go where Nox is, or do you go somewhere else?
Am I supposed to meet up with Nox?
Well,
You're supposed to, because you're scouting this place together.
Fine, I meet up with Nox.
All right. So the two of you meet up together back over here, and I'll give you guys a moment to yourself before we move on to the fun part of this event.
Where is he? Oh.
I'm up here.
Mm-hmm.
My lunch.
Hey,
there you are.
Did you
You see anything? See anything?
Nothing valuable. I got this. Holds up a skull.
Huh.
And Nox, you see that she's holding up a skull with what looks like an ancient Ulfiri helmet on it, and over the forehead is like this metal flap with the symbol that Lita warned you about on it.
Is she touching the symbol or something?
No, she's not touching the symbol. She's touching the skull.
From what Lita says, don't touch the symbol, and with all those runes,
What do you mean?
explode on you.
Got it.
So are you keeping the skull?
But yeah, we gotta. There's doing something suspicious. They're bringing hay and dried grass into the building. That stuff is an accelerant for fire. Something's up with that. I think we need to get in there and find out what they're putting that hay.
Do it.
Wait. Oh, you're talking to him. I think you're talking to me.
Sorry.
I thought you were talking to Grant too.
Sorry, talking to this thing.
All right.
So
are you guys going to try to sneak inside the house?
Well, that's what I'm suggesting. Like,
someone's got to. She has a better chance of getting in, but also I don't know if she wants to or not because she's carrying a skull. But I'm like, we gotta
figure out what they're doing with that hay, and I've got the only link to Rowan I can get to them before they get here. Do you want to go up and meet with them, or and have me go in, or do you want to go in there, kid?
What's going on? Sorry.
I'm asking if you'd rather go meet up with Lita and tell them, while I go investigate the hay, and or if you want to go and investigate the hay, and I can just keep watch.
I'll investigate the hay.
All right. So for the sake of this, Nox, I'll say you start heading back to the city to inform the rest of the party of what you saw. Like we can skip that conversation. Anaris, I need you to roll another stealth check for me because you're actively trying to sneak past guards now, and I want you to show me where in the house and where on the property you want to go.
Can I make sure I'm gonna
not leave her by herself. I'll make sure she gets out first.
Okay. So I'll say you're just off to the side watching.
Yeah.
Okay. 37. All right. Move your token to where in the house you want to go.
Where was the hay being loaded in?
Well, there is a back door right here. So.
Where?
Like,
There we go.
yeah,
There we
right
go.
here.
It's big fucking. Okay.
So,
See if I can scale the wall.
all right, scaling the wall for you is not difficult at all. In fact, and most of the Von Evericks are so preoccupied with their work, and you're just so stealthy that they don't see you. From that vantage point, roll a perception check to see if you can see in some of the windows, because you actually can from there.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
32.
Okay. You actually. Well, unfortunately, it's kind of difficult to see where they're taking the hay because, like, there aren't that many windows down here. You do see that they are taking the hay, as Nox suggested, through the rest of the house. Like, there actually is a window here on the first floor, and you see like somebody taking the hay to somewhere in the house. You also see on the second floor there's a window right here, and you see the window to a very nice, fancy, very private study with a bunch of books.
I'm getting into that study.
Oh, you are?
Yes.
Okay. So that would actually require you to get here. It doesn't look like the guards have noticed you. So I would like you to roll another disabled device check for me to see if you can get through the window.
Okay.
Oh god, they got
Crack windows.
And I can disable magical devices.
Fortunately for you, there are no magical devices on these windows. However, you do actually
traps.
Yeah, roll a disabled device check.
38.
Well, it's a good thing you rolled that high because you go to push the window open, but then you stop because you see a wire there. You can't see where it leads, but you open it very carefully. You just take out the cat's paw dagger, and then suddenly, and
I was going to try to do it in a way that I didn't activate the wire.
Oh well. Then in that case, what you do is like you actually reach in, grab the wire, and then just undo it, and like you hold it as you open the door, climb in, and then just reattach it.
There you go.
What was the thing that came down?
It was a blade.
Oh.
It basically imagine a windshield wiper just as a blade. But you appear to have entered somebody's private study. There is a desk in the corner of the room opposite of where you are, right there, and lining the walls are a bunch of books, and actually right next to the desk is a fireplace.
Okay.
Is there anything specific you want to look for in here while you're in the room? And I will also say roll perception. This is not to search. This is for something else.
Okay. That's a 32.
Okay. As you're doing whatever it is you're about to do, you hear some of the conversations up throughout the house, and most of it does sound like just because it's through the walls and the floor. But you do catch some bits. Most notably, you hear someone's like, no, put that right there. That goes over there.
So help me.
Come on, everyone. This has got to be fast. This has got to be fast when it happens. So you all need to know your places, and you all need to act when you know it's your turn.
All right. So
Okay. So roll a perception check preemptively to see if you find anything, and then after you do this, I'll ask you what you're looking for.
That is a 33.
What specifically in this room are you looking for?
Anything valuable or documents or shit like that?
There are a lot of books in this room.
Paintings. There you go.
You see no paintings in this room, and actually looking around, this does not appear to be Olgierd's study. It appears to be Vladimir's. And however, as you get closer to the desk, you actually do notice that some of the drawers might hold some documents. However, the desk is locked. You You can roll a disable device check if you would like to try to pick the lock there.
Sure. I think I got it.
Okay, what'd you get?
Got 20.
Okay. Okay.
Got 20
Okay.
plus 13 plus
Okay.
9.
Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. For you, simple. And actually, like the window, the desk was also trapped. If you tried to open it, there was actually a mechanism that would actually slam it back shut with your hand still inside, and there were blades on the edge that were like, if you were unlucky, it would get you right here in the wrist.
Ow.
But yes, you managed to very carefully open it without setting that off. And and opening it, you do find some important looking documents and some letters. It looks like it'll take some time to read through them all, but with the perception check you'll have, I will allow you to skim it if you want to, just to see what it is.
Sure.
You actually see documents denoting like sales of something, presumably the sale of land and assets. You don't see any numbers on it or to who, and you also get a couple of letters. A few of them are sealed, but one of them that isn't looks to be a letter from Vincent Lupton to Vladimir von Everick.
Ah. Probably gonna want to take that one.
Oh, it's asking about his number, probably.
You also see, like in the bottom of this, or underneath all this stuff, a brown leather-bound book.
Huh.
It was because your perception was so high. I'll give you this. Like, you open the drawer, you take all these letters, but as you're looking around, you notice that the drawer actually has a false bottom. And when you open it, it is a brown leather-bound book.
Take that book.
Okay. So you take the book.
Read that book. Summon Haster. There we go.
All right. And actually, as you take the book, you start to hear is like, so you really think this plan of yours is going to work? Of course. It's like, of course, brother. Have you ever doubted me before? Yes, I have, actually, many times. They're starting to get closer.
Okay, so I should probably then put the false bottom back, put other papers that didn't seem important back in a way that I could, close the drawer, get around the device, get out the window, and go back to Grant.
Roll a stealth check for me just to see how well you do all of this, and like how quick.
That's a 40.
Yeah, like with your speed and with your expert stealth and with your nimbleness, you're able to get back out of the window before both Von Everick brothers enter the room at the same time.
Yeah.
They're like, who was that? Yeah, we invited her.
Now, do you want to run, or do you want to stick outside the window for a little bit to see if you can hear what they're saying?
I'll stick, quite literally, outside the window for a little bit.
Okay, roll perception check for a bit, because this is for a different thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's a. Let me verify. 31.
But yeah, you actually hear a conversation between the two brothers, and it goes like this. I'm still not entirely convinced that this plan of yours is going to work. What do you mean? What about it don't you like? What about it don't you like? I mean, this is our home. Like all of our childhood memories. All of our childhood memories, Olgierd. We can't cling to the past forever. Times are changing. This house wasn't going to be ours forever. You knew that as well as I did. It's time for us to move. And well, I haven't. My writing days are behind me. Maybe somewhere in the city. You're a Von Everick, Vladimir. Your writing days are never behind you. If they were, you wouldn't be a Von Everick.
Oh shit.
I suppose you're right. It's just, brother. Sometimes I wish I could do what you do. Go out there, ride with the men, cut off heads, actually be a hero. You are a hero. I am, but not like you. You actually get shit done. I just tell people to do shit and they get it done.
Oh no. It'll get done.
I still don't. Still don't like the idea of leaving you alone in a room with her. I'll be fine. I'll be fine, Olgierd. After all, as you said, I'm a Von Everett. And that's about all you hear before it starts going on into more frivolous things.
I just realized I never increased my skills for level 13.
What?
Well, we can worry about that after this session is over. It's too late to increase them now.
Alright.
Do that while they're talking.
Yeah,
I already increased my stealth by another point, John. You can't stop me.
All right,
We don't
so
want Mike to roll less than 40.
but yeah, after that they just start talking about frivolous things before Olgierd eventually leaves, and then that just leaves Vladimir alone in the room by himself. How long do you stay there? How long do you stay there before you eventually get back to Nux?
As soon as they probably leave, then yeah.
All right. So for the sake of simplicity, since you actually managed to infiltrate their house and take some things, as a whole for the rest of the party, is there anything you want to go over or any of this shit that you want to look at before we start the dinner party?
Well, I'd probably bring this back to Grant and talk with Grant or talk with Nux about, yeah, how they're going to burn down the house. They're going to do it with Lita inside it. There you go. I found a book. I summoned Steel, so that's weird.
They want to
do it while he's in there with them. Okay. Good job, kid. We got to report back, because Enzo's plan is exactly what they're planning, so we have to go plan B now. We got to figure out what that is.
They're just like, wait, you're going to burn down our house? But we were going to do that.
All right, so
We just become best friends.
all right, so for the sake of simplicity, I'm going to say that like late Thursday night, Nux and Anaris return back to Sanctuary and report all this to you guys. So all the information you guys have collected throughout the day, all of you know that now. Is of the things that Anaris found, is there anything you want to look through?
We need free
that book she got.
Yeah, I'm interested in that book as well.
Yeah.
Lita, I would like you to roll a willpower saving throw for me.
Oh Christ!
Wait, so hold on.
Meanwhile, I held it. This is
John,
fine.
can I do it as well? Because again, I was also interested in that book.
Yeah, but you didn't
No,
open it.
actually, no, Temme, you do not have to roll a willpower saving throw because this is backstory stuff.
Oh
Shit, the old gods are going to see you again. You open the Necronomicon.
Hold on. Willpower saving throw, right?
Yes.
Hey, it looks like Lita's on Facebook. Let's send her a message.
30.
And
I rolled a 19.
Okay,
30.
Okay, Enzo, what you see when Lita opens this book is you cannot comprehend a single word of this because it's all written in Ulfir. Lita, you freeze for a second. You actually feel your soul get momentarily colder.
Hey, babe.
You've held this book in your hands. You have read it. If this were a different universe, this book would be bound in human flesh and inked in human blood. You know what this is.
Meanwhile, in Lita's head. Hey, Lita, you up?
Hey, Lita, you want blue?
It's 3 a.m. in the morning, Hashtag. I'm not coming over.
But yeah,
I'm not coming over, Niall, at the temp. It's 3 in the morning.
But yeah,
come on. Netflix.
Enzo, you cannot comprehend a single word of this book because it's all in Ulfir. But yeah, Lita, you know what this is.
Languages.
Lita.
And comprehend languages. My brain is soup now.
Okay, Enzo, after you cast comprehend languages while Lita is still in her moment of shock, you start seeing descriptions for things beyond the veil of this universe, instructions for how to summon them, warnings about things they will take, what they will do. Enzo, the only real way to describe this for you is this is heresy. This is the single most heretical thing you have ever seen in your time as a priest of the Eternal Fire. And in fact, if the Eternal Fire knew about this, the Von Everett brothers would be tied to posts and burned in the city square.
So I'm out.
I am going to attempt to take the book from Lita's grasp entirely.
Wait a minute.
Lita, will you allow it?
Lita closes the book. Actually, Lita looks at the book. She's holding it. And she very slowly closes it, and she basically is holding on to it.
I'm gonna help.
And Lita,
help getting it out of her grasp.
no, she's not gonna she's not like. She basically is going to explain in very short sentences. This is the single most evil book in all of existence.
I agree.
I've read 50 Shades of Grey.
And Enzo, with a very solemn look in his face, and pale as fuck, looking you dead in the eyes, doesn't even like. I agree.
Then shred it.
You found. Lita looks at Anaris.
No,
you found this in their desk.
Yes, under a false bottom. Also, they had a sword set up on the window.
Apparently.
Nox
has an idea.
I didn't set it off, though. It's still set.
Nox,
I'm like, you know how Ly Smith is planning his sacrifice? What if this whole thing is a sacrifice with that?
No, Lita goes, no. I yelled at Olgierd in all fury. He didn't understand a fucking word.
Oh, I'll be right back.
Wait,
what about the other though? Would understand, wouldn't he?
Wait, you found this in Vladimir.
Yeah.
You found it in Vladimir's dog.
Yeah, the other brother might not know, but the other one might.
Yeah.
I put my hand on Lita's shoulder. We need to take this to the church and have the church go after that.
How are we going to prove that they had it?
As soon as we report this.
I mean, they probably take
I
work for it,
not
right?
be a great person, and this book is evil.
Yeah,
Lita looks at you and just goes,
but if he shows up with a fucking Necronomicon,
they're going to be asking way too many questions. Okay, where did you get this? How did you get this?
They'll believe it.
Will they?
Will they?
He's going to be walking in there with the most heretical thing ever.
Why are you carrying heresy?
Here's the narrative. Here's the narrative.
Warhammer. Oh, you have it.
Well, this isn't Warhammer. This isn't Warhammer. We're literally thinking in heresy.
I don't know. And it's kind of up there, dude.
Well, what's that line? What's that one thing? It's just like, well, maybe just a big sister.
I need your blood.
Are you reading heresy?
Hold on. I don't want. I'm worried that if he takes the front door of the church, Enzo is going to be like, okay, we'll decontaminate you now for a bit.
Well, here's the Well,
they like me too much. I'll be fine.
Yeah. Well, here's the other thing we can do. They know that Lita is currently feuding with the Lupton, with Von Everix.
Right.
This is public knowledge, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Lita would have spies. Like, this kind of understand, like, houses engage in espionage. Lita would therefore have spies, right?
Right.
Ergo, Lita sent a spy in to basically infiltrate and do this and basically do some recon. They found this, brought it back, not knowing what it is, and then Lita, being Lita, basically went, this seems heretical. It's in a foreign tongue with a bunch of weird symbols. Hey, priest friend. Hey, my priestly advisor. What is this? He turned white, screamed like a woman, ran to the church and said, I found heresy!
Yeah, that's pretty much how we're gonna play this.
But wait,
what if they don't have any other heresy in the house, though? They're gonna come in there like, well,
doesn't
one
matter.
big
Glue
is
doesn't
gone,
fucking-
so
No.
Here's your
Here's the
If they're
Grant,
planning on burning the place down,
I'll
that'll be
actually,
evidence
I'll actually give you this because you skimmed through it. That symbol for Hastur is in the Necronomicon, and that symbol is plastered everywhere in the Von Everett house.
Yeah.
and
Anaris
Anaris is currently holding a skull with that on it.
Yes,
So this is like-
from their mausoleum.
So this isn't just heresy. This is deluxe heresy home game edition.
You have discovered heresy. I should probably also point out, Zach, that at this point your dinner party is tomorrow. So like you're going to go to sleep, wake up, have breakfast, lunch, plan your day, and then go meet them for dinner.
What if we bring Anderson to the dinner party?
Well, then we're all just gonna die.
Wait.
I could. Just give me an hour.
Wait.
Anderson,
we
you
could
want to
have-
make some steak?
Oh, hell yeah.
We can show up. We can show up at the dinner party. Plan's still the same as what it was, right? But then, like an hour into dinner party, the witch hunters storm the place.
Wait. If we have Vance, I can't believe to say this, but we work with the damn hunters. Like, we go in and go, all right, we're going to get them to admit to it, then you guys come in, right?
Yeah.
But then we got to make sure you can't use any of your magic, because then they're like, oh, wait a minute, you're defending yourself. What's that rune shit?
Well, no, Lita doesn't have any runes on her. And her sword has runes, but those are like,
yeah, just make sure we're not casting spells.
Yeah,
But
your
it's like
sword
we're
is like
telling
a magic
Anderson,
item,
we go
and
in
that's
like the moles, like you guys go to the dinner party, get them basically wiretap, and they're like, okay, bring in the
no, it doesn't matter. They don't know. It doesn't matter. This symbol is plastered all over their fucking house. It's on their swords. It's on their fucking house banner.
Yeah, but
it is not on their house banner, but it is everywhere in their house. It would not be hard to find it.
So
we make sure they're taken off guard, and then
we don't need to wear a wire. So basically, what happens is we go with the plan as usual, but we sell them out to the church, and then like an hour into dinner party, suddenly an army of witch hunters kick in the front door and is like, official church business. We smell heresy.
Wait a minute. What if instead of burning the house down, we start taking all this hay out, so it can't burn as easily?
That should take a while.
Minor problem with that, Grant. That would work. The problem is it's still a wood house and it is very old. It will still burn. Just
make
not
it wet.
fast.
But yeah, hay is an accelerant. That means this is up in 3 minutes instead of 10.
You put water on it.
Yeah.
Soak that shit. Just make it wet.
Pray for rain.
There is a spell. Funny enough, you say this. In the cleric spell list, that's control weather. I could just have it start raining.
Okay.
We have buckets of water on forest. You can do like a flyby if it does go up.
Yeah. And also, Lita has the typhoon rune.
True.
See?
Well, I think the
if you use that in the presence of witch hunters, that might be a problem.
Well,
and I can just say it's the control weather spell.
Yeah.
But yeah, what if we have? Here's a suggestion. Burchill on top of Forest, he acts as a fire plane, and they have like flame retardant. They'll be able to dump out buckets from above if the place goes up.
We don't have enough time to prepare fire retardant.
We do.
We need the witch hunters.
You just make Forest drink a shit ton of water.
Maybe it should go up. Maybe some witch hunters will burn it.
Unless it is a sacrificial thing.
If it is, then we don't want anybody going up because if the older brother is trying to get back at Hoster, like, oh hey, I can't ride anymore. Maybe you can fix that. Oh yeah, sacrifice your brother and your household memories.
But yeah, Rowan, you actually know this because this is your weapon. You know the properties of it. That sword you carry, because it's made of ice and it is so cold, it will actually extinguish any flames within the proximity of it.
Oh, cool. Stay close to me.
But yeah, Zach, I'm thinking like what Jayson said. This is probably not just like killing us. We're just added benefit, but I think he's trying to kill his brother and their house memories as a sacrifice.
So then we storm the place with the witch hunters.
I know. We gotta make sure it doesn't go up though, because then he might get what he wants, like the sacrifice. We can't let it go up. We can't let it go up in flames, otherwise he might get in with his patron.
Well, okay, John, do I know of any... Okay, knowing all this, do I know of any dark rituals that would involve fire plus human sacrifice?
Off the top of your head, I'm going to say no. You don't even need to roll for this.
However, yeah,
you do have a book in front of you that will detail that sort of ritual if you want to read the Necronomicon.
I mean, I would.
Lita?
Don't read it.
Why not?
Hey, Jay, read it for us.
Hold on. Here's the okay.
The Big Daddy Baxter said.
No, I have a plan. I'm going to look for this. I'm going to look and see if this is a ritual. If I start to get out of control, Nox, Anaris, Rowan, Burchill, and Enzo can all tackle me and rip the book out of my
Lita,
hands.
what save did you just have to throw when you first read it?
Will spill power.
Hold on, I might have some in Will's
that
throws.
That wasn't to read the book. That was to withstand the mental shock of actually seeing the Necronomicon again after 20 years.
Oh man, I play Magic.
It has been 20.
This is gonna get dark.
Wait, it's been 10.
However long it's been, however long it's been since you saw the Necronomicon.
Molly,
What
car? Hold on a second. I might have some. I got stuff that nullifies magic effects.
Magic though?
It's yeah.
All right.
Actually, Grant, if I might suggest something else, because this is a piece of your equipment, that Dimeridium bird mask that you wear, it protects your mind from any mind altering or taking effects. If you have Lita wear that, she might be safe.
Okay, I give you my mask. All right. Zach, if I give you the mask, I can also give you Molly, and that will make you have a DC 25 resisting effects.
You're gonna give me fucking X?
Dude, X in this Pathfinder is anti-magic stuff, apparently.
All the cool kids are doing it, Lita.
So Lita's gonna drop Molly
and put on a bird mask. And start
Rowan's gonna get behind you with a sword like
I could just use protection from evil, but
let's do that too. Like drugs, give blessing and give her a mask.
Okay, no drugs. I'll wear the bird mask. He can do protection from evil, and then in worst case scenario, we can have Anaris standing there looking away with fist positioned over the book to knock it out of my hands.
You have a plus resistance bonus with this shit, though.
I don't know.
Okay, Enzo. Well, Enzo can't understand it, so.
Yeah, I use comprehend languages.
Yeah, and that's why his ears bled a little.
And that's 130 minutes.
Enzo, I should probably also point out that reading this, even for you, is mega heresy. It is church policy with these sorts of books to burn them, to destroy them immediately. So yeah, reading this is heresy.
It's just looking at the covers making the back of your teeth hurt.
Yeah.
This is not just regular evil.
Okay. Well, we want to find out. We want to determine if
wait. Wisdom saving throws. Who's got better wisdom, you or Enzo?
It's not just about wisdom saving throw. How many of you actually know the Ulfir language?
Well, he's got the comprehend languages though.
Yeah. Yes, but Lita knows where to look in the book.
Oh, that's experience.
Lita literally, okay. Backstory time. When Lita was 12,
give her a bonking stick.
Okay.
Say it.
Okay.
When Lita was 12,
Lita says, Lita goes, okay, I will do this. Only me because when I was 12 years old, I read this thing for the first time.
Jeez.
I saw things that should not be seen. I know things about this book.
Enzo, the more she talks, the more your heresy alarm in your head goes off. Just like heresy. No,
it's like the Star Wars. It's like the Star Trek alarm, but it's just getting louder and louder.
Hey Zach. Okay. What I can do is apparently all I have to do is sprinkle Molly on you, and it'll dispel magic. So if you get yes, I'm gonna just throw it at you.
Lita, he just grabs a bag of crushed up ecstasy.
And it works apparently according to Pathfinder.
Okay, Enzo, cast protection from good and evil. I'll wear the bird mask, and I'm gonna see if this is a ritual.
All right, Lita.
And then we're gonna turn this thing into the fucking church.
Okay, First off, Lita, roll a perception check to see if you can find what specifically you're looking for, and then I need you to roll a willpower saving throw.
Wait, use my mask.
I'm wearing the mask.
The mask gives you a +5.
All right, and Enzo?
Protection.
+2.
+2.
Okay, so I got a +7. So perception. 37.
Okay, now roll a willpower saving throw. This is where the +7 comes in.
10.
if not,
Roll
okay,
up.
like nothing actually happens to you, but like just the knowledge that Enzo had cast protection from good and evil, and that Nox had lent you his bird mask gives you sort of like this mental pillow to like fall back on. Just like I'm totally safe from this. I'm fine. I'm wearing the bird mask. I have a priest right here. Nothing's gonna go wrong. But yeah,
Hey,
like
babe.
nothing.
Oh no.
Nothing actually does happen. But like and to everyone else, you just see her just scrolling like. It looks as if she knows where to look, like exactly where to look. And Lita, with your perception check, as you're skimming through this does not seem like a spell to you. Whatever it is, it sounds like they just want to burn their house down with you in it. This is not a component to any ritual that you can find. However, as you're discovering this information, you don't so much hear this, you feel it in the back of your head, a voice that doesn't sound like any of your party members. It just says, "I'm so proud of you."
Stop it.
Lita slams the book shut.
Nothing.
And then says,
someone being proud of you. Got it.
And then says, in Celestial,
oh God.
The idiots have no idea what the fuck they're doing.
Nothing.
I could have just get that.
Wait, do you respond, Enzo?
Yes, very exasperately too.
Well, he does have comprehend languages still up.
Nope.
He can comprehend celestial.
That is true.
Yeah.
Well, remember, I've also said a few other things. Like
Yeah, so Lita then says in common. Lita literally very forcefully shoves the book into Enzo's chest and says, "Ow." They're gonna kill us. They have no idea what the fuck they're doing. Not even Vladimir has any fucking idea.
So is it?
He's what?
So
No,
go up in the conversation. It's not gonna be bad.
no. They're planning to kill us.
Yeah,
But if the house catches fire and some witch hunters fall underneath some beams, no one's gonna worry.
What I'm saying is, yeah.
You don't know if that will do anything, Enzo, but you can do it.
It's literally in your holy symbol right now. It's got a mouth on it. Drop it.
Lita says, okay, so stick with the plan. We're gonna go there, but I vote that within an hour of us sitting down, before they even had a chance to set the fire, the witch hunters storm the place. Catch them off guard, because then if they try to burn the house down, it looks like they're trying to cover up their trail. Also, if anything, Enzo, question. You, in your purview, yes, getting heretical information, it is your duty as a member of the priesthood to read it, to basically examine it and try and determine stuff, right?
no.
There are people within the church whose job it is to do that. You are not one of them.
Okay.
There are scribes that will try.
And they're gonna
go insane.
I feel like this might be one of those things that just gets locked away.
All right.
Fine by me.
Because we...
And
But-
have my way about it, I'd be burning this right here on the spot.
I'd want to. Like, Lita just looks at the book and she just kind of goes,
I want to, but
no matter how many times you read it, doesn't change the fact that... Ugh. Lita just, like, visibly disgusted. But Lita goes, I vote...
Gets rid of it instead of just hides it.
Well, that's the funny thing. If you really think about it, the creator and the old ones are basically the same. It's just that one of them is less evil.
it's a matter of perspective.
At this, and so
Yeah.
Lita,
But doesn't Anaris say that?
I think it's the what you
According to my perspective, the Jedi are evil.
Then you are lost. Well, then you are lost.
I think
Well,
it's
that's the absolutes right there.
Only the Sith deal in absolutes. Hey, Obi-Wan, how's that absolutism going? Shut up!
Especially
Shut up.
Get out of here.
I take a step back and I look at the group as a whole, and I look at everyone. I'm like, as an official member of the clergy of the Church of Eternal Fire, in service of the Creator, I have deemed the Von Everetts alone of committing heresy in an attempt to bring ruin upon Sanctuary. I will contact the witch hunters promptly to have them arrive and take care of the Von Everetts. This is the only bit of heresy I've seen today.
So I still vote. We show up at the dinner party.
I'm drawing a chaos symbol. Wait, what?
We all show up at the dinner party still. But then within an hour of us showing up, the witch hunters show up in mass, because then if they try to burn their fucking house down with us in it, it looks incredibly sus.
Would Enzo have to be with them? Witch hunters, or will he be with us?
I'll be with you, and as I open up my cloak and I put the number, the Necronomicon into my robes. Even I'm not comfortable with this.
Where did you get the figurines in this setting?
He made them.
But
that's what you do in your spare time.
Once we enter into the building of the Von Everetts, I will contact the witch hunters and have them arrive within the hour.
I heard the.
I like that. Because then, if something changes, we don't want them to be there for some reason. That way we're not committed.
Yeah.
Gives us
time to get out.
Right.
I like it.
Also,
me and Anaris gotta stay away from those fuckers, because even though I'm in the midst of all that, they're like, oh look, non-humans.
Well, Anaris can still be. Well, Anaris can wear that ring.
Yeah.
I always wear the ring when I'm not.
Well, you wear the ring, but if they see you spider climbing along the wall, that might raise some red flags.
I have an idea.
Also, Horse would be fine because he's got a license and a vest.
I have an idea. To sell these assholes up the river even further.
What?
I have an idea. Okay. Anaris wears that ring. She looks like a normal elf girl, right?
Oh,
no! Hold on. We tie up Anaris. What? And then basically when the witch hunters show up, Nox just hides Anaris somewhere, where Enzo's just like, I found this elf child. She was hidden. And then Anaris removes the gag from Anaris, and she says they kidnapped me and were planning a sacrifice. They said they're going to sacrifice me as a part of some dark ritual.
And the thing is, she's actually tied up with her own rope, so she can get out at any time. She could get out at any time. It's like,
because that's kind of what I was thinking to do with you.
Yeah, because then Anaris literally just... Because Anaris and Nox can still sneak stuff, but then when shit hits the fan...
We still need to get the paintings out before the place goes up in flames, so we've still got to steal.
Yeah, so Anaris can steal, basically, Nox can be hiding on the roof where Anaris, feeds him the paintings, and then, as soon as that's done, Nox basically ties up Anaris when the witch hunters show up, leaves herself. Anaris basically
to make it look convincing.
Yeah, Anaris can tie herself up, and then when they find her, it's just I was being held captive as a part of some really evil sacrifice thing. And then imagine Olgierd, Vladimir just what the fuck? Vladimir's just where the hell did you come from? That's a great question. Also, 5 witch hunters? That's a great question, sir.
How did we get here, too?
Hey, Chris Hansen shows up.
Why don't you take
sacrifice this elf?
Okay, so just
35
for the sake of moving on, do you guys know what you want to do?
I don't know.
And then,
So
Horace can still be.
They're planning on setting the place up, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess we could if we want to kill a few more witch hunters.
To cover our retreat.
Yeah. And also, Horace can still show up, because if Burchill summons Horace and the witch hunters are there, the witch hunters just he summoned his bird he summoned his noble steed to help defend them, and they're just gonna nod and play along.
As I said, service animal.
All right. Okay, so you guys know what you're doing. Enzo, focusing on just you for a moment. As this meeting ends, where are you taking that book?
I told you.
home to read.
I slipped up into my cloak right now. So my question for you: what the fuck time is it? I don't even know what day we're looking at here.
I'd say like by the time you guys get done with all of this, it's like 11. It's like 11 at night, but like that doesn't matter because there is no bad time to report heresy to the church. Someone will be there. The question is, who do you want to report this heresy to?
No, so okay, so is this the day before, or is this the same day we initially planned?
This is the day before. It is 11 o'clock at night. So like when you go to sleep and then you wake up in the morning and then have breakfast, you will be planning the rest of your day around going to the dinner party. So yeah, I would say you have. Let's see. Because yeah, it's 11 now. I'd say the dinner party will start at around like 6:37 ish. So you'd have 18 hours to prepare.
Jesus.
Oh, we don't have time.
Santa Maria.
18 hours, that's not enough time. We need at least
I
37.
do not report this tonight.
Okay.
However, I also don't go to temple.
Where do you go?
I don't know.
Where do you go? I don't know. What if I know?
I rent a room at the Red Velvet Room for the evening.
Go to the local library.
Okay.
I do not.
Okay.
Basically, I need to be alone for a minute.
I think we're alone.
All right. And she does leave you alone in that room. With that book.
Enzo hasn't got no details. He's got literal evil pressed against his chest.
So what are you gonna do with that book? I need to know that before I ask if everyone needs a bathroom break.
We blend it up and drink it.
Nothing. I actually literally just hold it in my arms and against my chest. Like, I do not do anything with it.
Okay. Now, does anybody need a bathroom break before we start the dinner party?
Of course.
I would like one.
Okay.
Let's take the bug.
Take a 5-minute.
And then I go. But now, since everyone goes off the rails every session, it's Ken's turn to go in with Boris guns blazing.
What the fuck?
Sorry.
States. So you're going to Temple Isle to give this thing to Anderson?
No. I'm calling Anderson when we go to the dinner party, as the plan required.
Jesus.
At that time, we can hand everything over that is needed.
Okay. What specifically are you telling him? Because be as specific as you can, because that's going to determine his reaction.
So, well, like I said, like when we go there and like when we're walking in the building, that's when I'm going to cast Send In to let him know, so that way they arrive within an hour of us getting in.
Okay. It might take the witch hunters a while to ride over to where the Von Everett estate is, so it might be wiser to like call them as you're riding there.
Yes, well, I would time it out so they would arrive an hour into the dinner.
Okay, so then for the sake of this, just so that everything can go seamlessly, what specifically are you saying to Anderson?
It was on my bachelor party.
I don't drink that. That's right. You didn't come with us to Tequila Sunrise. I forgot that.
I have been given evidence and reason to suspect that the Von Everett family have committed heresy of the utmost degree and in worship of an old god. Hello. Please, myself and my colleagues are at the estate, or will be at the estate tonight. Please come promptly.
Yeah, I had good roommates.
All right.
I got drunk. They taught me something.
All right.
All right. You either drink
So,
milk or a lot of water.
with that said, the time for planning is now over.
Okay, so I took their advice. I watched cartoons.
It is now 7 p.m. Friday night, and you guys promptly are arriving on time to the Von Everett estate. You all have control of your tokens. Who is going in, and for those of you who are not going in, what are they doing? And Ken, I will say Horace is around, and he is loaded up with everyone's weapons except for Rowan.
Oh yeah. What about the horses, guys? Would we have discussed anything about stables or no?
Open the gate and let them run.
Whenever
They're not allowed in stables anymore.
What?
He's already casting on the stables.
No!
Where am I? Where's my token?
I will back you, Lita.
I put you down on the bottom with everyone else.
Oh,
so yeah, you're all in the same place.
Yeah, I'll go back to the right side so I can get a. So me and Anaris can get a good view of getting into that place because we gotta start stealing stuff.
Yeah, put me there as well.
All right, on your right or your left?
You guys can all move yourselves. So yeah. So put yourselves where you think you should be.
I gotta find myself.
You're at the bottom.
Kick his ass.
I think I should buy. What the hell? Stop it. Where did my token go?
You're in the upper. You're above me.
What?
Yeah.
I didn't even move it. How'd it get there?
Magic.
I don't know.
Okay.
I can't
Like my
reveal
screen
it.
flipped out on me like I was trying to
Yeah,
find my character, but I'm moving the whole map. What's going on?
You're probably on the wrong layer.
How did I get on the layer?
Layer.
What?
What?
How did I do that?
Was the
No.
GM all along?
I'm not on that layer, so I guess.
Okay. Okay,
I'm not doing that.
That was me. I can move.
Okay, let me try to. Okay, I think I just gotta reload or something. Let me just reload.
All right. While he's doing that, the four not sneaky people. How are you guys approaching this?
Confidently.
All right.
What?
Everything.
I will say you approached by carriage, and you step the carriage, and are escorted up to the front gates. Is the order in which I placed you guys all right, or do you want to?
Yeah, I'm fine where I'm at.
Okay.
Alright, I can move myself without freaking out now. There we go.
Hello,
Okay.
Hello, horsey.
Don't eat them.
Let them run free once everything crazy goes down.
Okay. So
Let them free. They're on fire.
I will come Batman through this guy to save Rowan.
So as the four of you approach the gates, the guards look at you, and then they don't even take a second to recognize you, Lita. And actually, this is a relevant question since you got new clothes recently. Lita, what are you wearing?
Nothing. Completely.
Hello, sunshine. Nah.
You're completely.
No one's mentioning Rowan's like Dr. Frankenfurter lingerie.
What the fuck?
Hey, none of you guys know what he wears underneath that armor.
Lita's wearing a frilly thong.
He's like that anime where the guy just and shirt blasts off and he's just wearing a bra.
No, it's like
Weekends those clothes, you pervert.
that's I was gonna jokingly say Lita's wearing like a frilly lingerie, a tutu, and then like has those like automatic twirling tassels on her nipples.
Anaris misunderstood and thought she'd be going to the party, so she's made a really elegant, beautiful dress. And they're like, yeah, you can get.
But yeah, Zach, because your character did buy new clothes recently, what are you wearing?
She's wearing her granddad's clothes.
No.
Oh shit! It was 99 cents. She's wearing basically the dress she wore to the gala.
Okay. The one that did get fixed because
the one that she keeps getting repaired.
Yeah.
And Enzo,
Right,
wearing the Gucci.
All right. So as you all walk up to the front door, the two guards there take one look at you and recognize you instantly because there are very few 5 foot tall, flat-chested blondes that like have an attitude and walk with such obvious backup as Burchill and Rowan, and Enzo is just there being a priest. But they see you and they're just like, Lady forward, I presume.
No.
Indeed.
All right. Right this way, please. Right this way, please. Lord Vladimir's been expecting you. And so I'm gonna move your guys' tokens for you for the sake of this. As you all are led into the front gate, you are able to see a very well kept but clearly has seen better days garden where like some of the grass is a bit overgrown, like these pathways are not as taken care of as they could be. It looks like over here where Anaris is, there used to be a tree, but it's a dead tree now. Like
Fragile.
mm-hmm. But yeah, as you get closer to the house itself looks pretty well taken care of. And I'm guessing you all go to the entrance.
Yeah.
All right. Walking up the steps to the front door, seeing you there. Nobody makes any move for your weapons, Rowan. By the way, they clearly see you and they clearly see that giant sword on your back. But like the most you get is just a few stairs.
That's right. Right. I'm carrying my helmet, by the way.
Okay.
Just so they can see my face. But my ears are covered by my hair, like usual.
Okay. So as the four of you walk in, you see someone on the other side of the waiting for you, and he just says, "Right this way, please." As he leads you off to the left, and as you enter, a rather nice and rather spacious dining room, wherein there is a long table. You could probably seat about maybe 12 people, and there is already food placed about, and sitting at the head of the table is
Lita Ford. But wait a minute. She's over there. Hello, Lita. Hi, other Lita.
Hello, Lita. I'm the good. Hello, Lita. I'm the good.
Good
version of
Lita.
you.
I'm a good version of you.
But yeah,
I'm the ghost of Lita's past.
Oh,
Sitting at the head of the table
Mother?
is Vladimir von Everett, who actually as you enter, he walks over to you and says like, Lady Ford, on time, as I had expected. Well, welcome to my humble abode. It's like, I trust your journey here was nice and quiet.
Indeed.
It's like, please, take a seat. Help yourselves. I see that you brought company. That I also expected. And like as he's talking, the one Von Everett guy who led you in here just leaves and goes into this back room.
I'm gonna stay standing. Just good job.
Okay, so you're standing by Lita.
Respectfully.
Is there anywhere particular at this table you want to sit, or are you sitting opposite of Vladimir?
I need to sit anywhere where my back isn't to a door.
Okay, you can actually see there is a hold on. Yeah, there is a door here where you came in, and there's a door up here. So yeah, like I will also say there is a staircase in the back corner of the room that goes up to crap. I can't think of words today. Like there's a kind of sort of balcony here that leads up to the second level. Like there's a staircase, balcony that looks over the dining area, and then there's another door up here that leads to the second level.
What is that called?
What?
The second floor?
No.
Like it is literally just a balcony. Because like I said, stairs, walkway, door to the second floor.
I know what you're talking about.
Stairwell?
What's the question? What's what called?
Veranda?
That's outside, isn't it?
Okay.
Verandas. Verandas are typically like a. Balconies are weird because there's like a full balcony which you can occupy. There's a Juliet balcony which is literally just a railing with like 6 inches of step out. I think veranda.
That's what I was
saying. Veranda.
Because literally what this is just a staircase, and it's just like this wooden walkway for like maybe that's wide enough for 2 people, maybe 3, and like I said, it just goes up around, it curls up around the side of the room, and then there's a door here that goes to the second level.
Oh, it's in the middle of the stair. It's a landing.
All right.
Landing. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Well, okay, we'll call it a landing. But yeah, like Lita, where your token is right now, your back is not to any doors.
And if you see any paintings, have Rowan tell me. That way we can figure out where they're at.
There actually in this room. However, Lita, because you've seen them, you recognize it as not one of Iris's. Burchill and Enzo, where would you guys like to take a seat?
I guess I'm fine with my token is.
Enzo?
I'm fine with my token as well. I'm not in a.
I'll stand right here.
I'm not particularly worried about where I'm sitting.
Okay.
Would you guys have drunken your anti-toxins already, or are you going to wait till you actually get, if you actually get poisoned?
I didn't see the point to drink it.
I would assume beforehand, just in case.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, before we begin the negotiations, I should point out that Lita, Vladimir is the only one here. Olgierd is nowhere to be seen.
That concerns me.
It's like dinner will be ready shortly. In the meantime, is there something my staff can get for you? Perhaps some wine for a particular vintage or a type you enjoy. We have a selection to choose from.
Would you like to drink the blood of the orphans?
Or we have jam jar. It's very sweet.
Lita, I guess.
Pizza.
I'm sorry, could one of you deal with that ringing noise? It's going to disturb us for the rest of dinner.
The pizza's ready, Master.
What is this pizza you speak of?
Pizza.
But yes, Lita, would you like some wine?
Would you like some wine with your goddamn cheese?
Yeah, Lita'll ask for some wine, but she'll ask for... Let him choose, because...
It's just like... Very well. And the two of you, Robert Burchill, I presume, and I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Father. Father, is it? I don't know your name. I don't believe we've ever met.
That is quite all right. I am the spiritual advisor to Lady Lita Ford.
Oh, you.
Right, Devore. But please, just call me Enzo.
Ah, my lady, you have a spiritual advisor. I did not know you were a woman of the faith.
You just hit him in the face. Heresy! Heresy close.
That's what a lot of people don't know.
It's more like she needs the spiritual advisement to make sure that she stays on the right path.
She's fucking evil.
I see. Well, we all do need guidance, even me. But would you like some wine?
I would be most honored.
Can I roll profession to kind of check out the surroundings? Because I'm a little weirded out by there's only one other guy.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. Profession.
19.
All right. So first thing you notice is directly across from you, there's Vladimir, and behind Vladimir is a fireplace that is already lit, and it is nice and warm in here. And just from being aware as a city guardsman, you cannot see past either of the doors, and the balcony above you. From where you guys are seated and from where you're standing, you have no way of knowing what's happening up there. However, I will say you are keeping your ears open.
And as far as I'm aware, nothing seems to be out of the ordinary.
Nothing seems to be out of the ordinary yet. However, I will also give you this, just like on this floor where the dining room is. There's nowhere to hide here. Like even if you were to hide under the table, it would be pretty difficult to. So like this room is pretty open.
I don't like that. But all right.
Okay. All right. Okay. But yeah, like at your request from wine, Vladimir just suddenly just goes. It's like, open the third oldest bottle Sun Royale. Toussaint vintage, Lady Ford. I am Toussaint vintage, Lady Ford. It's like I do hope you enjoy. It's not easy to get, especially in this region of the world.
Oh, it's all cereal. wine.
No, it's Tucson wine.
Oh.
Did you say Tucson?
Yeah, Tucson. It's actually a region in The Witcher 3, and as such, it's also here.
Damn
Wildcats.
It's like, so, my lady, would you like to begin, or shall I?
Very saucy. Well, considering... Before we start, before I let you begin, I only have one question. Where's your brother?
I actually asked my brother not to be here this evening, but you all have met my brother. I'm certain you know he is
An asshole.
He's the type of person who he's a man of action, not necessarily a man of thought or reasoning or reasoning. Admirable traits to some, yes, but for the purposes of this meeting, I feared that he would only be a distraction. He cannot see past the moment, which sometimes I suppose is a good thing. Situations change. You have to adapt. You have to be able to adapt. But this is not a meeting where we are attempting to adapt. This is a meeting where we are attempting to find common ground. And unfortunately, knowing my brother as well as I do, I fear he would get in the way of such things.
All right, that's satisfying enough. So I'll let you start.
Very well. Nox and Anaris, since you guys are outside, you actually do feel the slight drop of raindrops on your head as it begins to sprinkle. And
I didn't do it, I swear.
It's raining.
it actually, but yeah, looking up towards the sky, you actually do see rain clouds. It is beginning to rain.
Well, that should help us sneak in a lot easier.
It's like very well. Very well, Lady Ford. I suppose I can't speak. I suppose the first thing we must discuss is the proverbial, how do they say in Ophir, the elephant in the room. If we are to bury this hatchet between our two houses, there will be the inevitable issue of who is in charge of who. After all, you are vying to be field marshal to all the armies in this region of the world. Not just Syrian, I understand, but our upcoming Scardian allies who are going to help us defeat this elven menace.
Agreed.
Now, it's like now. Believe me when I say, my brother has many flaws, which is the reason he is not here. And one of those flaws is that he will be very hesitant to take orders from you. So what we need is to establish a kind of mutual understanding between you and me specifically about how this is going to work. You do still intend to be field marshal, do you not?
Yes, well, I think that's where there's a great misunderstanding.
By all means, enlighten me.
Yes, Field Marshal will direct, will issue orders. But more importantly, I will bring people together. My job is just field suggestions, a mediator. Basically someone who can make decisions, make calls. But I'll leave the military and tactical thinking to those who know what they're doing.
So you are not an actual general then?
Well, general in title. Basically I give directions. I basically bring everyone to the table. They all suggest things. We field their discussions, and we basically come up with a plan that benefits all of us at the same time.
But at the end of said discussions, the ultimate decision for what must be done in the end falls to you?
Yes.
And
Because they'd have to ratify the command.
are you certain that you are the right woman for this job? What makes you believe that you can do it better than what makes you believe that you can do it better than any proven general?
Well, look what we've done in Sanctuary.
In Sanctuary.
Yes.
I can turn that on its head, Lita. Look what we have done. Look what we the Von Evericks have done for generation. We have actually protected this country. We have given our sweat and our tears to this country and have fought for it for years. My brother is the leader of the Wild Ones, a proven warrior and leader.
But for how long?
Is that an indirect threat, my lady?
No. It's a statement. It's a statement, a genuine question, because, well, we'll get to it.
No. You brought it up. Let's get to it now.
You see, it was my understanding. I look at Burchill. I look at Enzo. I look back at Rowan. That this was to be a meeting between two noble houses. But
is that not what this is?
No, it's not. This is a sham. This is a meeting between a noble house and a noble house because, well, after your meeting, and I used what skills I have, what people I've brought together in this city, to do a little bit of research, and I have discovered that you own nothing. You have no land. Your title is in name only. You have no holdings. You have no wealth. You've done just like your generations before you. You've bled like a pig in the matters of money and wealth and status. You own nothing but this house. And even then, I'd hesitate to even guess that. I'm going to guess that someone else owns the property this house sits on.
As you're actually saying this, the guy that was sent out for wine comes back with a bottle and starts filling all of your goblets for you. I would like everyone in the house, and actually Nox and Anaris, you two, to roll perception.
No. Can't make.
Drop the dice.
That's a sexy roll.
Yeah. Mine is pretty damn sexy.
Oh yeah. 25.
30.
Sell at 25.
And
Jeez. Holy crap. God. We are all
everything.
we see everything. He's like,
Not
and that's
the
what
plus
you're
like, what the fuck?
All right. Before all of you can even drink your wine, Nox and Anaris, since you're outside, the sprinkle begins to grow into a full-on rainstorm, and then suddenly it starts pouring harder. And then like before you inside can take your sips of wine, you start to hear what sounds like thunder. However, something is wrong. It's consistent. It's not going away. And just for flavor, Rowan, you know what this sounds like because you have a horse. And Nox and Anaris, because you are outside, you don't see it at first, but I'm on the wrong layer. But after watching for a few seconds, you start to see like You start to see like upwards of like 20 to 30 Von Evericks on horseback start to just ride out from this direction and begin to surround the house. Inside, the ones who rolled above a 30. Something catches your nose. It's a very awkward smell. At first you think think it's the smell of your dinner being cooked, but then you realize something else. That's not your dinner. That's the smell. That's the smell of smoke.
We didn't steal the painting.
We didn't get to steal anything.
And
It's already on fire.
and Knox, you actually look out towards the front of the house, and you can actually start to see over the wall the heads of people on horses as they start throwing what you recognize as Molotov cocktails over the wall and into where the shrubbery is.
Well, time to start being a fireman. I have the cure to fire bombs. Frost bombs.
Spit it on our gentlemen.
And
They're dead.
it's like me. Meanwhile, back in.
We ain't got time to wait for the hunters. We gotta move now.
That's their dead. Well,
Meanwhile, back inside, like Rowan, because you're looking at earlier, you kept your ears open for the balcony above you, and suddenly you hear steps. Looking up, you see three Von Evericks with crossbows, all aimed at you, and it's at this point that these sounds of crackling begin to ring throughout the house as underneath the doors you start to smell smoke.
You crazy
And
bastard.
Rowan! They got 20, 30 horsemen outside. They're lighting the place on fire. Okay, say on the radio.
Rowan kind of like puts himself between Lita and Von Everett and just this like crazy bastard. Grabs the sword.
But yeah, at that, Vladimir sighs, puts down his goblet up. He just chugs the wine like. I suppose with that said, we can dispense with the pretext. As he reaches underneath the table, and as he pulls his hand back, you see him draw a sword identical to the one Vladimir has. Not Vladimir, Olgir has. Yeah, Olgir.
Vladimir, there's two Vladimirs?
Well, there's two swords.
I know.
He's like, I feel as if this charade has gone on long enough, especially given how much you know. All of you, none of you touch the half-elf. He's mine.
But no, let's
All right.
If only you weren't so predictable. He blows the whistle.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Burchill, because this is your whistle, you know how it works. You need to be outside for a horse to hear it.
On the damn window.
Yeah, smash a window to do it.
You can smash a window to do it, but before that, everybody roll initiative.
Well, Anaris, looks like you and I are gonna be firemen.
He dropped the H-E word on me, so I kind of want to take him out.
Yep.
The Henry energetic?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I forget every freaking session.
What?
What goes in initiative?
Dexterity. Yeah.
Every one.
Let me put a line.
Christ, how high is your
Okay,
deck?
Enzo got 7.
You have it.
Mine's
So you gotta go. I was looking at you earlier and I'm like, how did you get 30?
17.
Don't ask questions we don't want to answer so much.
At least I can take a hit. So if I roll
Yes,
off.
yes. Unless you got some ability that's more.
Yeah, I do. I got a bunch of stuff that I got to.
I might. Hold on.
I need to
Question
check.
for the DM.
Yeah.
How far away is Vladimir from me?
Not very.
very.
Not very.
Wonderful. Like, by not very, you mean like within like a reasonable range of say 10 feet or so?
Oh yeah. I mean,
Wonderful.
you probably have to take a few steps closer to get within 10 feet, but that's not difficult. Okay, Knox, 27. Okay. All right, now I need to roll for the NPCs, of which there are many. First off is for Vladimir. Let's see, what is it?
Vladimir won't fight me.
Because you have the filthy
here in your blood?
You don't know. Okay. Let's.
Parents never told you about their step-uncle.
Okay. Now for old Yurt, who is outside. Oh, he actually got the same initiative as his brother. How fortuitous. Now for the Von Evericks in the house. They're all gonna get a shared turn just to make this simple. Oh, they actually rolled really well.
Well, those
yeah, like if you guys need another bathroom break or need to do anything while I'm setting up combat, so like that would be the time.
Well, I mean, I could put out literally all the fires they could possibly do. They're like, why is it burning? Why is there ice everywhere? This is dumb.
I'm working on these for Captain Birdie.
It's like that. It's like that episode of The Simpsons where Homer tries to pour cereal and lights everything and lights it on fire. But instead it's with the ice bombs. The fire bombs is like, you fail so hard at making fire, you made ice instead.
I just like when Homer pours that bowl of cereal and just looks and then catches fire. He's like, And
I'm gonna grab some more coffee.
Every time Rochelle asks if I can cook something up, I just show her that. I'm like,
I have no cook.
Oh boy, this is
I am not a cook.
really bad.
What happened?
Them here should not have done this.
Yeah, I can't believe they burned down the. We had a chance.
So, I mean, the burning down the place is fine. But then he tried to gang us, and I don't think he understands. This isn't a fair fight.
I'm willing to bet this guy does warlock. Just saying.
Who can openly use magic?
You piece of shit.
He's actually stupid.
Something tells me he's got a trick up his sleeve because he's probably like level 19 or some shit.
Let this be a lesson about racism, though. We have a mage,
a cleric. You said the one person who can actively, openly use magic.
We have a guy with at his beck and call. We have a whatever Lita is. And then there's this guy. Because he's going to target him because he's a half-elf. Racism. Not even once.
Yeah, there's whoa. Yeah, we're made up only one person on this entire team is full human.
What was that, Demi?
You have protect status.
Holy shit.
Especially
you are just a protagonist.
That's why when I first saw him, and his name popped up, I'm like, what are you doing in this game? You gotta give me a southern accent, see if he sounds just like him. He's like deep south.
Give me something to say.
Yeah,
like that. There you go.
Sound like him a little bit.
Yeah, it's like one of the best characters. As long as you could, but I looked it up all the different endings. You could play him as a straight up asshole. You play like a lot of like the two my favorite characters, which are the Celine and Jayson. You could play them as completely evil on both sides. You're like, shit. Damien almost got the perfect ending, but like that game takes into account stuff from in the earlier chapters, and it actually does affect. Like one of the characters got injured, and so something happened later on, and we weren't able to. Like we were just seconds away from saving the one dude. I'm like, fuck! Because that injury came into play, and if they hadn't been delayed by that second, I looked it up. Like if he hadn't been injured, the save one.
I was playing. Hold on.
Yeah.
You know the part where when she hears her the girl calling for help.
Oh yeah.
It was like one of those like.
I ain't
going out there.
I was like no. And then at the end, she said everyone's surviving.
Wait, how'd you get her killed?
Motion.
Okay.
It was BS.
Well, that's when you set it down.
What? Shut down. But her and the jock,
Yeah.
But
who redeemed himself surprisingly. Like when I was watching a good playthrough, it's like, oh, this asshole, like, no, Jason wanting to save Jessica.
Not that guy. He made it. I like
okay.
The one who dates the Asian chick.
Oh, the Matt black guy. Well, you didn't give him the flare.
I don't know. You got.
You didn't give him the flare. You give him the flare gun, that don't happen.
At the end when the credits blah 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 said you were calling for help, and she's like, what? I'm like, I knew it.
Markiplier was dumb enough to go into that. I remember when they were playing it, and he was like, no! That was his favorite. I'm like, you listen to horror movie tropes for a reason, Mark.
I mean, if she was alive, if she was still alive at that point, you like see where she's at. She's not.
But yeah, like, cause why would she be under the house? That doesn't make sense to me.
Right. Hayden Pennant got pissed off like
you didn't say the cheerleader let the world die. I mean, remember when everyone was so hyped for that show? I do. Heroes.
I never got into it.
She was the cheerleader.
I remember she was in it, but I never got into it.
Dude, that first season was magical. Like, everyone was talking about that. It was so hyped. But then the writer strike happened during season 2, and they kept trying to have all these different disjointed story arcs, and it ruined the whole thing.
I feel like the best way to go with a TV show is to just take each season as its own thing.
Sorry.
Season 2 could have been good, but like the writers strike, and they had like different writers for each episode. It was disconnected, and it just so much bullshit.
You can have like loose ends, delete the other stuff, but contain it. So that way, worst case scenario,
Ready.
Yeah.
Skeleton. My house is
Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, it would have said, like, if you didn't take care of it yourself, this is, I think the check was
I'm recording.
I knew I should have put it in the next corner.
That was the check.
Here is our combat order and our music.
Yeah. Oh, crap.
Or so long.
So,
Small loan, $1 million.
I mean, yeah.
There you go.
so as Nox, you start to see parts of the back of the house start to catch fire from the inside.
I push him in.
And over here,
And
as you hear the voice of Olgierd shout to his friends on horseback on the other side of the house, like it's like what? It's like once all our men are out, bar the gates. Keep them in. And anyone gets out, have at 'em, boys! Yeah! Wow! And as Nox, you are first on the initiative order.
So show me where these fires are.
Okay, I'm gonna. The fires that you can see, at least without rolling a perception check, are there's one here towards the back that looks like it's starting from within, and there's one here on this side that looked like it's starting from within. Anaris down here, I believe.
Oh. I was following Nox during the time, right?
Yeah, because we thought we were going to break in and get the painting.
All right,
That's out.
But yeah, like Nox, it is now your turn. But the fires that you can see smoke coming out of the windows. It looks like they're starting the fire from within the house, and the rain is beginning to pour down much more heavily now.
Even the heads themselves don't want this fire.
I looked at Anaris ago. The fire started inside. The fire should take out anyone who's on the outside. Careful of the cavalry on the other side of the manor.
Yeah.
To make sure they don't get burnt to death. Be careful, kid.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna do a flyby.
You do it. I will say this: you don't see anyone in the backyard from where you're currently positioned. You could fly on top of the house if you wanted.
Is there any way I can throw my ice in any windows where I can see fire?
Unfortunately, you would have to use double movement to get to where one is, just because of the distance. Okay, so like.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, you were here, so.
I was here, so where can I go?
So like 30 feet would be here.
Where?
So, yeah. Like I'd say if you get like right here, like with double movement.
Where are you?
Like right here, with double movement, you could get to a position where you can throw a firebomb into this window right here.
I can't see. I can't see. Mark. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, it's like but yeah. Okay. You know what?
There we go.
You would have to use double movement to get over here to get in a position where you could throw one at this fire.
Wait, that's 45 feet. I can throw it to 60 feet.
Well, that's what I was gonna say. Or if you want to move and attack in the same turn, you can use 30 feet to move down here, and you can throw one in this one.
Yeah, give him a better chance of things because I gotta try to put a little bit of stop to it before I go deal with the crowds. So where can I? 30 feet?
Down the wall, like just straight down from where you are. 30 feet.
Right here.
Yeah, yeah. But from there, if you roll to hit and see if you can land it in the window.
All right, I got 6 tries.
All right, and at what level are you?
Huh?
What level are you? 13?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're all 13.
You have 2 attacks, so you have 2 chances.
Oh yeah, but with all the feats I got, I can throw 6 bombs.
Yeah, but you have 6 tries at this.
Miss. Hits Anaris with 2 of them. I don't even know
how
that's
next
happened.
You had a 99% chance.
And I'm like point blank range. Alright, so I got a blah blah blah. Where are you? 34 for 1.
Okay, just roll another 5 and just tell me what they are.
Right. Okay.
Well,
do I have to throw all of them? I want to see if one stops one of the fires or not.
I'll say since you hit above a 30, that first one does get inside. Actually, yeah, that one does get inside. Roll for damage for me just to see how well it does.
Oh shit! How much is ice bomb? Oh, same as all the others. Where's my D6s? Why didn't I have you out? 7, 9, 11, 16, 22, and 26 plus intelligence is so 30 damage.
That's it.
All right, I'll say with that much damage. I'll say with that much damage, you managed to clear half of this fire. But yeah, you'll need to throw in another one to see if you can get it.
All right,
and where the point of impact is for the ice bomb, it's like rough terrain now, and there's icicles everywhere.
Yeah, I will say, after you throw this and it goes off, you hear on the inside, "Oh, what the fuck!"
Well, second verse, same as the first. See if I can hit those dudes.
All right. I will say you can't see the people on the inside, so you can't hit them. But you can
they still might get hit by splash damage because it is like the 20-foot radius.
Yeah, that is assuming you get it through the window.
30.
You have to hit above a 30 to get through the window. So yeah, roll the damage for the other one.
I'm gonna get up my other D6s. Yeah, so I don't have to keep re-rolling.
Yeah, get all the eye rolls out. Those dice.
These dice are numerous. I will get all of the high rolls. You will see I'll get all the 6s tomorrow.
I played that module with a full team at my work. Only one of them made it home.
Dear God.
Alright,
so that... Whoa!
Okay, so
that does 10, 15, 27, 31, 35, 39 damage.
All right, so I'll say with that, you actually do manage to put out this fire here, and as you hear from the inside, it's like, who's throwing those? Who cares? Who cares? Tell the others. Tell them to get the crossbows. They got them.
Yeah,
good luck setting ice on fire, bastards. All right, so can I see another fire or is that from where I'm at or no?
Not from your vantage point. No. If you choose to stop throwing bombs, you will essentially forfeit the rest of your turn. Because
I'm not gonna waste bombs if I got nothing to throw, Matt.
Use bombs wisely.
But yeah, you appear to have put out this fire, but yeah, you can't see anyone inside to throw at, and it looks like where you've been throwing is no longer in immediate danger. So with that, your turn's over.
Yeah, because I gotta focus on the outside side because they're gonna make sure these guys they're gonna attack us if they try to leave.
So
I
yeah,
look at the kid. I'm like,
we haven't had a chance to
place him.
Sorry.
All right.
Interrupted you, I'm sorry.
Okay, with Grant's turn, it is now your turn. What are you gonna do?
Well, I'm gonna try to probably get inside the building, I suppose.
Well, thanks to your prior experience, you now know several ways into this building. So, like, which way are you gonna go? Are you gonna try to go from the second floor or the ground floor?
Probably the higher floor, the second floor.
All right. Do you want to go in the same way you did before? That won't require a check because you know what's there now.
Sure. Yeah.
All right.
That should be fine.
Let me check for movement first.
And
Yeah, it's gonna take you double movement to even get there, but like you will get inside. You will get inside. I'll give you that.
Yeah. Just move me there.
Okay. Okay. Oh. So yeah, you were in here back in the Von Everett study, and unfortunately, it took your full movement to get there. But you're a rogue, don't you have dash?
I can dash. Yeah.
Okay. Well, unfortunately, this room is empty, so it's not like there's anything you can do in here.
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
stealth. I don't know if I need to reroll stealth or something like that.
You actually do, because as you enter, you can actually hear the voices and sounds of numerous Von Evericks in the house. So roll for stealth.
You're not.
Okay.
Canon universe tag is like a charity, rich charity driven past.
That is a 37.
Okay, so as far as you were hidden from view, Lita and Burchill, the two of you are going at the same time. Important question: What weapons did you bring in with you? Burchill, I will say they would not have taken away your cane if you wanted to bring it in with you.
I have my cane, and in my pocket I have my knuckles.
Okay, so you have those. Lita, what do you have?
Slut Burchill.
Came to the house.
What, Jayson?
Would they have,
What's that?
would they have taken my gun?
Did you bring your gun in with you?
Yes.
Okay, I thought you were putting that weapon on Horus.
Well, then my weapon. Well, because her only weapons are her gun and her sword.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, you said you were packing some weapons on Horus. So like, which one did you put on Horus, and which one did you take in with you?
Rifles on.
Okay, okay. So the two of you are going at the same time. What do you want to do? There is Vladimir Von Everett across from you with the sword drawn at Rowan, and there are 3 Von Evericks with crossbows above you.
I'm not ready for the outside world.
I stand up after I was standing and yeet through the nearest window.
Unfortunately, the nearest window is on the second floor above, so that's going to require a pretty significant strength check, but not impossible. Try it. Go ahead.
I think it's like a sunken-in basement type house.
Let's see. That strength, so that's a total of 18.
All right. How lucky are you? Okay, so okay. Unfortunately, from where you're sitting, it's a difficult angle. But so like you pick up the chair and you throw it in the direction of where you can see a window, but it hits the railing on the balcony above. It almost hits one of the 3 Von Evericks up there, but he manages to get out of the way. But yeah, unfortunately that didn't work. Actually, let me double check. Well, yeah, I will say with your movement you can get up there and then just use your fist to bash it because you still have another attack.
Yeah, fine. No, I'm not going to bash open a window with my fist. That's stupid.
I mean, that's just what I was suggesting. You can bash open the window with whatever you want.
I guess I'll bash it with the cane.
All right. So you are up here, and like, and like I said, this walkway is room for 2 people, so you just duck right past the Von Everett guy. And he is actually going to take an attack of opportunity of you as you run past his space. Does a...
Wait.
Does a 21 hit you?
Exactly what my AC is.
Okay, so like as you run past, the Von Everett guy is just going to bash you in the back of the head with his crossbow, which does not do very much damage admittedly, but it is still something.
Ouch.
Okay, and that is okay. So you take 6 damage from being bashed in the back of the head with the crossbow, and you are at the window, and and because this is not an enemy who will fight back, you don't need to roll to it open. Unfortunately, however, you'll need to wait till your next turn to summon Horus.
And once he gets here, boy, are they fucked.
Right. But yeah, that is Burchill's turn. Lita, it is your turn. Well, you and Burchill went at the same time, so you were doing this at the same time Burchill was.
All right. So as he runs, I'm going to, because the only thing I can really do right now until Horus arrives is some spellcraft.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to use mental block on Olgir.
You mean Vladimir? Olgir's outside.
Yeah, Vladimir.
Uh-huh.
He's out here.
Mental block.
Yeah. Olgir's with the pack of horses.
What is that?
Hey, Anaris. I thought we take the second strongest swordsman.
Mental block. You lock axes target's proceeding, preventing it from drawing upon its experience and expertise. The target loses all skill ranks, spells known, spells prepared, activated feats, as well as extraordinary, supernatural, and spell-like abilities.
Cool.
Okay, so it is a willpower
Yes.
saving throw. Okay.
Yes.
What's your DC?
17.
Okay. What is his will? Okay.
500.
That's a good spell.
Oh, he rolled a 19.
That would have been cool, though.
Okay, hold on. Let's see.
That would have been cool. Like, who am I?
Yeah. Okay, like you point to Vladimir and you attempt this, but he just looks at you and raises an eyebrow and is like, what was that, Lady Ford? What was that, Lady Ford? I must say that raises more than quite a few questions about you.
Magic.
I do actually have one other thing I can do.
Well, you already cast a spell, so all you can do now is move.
I know. Well, you get 2 attacks, right?
2
Depends
attacks
on the
or a
class.
spell. You cast a
Okay.
spell, so that was 1 action for you.
Well,
Yeah, I'm not going to let you cast multiple spells per turn. That would get really unfair.
Yeah, I don't think
no, I know. Yeah.
It depends on your class and what you can do.
Okay. Well, he's the only one that he can see in the room, right?
Rolling some good, so it's not
What?
He can see into the room, right? Or he's in the room and the other guys are just kind of surrounding, right?
Yes. You have no idea what's happening outside, though. I will say that.
Well, I think it's time. I look at Enzo
Disney Plus, they edited out a team where I have
and I ask Enzo, and
Hong Kong.
should I put the fear of God in him?
One that don't even want to be a part of China.
Enzo smiles and takes a sip of his wine.
So that's a yes.
All right.
I'll be honest, you can see the evil machinations of Enzo kind of like in that smile.
Well, we're gonna leave. We're not gonna let these fools stand anymore. So, Lita, throwing all. Oh, Vladimir, you took all that you. You see, I brought no weapons. That's where you're wrong. As Lita's angelic wings explode at the back of her dress, in the name of in the name of God, I will smite thee.
You know what? That was roll intimidation.
Intimidate. 23.
All right. Okay. This doesn't really for Olgier, though. His eyes go wide with shock. The three Von Evericks up top with the crossbows, Burchill, including the one next to you, they are all momentarily distracted by Lita suddenly growing a pair of metal wings out of her back. Like Burchill, you'll get a bonus. You'll get a bonus to attacking one of these guys or doing anything with them, I guess.
The guy who hit me. Can I Royal Rumble eliminate him over the railing?
when it gets back to your turn, yes. I'm just saying you have an easier chance to hit these guys because that happened.
I love how.
All right.
Birch is a wrestler.
All right. Outside. Unfortunately, because of the positions you're in, none of you actually see this happen. As another figure walks up to the house.
God damn it!
Question mark's doing something.
Question mark.
Another figure walks up to the house and just says,
What he is, he's a puppet.
"What?" And just like the actions of cowards. The lot of you. I can't say that I'm surprised. And unfortunately, I can't say that I'm surprised. And he is actually going to suddenly, in an instant, go up to this guy here.
Oh fuck, it's him.
Holy shit! And yeah,
Samurai's here.
I don't know if
that's good or bad.
Before this guy can even react or draw his sword, the samurai just goes.
Wait,
he was coming for a reason.
Yeah. His head. His head is clean off in 2 hits.
But yeah,
what he doesn't like us because we read the Necronomicon.
I didn't read it.
And he actually, because of his level, he actually has 2 more attacks. So he's going to.
Holy shit!
This dude.
He's actually going to run over to this guy and.
I got 2.
So what do you guys think over under? Do we have an ally, or is he a loose cannon in the midst of all this bullshit?
He's a loose cannon cop.
He's a loose cannon. Gank him. He needs to die.
Let's just see what he and them do, and we'll just go out the back door and have some milkshakes.
All right, so the loose cannon has killed the 2 guards at the gate, and now I can't
see
that because it's too far away, probably in the rain.
Yeah, none of you are even remotely aware that this is happening, but yes, Rowan, it is now your turn.
Now,
Rowan, I feel the presence of a weed. I don't know why.
Now these three down here are up high.
Yeah, up high. The only one who is level with you and with the sword drawn in your direction is Vladimir.
So this guy's up high too.
Yeah. All three of those are up high.
Okay.
Well.
Where exactly
is the table?
The table is right here. I'll draw it on the map for you.
I
want to draw it in pink.
I want to see.
Okay, sure. Here's the table.
Okay. All right. Sorry. Well, first, he had to pull the H-E word. Rowan's gonna grab the nearest chair and hurl it at Vladimir.
Give him the chair.
All right. Roll strength check to throw a chair.
Lick it. Make it lucky. Lick it. Close enough.
He's like, what are you making me use my luck for?
Bad.
He didn't lick it.
That's not too bad. That's a 19.
That is okay. That is a 19. Okay. Yeah, you pick up a chair and throw it, but Vladimir just swings upward and knocks the chair away. Try that. It's like I was told you were a proud warrior. I didn't expect such tactics from you.
This coming from the guy with crossbows up high. And the place on fire. Okay.
You have another attack if you with your sword.
I ran up to him. Yeah, I'm gonna attack with my sword.
All right, roll a hit.
Lick it this time. Do it.
You can't
tell me what to do.
All right. That's the same roll, Jamal.
The same
19.
All right.
No.
No.
21.
You run up and like swing your sword down at him, and he just smiles as he sees this as he's coming.
Crap.
And it's like Lita, like directly across from you. You see Rowan engage Olgierd. Olgierd is he's got the sword. He's holding. He's just blocking it like this, and Vladimir just like, what kind of sword is this? What kind of sword is this? It'll make an excellent trophy, more than your head. Unfortunately, that is your turn.
For the record, you heard me say it was actually 21, not 19, right?
Yeah, yes, I did. That's still.
No, I got you.
Hold on.
I kind of added that last second.
Okay.
Yes.
So it is now the turn of the Von Evericks outside. As for the sake of simplicity, I'm going to use the movements of Olgierd and Little Red because they're leading them as they're going. They are going to ride around the house and actually, these two who are guarding the gate are going to start to run away because they have barred it, as are these guys. And as they begin to surround the house, they are going to start throwing Molotov cocktails over the wall and into the shrubbery. I need to roll to see how well they do this and if they start any more fires.
Why are you making me put out fires? This is against my nature. Just not even Nox. This is in Grant's nature.
Stop it.
All right. Okay, you know what? I'm just going to move all of you for the sake of simplicity.
Little Red.
Yeah. All right. So Little Red is this person right here. You met her in the Red Velvet Room. She is Olgierd's second in command.
I didn't meet her. I don't meet anybody.
Yeah, you didn't meet her.
You met her. I didn't meet anyone. You did meet her.
Friggin' Van Helsing don't even know what I look like. They just know I'm out there, kind of, because Lita blabbed.
All right, so okay, they actually set a good portion of this area of the estate on fire, which is now beginning to spread even with the rain.
Well, they're using oil.
Olgierd has a reaction to seeing the samurai, but that is unfortunately going to have to wait. As it is now the turn of the Von Evericks on the inside. Let me look at their character sheets. Okay, so the up top are actually two of them up top are going to shoot. One is going to shoot down at Lita, and one is going to shoot down at Enzo. Okay, for Lita, that's a 17.
Hold on, there's something with my wings.
Your wings do boost your AC if you use them as a shield, which I'll say you did because you didn't move.
So that's what, a +2?
I believe so. Yeah, It's the same as a shield.
Okay, well I got my shield, so I guess I don't have my shield on me yet. So my AC is, if I have the shield, so I guess my AC is a 17.
Still out of range.
Actually, I did the math wrong. It's a 16. So he, so he fires down at you, and you just like, just right off you because it's made of metal.
No.
And unfortunately, he has to use another action to reload the crossbow because he is not a ranger and does not have the proper feat to do that. Enzo, it is now your turn. That does a 13 hit you. Okay, so the other one, tries to shoot at you, and you just duck to the side, and it just flies right past you and it's the wall. Burchill, momentarily distracted by Lita, while still distracted, is going to pull out a sword, and because he does not have quick draw, that was an action, and he is going to take a swing at you. Does an 18 hit you?
No.
Oh! So yeah, he just pulls his sword, goes for an upward swing, but you just block it with your crowbar.
I thought it was a cane.
Oh, cane bar.
Rain.
Okay.
I imagine Enzo's sitting the whole time. He's just.
Grant's pretty much
It's
a
just
cane,
like-
but the hook part is a crowbar.
In the fight.
All right.
I like that. I really like that.
John, can I ask a
It's
question?
in the back of the head. Did you just fucking hit me with your glass?
You deserve it.
And the rest of the Von Evericks inside.
Hey, John.
Jason's got a question.
Yeah.
If it's okay if it's too late now for this. My aura of frost is that whenever I'm next to someone.
It is, but it's on their turn. So
Gotcha.
when it gets to Vladimir's turn, he will take however many damage it is.
Roger that.
Okay. So on the inside, you actually see part 5 on the inside start to spread because there are more Von Evericks on the inside of the house than you guys initially realize. However,
Electric sword.
that is not the end. As these guys are, you can't see it, Nox, from where you are. They are going to bar the door from the outside and run. And yeah, unfortunately, that took double movement for them to get. Actually, no, like they would be back here because not for them to bar the door. So that is their turn. Okay, now we get to the lair action. I need to.
Their action.
I wrote a specific rule for this. Okay.
This is 5e. Or it is.
The laser is on fire. I think the action is burn.
Okay.
This place is gonna catch fire anyway.
Okay. So
No.
okay.
Goodness.
Okay, Anaris. Okay, Anaris, where you are in the study, like one of the floorboards next to your feet, you actually hear it start to crackle, and then it just falls right next to you.
Shane. Oh god, I'm in a burning building.
Yes, you are in a burned building.
No, I just forgot. Anaris has a problem with smoke.
Oh no.
Considering she's a spider.
There is smoke everywhere. By the way, it's actually starting to spread throughout more of the house. In fact, Burchill, Lita, Enzo, and Rowan, the room that you guys are in, a lot more smoke is starting to seep from under the doors.
John?
What?
This is not my seat.
Is the ceiling high enough where it's not a problem just yet?
No, not just yet.
Okay. Eventually it will be. If it's high enough, it's
I
gonna
don't know if I'm gonna be able to put all of it out unless I get in there, but I gotta take care of the outside shit.
Yeah.
Lita's short. She's got a little extra time before the smoke really gets to her.
All right. So it is now Vladimir and Olgirt's turn because they rolled the same initiative.
We'll go ahead
and
do
So, Rowan, with you first. Vladimir is going to push your sword back, but first he's going to take how much damage for Aura of Frost?
Just roll 4 damage.
Nice.
Okay, so he's going to take 4 damage for Aura of Frost, and he is going to roll for his first attack.
Bring it.
Jamal, protect him.
Let's see. Unfortunate. He rolls a 12, so he pushes your sword away and then just goes for a horizontal slash, but you managed to block that.
Oh man.
That one was even worse. So he goes for more vertical this time, but you managed to parry that.
It's soul.
Oh!
Oh, he's got 3 attacks?
What do you get?
Yeah, he has 3 attacks.
Oh, shit.
What do you get?
Does 25 hit you?
By one. Yes, it does.
Okay. So Rowan, really quick, he just goes like ting, ting, and then for the third one, he slashes down across your chest, and it's weird. It's grazing your armor, and it's just going across it, but you can still feel it cut you, as if there's something unnatural with this.
Okay, quick question. I understand this is probably a magical damage, but yeah, what's DR/15 and non-magical physical attacks? What does that mean?
That means you have damage resistance to certain types of attacks.
Okay, but I imagine not this.
You do not know yet, so let us find
out.
Okay.
Fair enough. Sorry.
Okay, so I need my D10.
So he's cutting you without cutting your armor.
Okay.
Oh, he's using that.
Okay, so that is
sliding across your armor, but still cutting you.
That's not good.
Okay, so that is. Okay, 18 damage. What's your 15?
Says 15. For non-magical physical.
Okay, so for the physical damage, he rolled 18 for damage. So subtract 15. You take 3. However, you take an additional 6 damage because of the effects of the sword. Gotcha. So in total, you take 9.
Gotcha.
What the hell is the sword?
You have no idea. It grazes across your arm, but it's still hitting you. I will say this: getting hit by this sword just feels wrong. Like not as if you can cut, like more as if like a hot knife was drawn across your skin.
It is a
lightsaber.
But it's not like actual heat, right?
You don't know. You'd have to take off your armor and look at your wound to see.
Well, I just mean fire and cold.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure it's not actual fire.
Yeah, it's not actual fire.
Okay, gotcha.
Oh. Yeah. Olgierd,
I don't like that sound of that.
He's having come around the corner from this. He is going to liaise with the samurai and just be like, "You. What brings you all the way out? What brings you all the way out here? I got impatient. And you're the type of person who doesn't seem like they keep their word. So here I am. At this, Olgierd just smiles and steps off of his horse.
I know he's helping out with his words.
Keep doing what you're doing, and none of you interfere.
I'm gonna interfere when I get the chance.
And with that, Olgierd is going to run up to the samurai, because he has just enough movement to get there, and he is going to take his 3 attacks. Ooh. Okay. Yeah, the samurai hasn't had a chance to declare a challenge yet, because that's an ability he has.
Alright guys, the samurai died sword.
Do you really want a talking sword?
Fine, Rowan. Rowan gets all the swords.
I mean, suddenly Anaris gets the sword. She uses them so often.
Kind of want it, not gonna lie.
The talking sword, commit, murder.
Oh God! Can I
I've only ever seen him use a crowbar.
Going to the church. Why is your sword talking, God? He's talking through me into the sword. Kill the children. Well, gotta do it.
Hey
Ken.
Yeah. Does Burchill use the
sword or a rapier?
Sword.
Okay, so you could use the katana too. Yeah, I couldn't remember if you used the sword or not, because all I remember is like the crowbar.
I barely ever pull it out, but I have it.
Right, and... Oh. Same damage twice. Okay.
I just like
Rowan's like, no, I get all the swords, and he just takes them all together and starts swinging them around.
Oh, now he's got the sword
So,
on.
like, spinning from My Hero Academia.
So uncool.
So
he's got a fine frost sword, he's got a great sword.
All right, Enzo, it is now your turn.
As I put on the glass, I look over at the debacle that is Vladimir attacking Rowan and Lita's wings out. And I look to Lita and like, shall I interfere, child of the Creator?
No.
The biggest, most wicked grin you've seen on my face in a while is on.
What was that?
Should I interfere, child of the creator?
Well, considering shit's fucked. Probably deal with the underlings first. That'd be my thought.
I got Vlad's attention for now.
Yeah, and Lita's gonna help. Lita's gonna help him with that in a minute.
Enzo's going to stand up, look at me, look at the rest of them, look back at Vladimir, hold person.
Who are you holding?
Vladimir.
Okay.
Yeah.
Lita.
Lita just says to Enzo. I know what Lita would say to Enzo in character. Response to that. Smite the weak.
All right, hold person. Okay, so this is a willpower saving throw. He is a fighter, so he's not great at that. Oh! It's like,
What?
Like Rowan, after he makes that cut across your chest, suddenly he freezes in place. Vladimir is now frozen. You still have it.
All you see is Enzo get snap his fingers.
But now
Enzo he's just looking at him intently, like if he stays frozen, if we escape out, he could leave him to die in the fire.
Well, doesn't
I really then turn to Lita again, and I say, Anderson is on his way. We should keep him alive if possible.
What?
Lita actually looks. Only one of them has to survive.
You're right. The Dublin will do just fine.
That's fair.
He'll be better because he's gonna act all ignorant. He's like, "Come with us, come with us." I don't think about. Yes, you do. Come on.
I didn't summon the great old one.
Wait a minute.
Take your sword away. Take everything off.
Wait, are you gonna move, Enzo, or are you gonna stay right where you are?
I'm gonna. I'll walk over to behind Vladimir.
All right, so I'll put you behind him.
Hey guys. All right.
So since he's held person, what Rowan should do is take his the guy's own sword and then do same Private Ryan to him, like.
Or put him in manacles.
All right.
Yeah.
So
Lita, don't forget my birthday wish.
It is now Little Red's turn. Seeing what's going on, she's going to turn around and look back at the rest of her men, and she is going to use an ability she has. It's like you heard the Aasimar. We have a job to do. What? And with that, she is going to ride forward, and and with her inspiring leader feat, she is going to give the rest of these horsemen bonuses to their ability to cause fire, because that is their goal.
You know what
would be ironic, Jayson? If I set all the horsemen on fire.
All right. Yeah, we are now back to the top of the order. Nox, it is now your turn.
What's my movement speed with flying?
What?
What's my
movement speed with flying?
I believe it's 30.
Fucking rest of the group, kill everyone. Enzo, hold person, non-lethal.
Is it only 30? Let's see how flying.
I believe it's 30. Yeah.
Oh shit! I can't. This place is huge. Yeah.
So I can
double move.
And then if I get right
here.
If I get right here,
can I see any fire that's like? Did they set a fire in the front of the house?
Yes, they did, and if you get there, you would be able to see it.
All right, I'm gonna
fly over here. Whoosh.
And
I think.
All right, so I use two things, but do I still have a bonus
action?
No, not in this game.
Okay, because
I only if I already throw a bomb. Never mind.
All right, and actually, as you get there, you can actually see these two Von Everett guards starting to run away after they've barred the door from the outside. You see this fire. You see all these horsemen outside, and you also see Olgierd fighting the samurai again.
Nox is gonna go. Rowan, the samurai's here.
unfortunately, that is your turn because you used double movement to get there. Anaris, you are back in Vladimir's study. The house is on fire and smoke is starting to rise up from the lower floors.
All right. Let's see if I can maybe get down further.
Actually, what?
All right. Also, it's kind of difficult to tell with movement inside the house because I couldn't get a map of the insides. But yeah, I'll say with your movement you can. With your movement, you can get down. You can actually. You don't.
I mean, he's coming to kill.
Actually, you have two choices because the floor next to you, part of it is fallen. You can either like try to stamp on it to try to create a big enough opening in the floor for you to crawl in, or you can just go straight across to the door on the opposite side and go into the house itself, and then you can just go on the ceiling or the walls wherever you want to go.
I'll take that choice. I'll take that direction.
Okay. I'll move for you just to help visually. So yeah. So yeah, you go about here, and as you go into the main foyer of the house, you actually hear from underneath you the roaring sounds of fire, and from back here, you hear more of the roaring sounds of fire. And in fact, this wall here towards the back is actually starting to catch fire. And actually, you do hear the voices of Von Everix directly in the room directly beneath you. So like if you go back down to the first level and go into the room there, you can hear them, and you can hear them in this room here. So which direction you want to go?
Here, let me take a look here at the map so I can visualize. Rot better. Jayson has his hand up.
Oh, that was earlier.
Sorry. Because ultimately, I'd probably want to get near where the rest of the party may be. Realistically, I don't know if that's possible.
You do not actually know where in this house the party is.
Do I know where like a forest? No, I wouldn't, because I didn't go.
You are.
Actually,
I'll give you this.
Start stealing every painting that I can. Yeah. Drawing mustaches on every single.
I'll give you this just for free. Looking down, you can see that this door here on the opposite side floor is barred shut, and there is actually a room directly across from you that does appear to be unlocked.
All right. I suppose.
You're going there?
Yeah, I'll try going there maybe.
All right. Unfortunately, it's double movement to get there because you have to crawl along the ceiling to get to that room, and you enter into the master bedchamber. Roll a perception check for me.
Ugh, that's low. That's a 22.
Unfortunately, you do not see anything of interest to you at this time. However, I will say it is a very nice bedchamber with lots of valuables. And towards your left, you do notice a room with a door that is slightly ajar. But that is all you see right now for your turn. And unfortunately, you had to use double movement to get here, so you're good. All right. Lita and Burchill, it is back to the two of you again. We are going at the same time.
All right. Burchill. I'll let Burchill go first.
All right, Burchill, what do you want to do? I will say this for what you said last. What you said last turn. You can do that, and you can blow the whistle. That will be both of your actions.
Burchill blowing his rape whistle right there.
Wait.
You'll hurt, right?
You'll
hurt, right?
Yep.
All right, so Ken, what do you want to do first?
Well, I don't think it's unreasonable to say I could, like, put the whistle in my mouth and blow it as I dunk this guy over the rail.
Well,
there you go.
Just for the sake of the rules of the game, I'm still going to count it as both your actions. So, like, for flavor, I'll say that's what you do.
But yes, put the whistle, hold my mouth, blow as hard as I can while I grab this guy by his belt and shit collar and just dunk him over.
All right, that is a strength check.
Do they dirty and from they squad.
Good boy.
And he is actually going to resist this. Not with a natural one, he isn't. As Burchill, you throw this guy over the railing. Unfortunately, he didn't fall very far, so.
But still dramatic in slow motion.
Okay, he takes that amount of damage. And Lita, because he flew right next to you, I will say, if you want to, with one of your wings, you can just go like.
Well, that's my first attack.
All right, so roll for a wing attack.
Wait. Make it so that when you fall, Lita's.
Does that count as an opportunity attack? Because he technically.
Sure. Yeah. I'll allow that. And yeah, I'll still let you cast a spell after doing this if you want to as well.
Well, let's see. That's a melee attack. So let's see. That's plus that. So 19.
Yeah, you definitely hit him. Roll for damage.
I just imagine the guy like face where hits the ground and all of a sudden stab. Great.
Some guy's blowing the whistle in his ear.
Is 8 damage.
All right, so between the falling and then you just stab through like kind of where his liver is almost with your wing. He's not dead, but he is just going like ah! And you do have him pinned there, so I'm going to give him a net, just because you are pinning him to the floor with your wing, and because that was an attack of opportunity, you still have your X or a spell if you want to do that.
The greatest tag team duo on this side.
I will unfortunately say, because of the way you did this, you have half your movement, because if you move without pulling, you're going to attack him with you. I'm only telling you this in case you want to do that.
That would be fucked up! What is my movement? My base movement is 30. Okay. If I move, how far is it to Vladimir? Like, how far is it to Vladimir?
Let me check. Yeah, it's as it says, 20 feet.
Okay. Well, so
half is 15.
I'm not going to drag this bar of sod with me because that'd just be perverse.
All right.
So I guess Lita is going to rip out her wing and with a flourish splat blood across the wall.
All right.
And then I'm going to use my movement. Hi.
Hello.
I'll say for flavor, where you just go like, and you land on the table right across from him.
Hi. And he's being held.
Yeah, he is being held.
So what does that mean as far as attacks go on him?
You still have to roll to attack, unfortunately, but he has a lower AC.
With advantage?
That's 5e rules, not here.
Yeah, this is Pathfinder.
Yeah.
Let's see. Do I want to try a spell again?
Hold on. Yeah, it cannot take any actions in speech. Let me read the rules for attacking a paralyzed creature. Okay. It says here that a paralyzed creature effectively has a dexterity and strength score 0 and is helpless. It does not say whether or not you still have to beat its AC to hit it. Okay, you know what? I'm going to say you still have to roll to attack just for the rules. But yeah, you'll have an easier time. Roll to hit.
Hold on, I'm looking at my spell. Dex and strength. Hold on. Do I have anything that goes after strength? Sorry, give me a sec. Just double checking.
Right now, he has a strength of 0.
Right, but now all my stuff's like willpower and. Wait. Fortitude.
Fortitude is strength. Yeah, fortitude is strength.
Careful.
You strike the ground in front of you, filling the area in front of you with the thunder of pounding drums. Per caster level. The fortitude save halves, so it doesn't matter. Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna stab him.
All right. Roll your 2 attacks.
First attack. Hold on. Does a 30 hit?
Yeah, that hits. Roll the second attack.
That's a 19.
Nope, misses.
25.
That ordinarily would not hit, but because he's paralyzed, it does now. So roll damage for both attacks.
God. All right.
And my whole person is like real
That
good.
person's really good.
So that's 10 damage total.
Okay, 10 total. Okay.
Yep.
All right. So I'll just say for flavor, you just you curl your wings around and you get him by both of his shoulders. And all right. So,
And unlike the other guy, roll it out.
All right. Back outside. It is now the samurai's turn.
Why do I imagine Olgerd is like, man, I bet my brother Vladimir is totally kicking their asses right now.
That is actually exactly what he's thinking.
Meanwhile, Blubber, help me! Help me!
Ah, brother, he's winning.
Okay, because
I can hear the screams. He's winning.
okay, so because of the way this works, I'll count this as a free action. The samurai is going to issue a challenge to Olgerd because that is an ability that the samurai class has, which gives him certain advantages. And he is going to take his 4 attacks and he is going to slice the fuck out of Olgerd.
Fun.
Olgerd blocks the first attack, even as quick as the samurai is. Olgerd blocks the second. Third attack is a natural 20. All right, let me roll for the last one just in case. And yeah, so yeah, just like ding, two across the chest. So first for the natural 20. Okay, where's my D8? Okay, so 3, 5, double. 3 plus 5 is doubled, so that's 16 damage, and Olgerd takes an additional 20 damage because he is the target of the samurai's challenge. So in total, that is 36 damage with 1 attack.
Why do I do that? Down.
Up.
You can hear you, Mike.
Okay.
Get down tonight.
What is this? Okay.
Do it.
Yes.
All right. And because of his weapon, I need to roll a fortitude save for Olgerd, which he does not pass. Let me look at this really quick.
God, what a goddamn failure.
Okay, DC 12 fortitude saving throw. What is his? Okay, with his fortitude, with his just sheer fortitude alone, he barely makes the saving throw. Now for the damage for the second attack. Let's see, 4 plus 5 plus 4 plus 5, which is 9, plus 20 for the target of the challenge. That is 20. That is 29 damage for the second attack. Let's see.
He's dead.
Samurai's attacking great.
The samurai is attacking Olgerd, and he is beating the shit out of him.
Who's beating the shit out of who?
The samurai is like with his demonic sword is cutting through Olgerd like a knife through butter.
Damn it! I need to get there in time to kill steal so I get all the XP.
Yeah. In fact, like one of the samurai's natural 20 cut just goes barely underneath the throat, like right there, and Olgerd at that he just goes like.
It's just sir, may I have another?
Hey John, if I can kill steal gear from the samurai, do I get experience points?
I don't have to find out.
Damn it!
All right. Rowan, it is now your turn. Vladimir is currently being held in front of you and has no way to move.
I got 2 attacks, yes?
Yes, you do.
Start off simple, just a regular base attack. Let me do that real quick.
Question.
Question.
Yes.
Because Enzo's on one side and I'm on the other, does that count as flanking?
Yes, actually, it does. Thank you, Zach.
Nat 20.
Okay.
Oh!
Roll for damage.
Want to pull up the damage on this thing. Give me all the There's a 4 from my strength. So
I can hear brothers' screams of victory now.
Alright, so it's 2d6 plus 2 times my strength modifier plus 1 plus damage.
He must be winning. At light.
They're coming, balls! Oh, he's winning so hard.
8,
I'm coming, Zaban. Grab my balls.
18.
Grab my balls! Harder.
Make sure. So that's so full. So let's see. That's 18 damage.
How much damage?
18 damage plus 6 frost damage on top of that.
Okay, 18 plus 6.
25.
Yeah. No, 20. That's 24.
Yeah, 24. Yeah, 24. Sorry.
Okay, hold on. Do some math here.
But then you forgot to double it.
Oh, double it.
Yeah, it's enough to 20. So yeah, double that.
48.
48.
Well,
That's before I
the
even
plus
did
6
my-
does not get
full
doubled.
power attack.
What's that? The plus 6 frost damage get doubled because that's an effect of the weapon, not your strike.
Fair enough.
Didn't Oxford Samurai?
8.
What?
I could be wrong, but didn't Oxford report in that the Samurai was fighting Olgierd?
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. And you have.
Well, Rowan has that. Only Rowan knows that.
Yeah, only
Yes,
Rowan.
but are we going to continue to kill Vladimir?
Are we?
Well, wait. You're in the middle of it.
Well, it's up to you whether or not it's up to Rowan whether or not he tells you that this is happening as he's.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
So
I mean, if anything,
he still did do 42 damage.
Yeah.
42 damage.
Yeah, because
30. He had 18, so times 2 is 36, and plus his 6 frost damage, so that's 42.
If anything, it's self-defense.
It's fine. I can potentially fix the situation if it comes to this.
No,
Okay,
they're tonight. It's my birthday.
Rowan, because you made a natural 20, describe to me how you make this cut. What kind of attack is this as he's frozen and both his shoulders are being pinned by Lita?
To clarify, this isn't a killing blow, right?
No, not yet. He's not like that right now.
So after you slice Rowan staggered back, then he got frozen, and got kind of like stabbed at. Rowan just kind of rolls his shoulder, and then grinds the sword on the ground and just up.
And you cut him as you cut him with the sword, because this is the first time you used it, because you just now notice. As you cut him with the sword, his wound insta freezes, so it doesn't actually. And it actually, like Lita and Enzo, you can see this too. Fight. He just dealt a frostbite to this guy. Go for your second attack.
Froze his blood crystals that immediately gave him necrosis.
Gross. My second attack, I'm gonna make it a power attack.
All right.
Push it slowly into his
Oh god!
Jamal, how could you?
Not as good. That's Subtract 2. 29.
Okay, so 29. Yeah, that definitely hits. Roll for damage. Especially since he's frozen, courtesy of the priest.
Frozen twice.
Aha!
Yeah.
An additional 4 on top of that. So help me with the math here.
Joke's on you. I'm into that shit.
Damn it! Again a 1. 6.
So does everyone feel like they're doing?
Plus 4.
I mean,
11.
I'm upstairs doing stuff.
15.
Where is it? Plus 8.
23.
Okay. And then plus the 6 frost damage.
29
damage.
29 damage with a power attack.
Oh, so power.
I added that.
Okay.
Okay.
Go for the groin. Give him a frostbite on his balls.
Give him the chair.
All right. I'll say
never.
with him being frozen and those attacks, he is looking very rough, and it's still early into this fight. You guys really got the jump on him here.
Ice across the chest.
We're not trapped in here with you. You're trapped in here with us.
He's just like, please, brother, help me. Brother must be doing so well.
But yes, it is.
Can't help you, brother. Some weeb is gutting me.
But yes, it is now the turn of the Von Evericks outside.
I guess it's his turn.
These two are going to keep running away. The rest of these guys, it's difficult to move so many tokens at once. They're going to ride past Olgierd in the Samurai's duel, and they are going to throw more Molotov cocktails across the wall. Like
Fantastic.
even over Olgierd and the Samurai while they're fighting. Let's see how well they do. All right. So, Nox, you're the only one who's able to see this, but the fire over here is starting to spread a little bit more, and this area over here is now starting to catch fire. And actually, some of this area is here too.
The church shows up at the house for now. They had insurance fraud.
And these two are going to get past this gate and run away. As far as anyone who is immediately outside of the house is concerned, all the entrances are barred. So they are trapped inside with Olgierd.
They're gonna be pissed when I put those.
All right.
Stop.
Okay. So that was their turn. It is now the turn of the Von Evericks inside.
Jayson told me to roll his deep in the bathroom for that.
Well, that's just for Vladimir, and it's not his turn yet.
Okay.
So these guys are. These guys are actually going to come out the back because as far as turned, their job is done.
Do it. He's trying to claim insurance.
Okay. Oh, there. Yeah, these four are going to come out the back.
And House of Ashes yet? Or Little Hope?
And yeah, this back room is now even more on fire, and it's starting to spread throughout the rest of the house. As is right here. And I will actually say, Rowan, Enzo, and Lita, the wall behind you guys is starting to set on fire. Rowan, as the fire gets close to where your sword is, it just recedes. It's almost as if fire your icy blade.
That's right.
It's a little hot.
And let's see. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, sure. That line of fire is right there.
Fire.
All right.
Fire and the flames.
On a cold winter morning, in the time before the light.
I did the left of my tongue and Jamal's head popped like, what the fuck are you doing? Is that my ice?
Okay.
John, is that where my ice area or no?
Yeah, that is your ice area. And yeah, these two Von Evericks, while they don't really know what's going on, they are going to go out into the way, and they are just going to stand. They are going to stand guard outside of the door to the dining room, just in case something is going to happen. And that is their turn. Let's see. It is now a lair action. Okay.
Our later action. I burn harder.
Okay.
Hoster just looking from his chair. Look how it's going.
Lita,
Lita.
as the fire starts to spread, you look above and notice it's starting to spread to the ceiling, and then suddenly a flaming piece of wood from the ceiling falls and bonks you directly on the head.
Ooh. Big old bonk on the head.
It's taking
Which is a bar dead.
Not a wizard.
Fortunately for you, you only take 2 damage. You only take 2 damage from being bonked on the head with a bit of wood.
But think of the
emotional
turmoil.
That was embarrassing. You can't be seen in public now.
If more damage had been done to you, you might have caught fire. It is now Vladimir and Olgierd's turn. First off, Jayson, I need you to roll a d4 for Aura of Frost.
4.
Woohoo!
All right, let me subtract that from his damage really quick. All right, now I need to roll a willpower saving throw for him to see if he can get out of hold person.
What's the DC?
Yeah, what's your DC?
19.
Okay.
Hi.
I made sure of it because I like this spell.
Well, with a natural 20,
Son of a bitch!
I don't believe you.
and the sheer excruciating of being carved up by a blade made of ice, he just goes like, and he's going to take strikes at all 3 of you.
What?
First one is going to be at Rowan.
Slowly sort of do his hard.
Okay, Rowan, he rolled a natural 1, which means in my game you get a counter. So roll an attack roll.
Yeah, dude.
Punish him.
Yeah, he got a
20 and then a 1, so we got all the lottery.
27.
All right, that hits. Roll for damage.
2 plus 5, 7 plus 4, 11, plus 8, 19. There's another plus 2 in there. Yeah, plus 2.
21.
Plus 6 frost damage. 27.
27 damage.
Ugh. But yeah, he tries to go for you, but like you see it coming, you're like.
You should
tell him your sword will look nice.
Your sword will make a fine addition to my collection.
Your sword will make a fine addition.
Your sword is mine.
I'm honestly shocked that it was Grievous who killed the Night Sisters and not Darth Vader or Sidious. Alright, but yeah. Lita, one of his attacks is going for you. Does a 25 hit?
Fuck you think?
Alright. So,
if only
you'd taken Molly, it would have helped nothing.
Yeah, if only you'd taken Molly, you'd be so useful.
alright, so that is 8 plus 3, that is 11, plus his strength.
It would have helped to get the sword.
Wait,
Zach, yeah, this Molly would have helped if the sword got magic damage.
Okay, Zach? You take 31 damage as you just pull yourself back.
Jesus Christ!
So it's like,
You're fine.
You
got like 90
pull
health.
yourself back from Olgierd is like this sword just grazes across your stomach, just your chest, and like with Rowan, you feel it too. And with you especially, this blade hurts. It hurts a lot.
This blade is hella fucking cursed.
Yeah, yes, this blade is hella fucking cursed, and because of your celestial lineage, it was more.
Oh god.
Somebody tell me
It's cutting your soul.
Yeah, Enzo, it is now your turn. Does a 23 hit you? Actually, yeah, 23. Does a 23 hit you, Enzo?
Enzo.
20
Yes.
Yes.
All
No.
right. Same deal.
Come on, come here.
Come here.
Does the 23 hit you? No, but I hit you.
Fire Shield does that.
You take 16 damage, and Enzo, because you're experiencing this type of thing, you feel the blade cut into your flesh. You feel the bite of something unnatural. This blade, you're not entirely sure if it's a curse, but this blade is probably just as heretical as the book you found. Just a guess. That was old Vladimir's turn. Now it is Olgir's turn.
Come on, kill Samurai. I want a sword.
Olgird is going to take 3 attacks on Samurai.
If they kill each other, that would be win-win for all of them.
Okay, Samurai blocks the first one.
What do you think of this one?
Okay, he rolled a natural 19, which for Olgird is a crit.
Alright, he's a fighter. I knew it.
Yeah. So let me roll the last one. And holy,
pretty damn good for a party.
he rolled a natural 19 and 18, which for him are both crits.
Go for them stats.
I'm gonna bring the charcuterie board.
Okay.
Cheese. I got some deer venison, summer sausage. Got some tomatoes and crackers.
Hold on, I need to look at the rules.
The Alchemist while we get disembowel myself. Oh yeah, it's the venison from the deer my dad shot 2 months ago. It's pretty damn good. Burchill, ever eaten deer?
I don't think so.
What about you?
I don't think so.
You didn't like it. It's really good. You'll know it's different than regular meat. It's not gamey at all. It's like really good taste. You can try a piece now if you want. It's in the fridge.
All right. Okay. So he just rolled 2 crits on the samurai.
Oh shit.
Good. Now we can take a sword.
Okay, so
Do we like the samurai guy? I think he's.
No, we're into him because he hasn't attacked us directly, but he's kind of a dick.
that's okay. So that's
Yeah.
okay.
If
So
he
that
were
is,
to commit die, I wouldn't miss him.
He's the anti-creator, so he's like he only hates, but he hates Cthulhu shit.
okay, so 27 damage.
He did tell us what they're planning the gate.
Actually, hold on.
Dick.
Actually, hold on. He has an ability. Yeah, I forgot. Olgird has an ability.
Uh-oh. Instant death.
One. Kind of. This ability only recharges after a long rest. He is to use his daily ability to double the damage of any one attack. So
if I fight him,
I won't have it anymore.
all right, now I need to roll for the other crit.
All I have to do is kill 6 bombs, put them both out of their misery, and then we'll take the only sword fighter we gotta worry about is Loki. And then there goes all our big line fighters from the elf show up. Yay! Man, these elves are loving that we're killing each other.
It's almost as if that was their whole plan. All right, so
Fucking elves.
Olgird just starts carving samurai in return for the wound across his chest.
I didn't know for the longest time she was related to Mary Kate and Ashley. I did not know that. What are they even doing, I wonder?
Okay, and yeah, the samurai has definitely felt those blows. But yes, it is now Enzo's turn. Enzo, Vladimir is no longer frozen. Oh, I forgot to do the 3 archers on the inside. I'll do it right now.
No.
They're supposed to go before Enzo anyway, so we'll do it now.
Damn it.
But yeah, seeing that their leader is in trouble, the one that knocked around Lita is going to stand up, and they are going to all take pot shots at all of you. Well, the one that you hit, Lita, is going to hit you because he can't hit Burchill. With a 11, that's a miss. The other 2 are Rowan's in full plate armor, so they're both going to go for Enzo. Unfortunately,
Rowan.
That is a natural 1, so unfortunately there's no counter for range attacks. But yeah, and you just watch as like 2 arrows whiz past your head as you just look up at the 2 idiot archers on the balcony and just like,
Son, ire, disappoint.
Get my wine.
Unfortunately, they do not get a second attack because they're fighters, so they need to spend another action to reload the crossbow. If they had rapid reload like Burchill does, they could have done that in the same turn. But
These guys are the expendable ones. That's why they're in the burning. The good guys are outside setting everything on fire.
All right, so that is their turn. Enzo, now it is your turn.
Do it.
To make them consume flesh.
Both of you and Mike are muted.
Yeah.
Sorry. You should have stayed frozen. Now, full person.
Counterspell.
Oh, you're doing it again.
I'm doing it again.
All right. Unfortunately, he rolled a 13 this time. So like you watch as he tries to go for another attack at you with the sword raised and something.
Why don't we bind him and kill him?
I mean,
The body will burn anyways. I can decompose the corpse.
oh,
You're not here.
sent him. Jesus.
She's up on
the landing. We heard everything.
All right.
And to be honest with you, this is actually pretty hard for us anyways, and you already know I was going to do it.
I think this is.
All right. It is now Little Red's turn. She is
Little
going to maintain her inspiring leadership, and she is going to keep leading her troops around the house to burn more stuff.
They're gonna be so pissed when I freeze everything.
Yeah. And back to the top of the order. Nox, it is now your turn.
Well, first and foremost, I'm gonna take a nice little drop right here and open up that door.
It is a pretty heavy bar, so I'm going to need you to roll a strength check because you're trying to lift this by yourself.
Can I just
blow it off its hinges?
You can do that, but you might have to take a step back.
Yeah, actually, where was I? Here, so where can I move? I'm within 60 feet, so I'm just gonna.
I'll allow you just to drop down as a free action if you want to.
Alright,
I'll go 30 feet this way so I can also start putting out the fires.
All right. So, what are you throwing at the dread off its hinges?
Well, let's see. Everything is already on fire, but this is an explosive. Mine are also bombs, not just Molotov, so that's gonna float inward. I'm gonna get on the radio.
All right, try that.
Rowan, I'm blowing the doors.
Do it.
First grenade. Right at. What do I roll?
Do I roll?
Yeah, roll. The DC to hit this is low, but yeah.
33.
33?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that definitely hits the door. Roll for the rest of your bombs right now.
Okay, the rest of my bombs are gonna be going to the fires around here with frost. That one was a fire bomb.
Actually, before you do that, roll damage for the strength to see if you need to throw another one.
Okay, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 76.
Oh
shit. Alright, so. Okay, so 10, 14, 17, 20, 22. 24.
Oh no wait.
Plus intelligence. 28.
Unfortunately, this is a pretty hardy door, so it still stands. You might need to throw another one.
Alright. Got 5 more to throw.
Alright.
Counterspell.
Well, that's a base 19,
so plus all my shit, so yeah.
Roll for damage. This might do it, but roll anyway just to see.
Yeah. You guys hear the door boom and like the house rattles.
Hold Up on the house. Stop.
Yeah.
That's all his drugs.
It's Ghetto Claus. Handing out crack for all the good boys and girls.
And he killed him.
All right. You throw your second bomb to the door. At first, nothing happens, but then just suddenly, boom. And on the other side of the door, you see two Von Evers who just turn to look to their left and see you having just thrown a bomb that took out. Actually, no, one was sitting right next to the door. Let me roll a reflex saving throw for him. No, there's only one Von Everett guy because guy is dead.
You ever think are we getting paid for this? We're getting paid?
I'm doing this pro bono.
So yeah, you've blown up that guy, but there's another Von Everett guy right there just looking directly at you.
Really now. So you guys all hear an explosion, and then all of a sudden this. That was only two bombs, and then there's three fires. So I'm gonna aim at this guy.
All right, roll a hit.
Like when the door goes down, he's and everything, and I'm just gonna wave at him before he tosses the next grenade.
What kind of grenade is this?
Fire. Because the house is already on fire.
All right.
You killer.
It's 30.
Yeah, that hits. Roll for damage. Actually, while you're rolling for damage, I need to use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back.
Okay. What do you say?
Knock.
Yeah. Knock. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Well, I got you guys your exit. Okay, so 5, 9, right, so 12, 17, 20, 3, 12, okay, 27 plus 4. So 31, and that dude is on fire. Yeah. There we go. So yeah, hopefully we can take out some of the horsemen before the witch hunters get here, because that's some nice XP sitting out there.
Do we even go back?
I don't know.
I think you just
All I know is I want to steal from the samurais, or from him. That way we get their weapons.
He's just dueling him. I drop down from the ceiling and fucking one-shot him.
Yeah.
That would be the biggest insult. Is you just got your kill stolen by a 10-year-old.
Yeah, but someone cast haste on her so she can get out there to do that.
I don't even know where I am.
Because the whole this is a big map. I'm like, shit, I'm gonna have to do this next turn.
I know what spell I'm using next. I looked up what spell I'm using next. This might fuck him up good.
I'm still not done. I still got like 3 more bombs to throw.
No, you'll find out. All I'll say is, if this works, if this works to kill his ass, oh god.
Then someone tosses me the head, I'll fly up and hold it up like Arnold and with the torch and the Predator.
I'm thinking that if we kill him, we mail the heads to Vince Lupton.
He would
appreciate
it. I thank you very much.
Vince Lupton. One with Ilgard's head, one with blood, and an empty box with his name on it.
Dude, if we did that, we would get the buttons on our side forever.
All right, so you can throw next damage to this guy, and he is now on fire.
Yeah, so while you guys are fighting, you hear the door go, and this guy goes... Wait a minute, hold on. Let's see, what's the radius around this dude? You guys are excluded, but let's see. 20 foot. Damn it,
he's out of range.
This guy's not.
Fortunately, there's a wall there, so that none of it.
Damn it.
Oh, okay. I can't see inside.
Oh well.
Yeah. You get the foyer and the staircase all on fire, and as more of the fire starts to spread throughout the house.
Okay, so that guy's dead. I'll let nature take its course. I told Rowan. I'm gonna throw frost bombs on these three fires that are within my distance. This one, and this one. I'm gonna piss off their day.
Roll to hit first, just to see if you do, even though it shouldn't be difficult, and then roll for damage to see how much of it you put out.
Okay. Let's see. One is. One's just straight 30.
All right.
Another is. What is that? 29.
Yeah. All right.
And this one is. 22. That's low.
All right. For the purposes of this, all three hit your intended targets. Roll for damage to see how much of the fire you put out.
I need more dice. I'm addicted. Crumbs away. Okay, so 666. So
no.
I lived alone. My time was blank.
19, 23, 7, 30, 31. So one of them's 35.
All right. I'll say with that one, you get all of this fire put out.
Okay. These guys just see an ice shoot them.
What the fuck?
The guys on the other side of the wall don't know what's happening.
They're hearing explosions like, Mulkir must be doing great over there.
Help me! Please!
No.
I've never been in pain before.
Oh, my skin is on fire!
20.
Oh, my wife, I think she's okay.
Another 33.
All right. I'll say that you put out this fire.
And then
going for the Hail Mary here. I still to the air. I am the Frost King. I'm Mr. White Christmas. I'm Mr. No. Let's see, 12.
Mr. 40 below. Jawohl.
2.
How are we going to explain the ice?
4. And then there'll be 28.
I'll say with that one, you get some of this last fire, but not all of it.
Okay, but yeah, that's my turn.
But yeah, I hit the others. I put out some of the fires. There's a big group of cavalry outside circling the entire place.
All right, Anaris, it is now your turn.
Okay.
As I said, you're in the master bedroom. There is plenty of shiny-looking stuff that you can see that you can take, and there is a room to the left that you cannot see inside.
Is there any way of me going in the room to the left, or what's valuable? You said valuable looking stuff. What is that? There
are some fine clothes that you can take. There's some rings in the drawers. Unfortunately, because as they were planning this in advance, it looks like everything that was really valuable has been taken. But like you can probably grab like a few of the remaining rings or some pieces of gold that you can take.
I'll take some of those and then head into the next room.
Heading into the next room, you actually find a studio, and in here there are a bunch of different paintings. Some look really nice. More of rather horrific-looking creatures that are almost nightmarish beyond comprehension. Like, it is the stuff of nightmares. And unfortunately, because you use that stuff as you enter this room, you notice that the floor is starting to catch fire. But by the next turn, it will get to the paintings. So when it gets around to your next turn, you're going to have to decide which thing to take, if any.
I'm looking for what's her name.
Iris, I will say all of these paintings are in the same style. Some of them look only one or two of them look nice. Like the other 6 that you horrific nightmarish visages of things. Like one looks like this clawed and fanged creature that looks like it's trying to claw its way out of the painting. One looks like a guy in a yellow hood with like these tentacle things coming out underneath the bottom hood. One is like of this black creature with wings and like unnaturally long appendages. But yeah, there is a portrait there of the Von Everett, and there is also a portrait of Olgierd von Everett on a horse with his brother Vladimir next to him. Like, not on the horse, but just standing there.
He's on a horse.
He's on a horse.
Yeah, I'm on a horse. Yeah, unfortunately that is your turn because you used your action to loot whatever valuables you could. Well, don't worry about the coin calculation. We'll take care of that at the end of the fight.
$1,000,000. Holy shit.
Yeah. Lita and Burchill, it is now your turn. Burchill, before you begin.
Is good boy coming?
I don't know about good boy, but best boy. You actually hear a loud thud as you look outside and Horace.
I have come, my Hanjo whistle, friend.
Unfortunately, it's kind of a small window, so he can only barely put his head through it. But good boy has arrived.
What is he saying?
God.
What is he saying, John, when he gets there? Because I can
The
understand
Christmas
him.
Griffin is here.
Yes, the Christmas Griffin is here. Unfortunately, there is a wall between you and it, but he is head through the window. You blow the whistle out of at you.
Hey, John, what is he saying? Because I can understand his speech.
It is like,
Okay.
As can I.
I'm here to claw these motherfuckers and eat their souls.
Good boy. Good boy.
Alright.
Okay, so what weapons do we pack? Because I didn't put my whole arsenal in there. Probably just my harpoon gun.
Yeah, I'll say your guns are on there. It'll take you an action to reach through and get both. I'll say grabbing one of the weapons is a free action. Grabbing both of them is a full action.
Well, I was asking for the people inside, Rowan, Lita and Enzo put in the bags. I'm assuming Anaris and Nox, didn't put any weapons on the Griffin.
Yeah.
Rifle.
Cane.
Sword.
Well, no, I mean, so that
Yeah, so nothing from Enzo.
Okay,
Rifle
so it's just
sword.
the 2 rifles then.
Yep.
Or
Alright.
harpoon gun. So I'll grab them.
All right, so that is one action to grab both of them through the window, just because it's kind of an awkward angle. Thankfully, Best Boy knows what you're doing and helps you out. You still have one action left if you want at one of the.
Oh no, Lita, catch!
I'm gonna say roll a dexterity check. Lita, roll a reflex saving throw to see if you can catch it.
That's 14.
Lita, roll a reflex saving throw to see if you can catch it.
28.
All right. Unfortunately, Burchill didn't throw it very far. It lands on the other end of the table. But I'll say, with your awesome reflexes, you just, with the power of your wings, you just go poof, and you back away from Olgierd as you just go to slide to the other end of the table. Unfortunately, by doing this, you get an attack of opportunity from. Oh wait, no, he's frozen again, isn't he?
Yeah, he's frozen.
He was frozen today.
So yeah, he does not take an attack of opportunity on you. But yeah, Zach, you now has her rifle, and you are some distance away from Vladimir, and he is frozen, and you haven't used your movement because I didn't count that.
Oh no, we have a spell, boys. We have a spell.
All right.
And I'm going to use my rifle, and I'm going to cast this spell at him.
What spell is it?
Resonating Word.
What is it? What does this spell do?
Word, the resonance.
You speak a terrible word of power, setting up potentially lethal vibrations in the chosen target. The target must save once around for 3 rounds on my turn, and the effect is longer for each saving throw the creature fails.
Okay, that's basically you're doing the harmonizing to break the glass.
Oh no! Anybody seen Dune 1984?
Yeah, a long time ago.
Such is the weirding way.
Cheeseburger.
So Zach, because this is your spell, could you please describe in detail what you're doing to perform this?
Lita basically lets out this horrifying guttural noise at Olgierd. That's like sounds like basically, you know, like when operatic singers like sing a really deep like note. It's like that culminates in a shriek.
All right, so he has to roll a Fortitude saving throw.
Yes,
which he's good at because he is a fighter.
Yes.
What's your DC?
20. Because it's a 5th level spell.
Okay. He roll. Unfortunately, for his first round, he rolls really good for his saving throw. However, I believe it is half damage on a fail.
Yes, he takes 5d6 points of damage. He only takes half of that, and he's not staggered.
Okay, but he is still paralyzed, so that hardly matters.
Oh, yeah. So let's see, rolling damage.
Okay, yeah, roll damage and half.
4. 8, 10, so that's 9 points of damage. So he takes 5.
Yeah, 5. Yeah. So 5 damage for the first round, and this will culminate for the next round.
Yep.
Unfortunately, that is both of your turns. You are now armed and very dangerous.
And as a free action, I will fold my wings back in.
All right, fair enough. It is now the samurai's turn.
It'll be practically fucking. Oh, wait, the samurai's still alive? I thought he died.
Yes, the samurai is still alive. He's hurt, but he's alive.
Damn it, Jack.
Okay, so.
I love how you never found out.
Okay, so.
Samurai Jack. Yeah. That's just the nickname you went by.
Alright, yeah. So 1 attack hits.
Final? Yeah. That was. I was watching him build so bad. I was like.
Unfortunately, he only lands 1 attack. So let's.
Good. It was.
Oh, he 8 on a D8. 8 plus 5 plus 20, so that's 33 damage. Okay. Yeah, you can't protect against this.
Like my dad especially.
So yeah, you can no longer see it, but outside of the main gates of the house, you just hear ting 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 ting, and as Olgierd takes another attack. But both
That's the same, I would assume.
Yeah, both of them are. Rowan, it is your turn.
They won't be standing whenever it's my next turn if I can help it.
Yeah, Rowan, it is now your turn.
Cootie growl him. He tried to hurt us during dinner.
A lot of my
especially meant for like groups, so I'm just gonna stick with a regular attack.
Yep.
That's nasty.
What that? This might miss. That's
a 22.
So
he's frozen.
He's frozen, so I'll count that as a hit.
Yeah.
Temme.
You're just barely under his AC, but yeah, thank Temme, because if he wasn't frozen today, he would.
Great!
4 plus 1. So
He's found it.
9.
Yeah.
17.
I'm frozen today!
25 damage.
25 damage,
To
okay.
the frost.
And his organs are now vibrating.
Oh God!
Everything.
My spleen feels better than it's ever been, but my kidney, I'm pissing everywhere now.
Alright, So yeah, he has taken damage. Roll for your second attack.
26.
Yeah, that is actually his AC. So even if he wasn't frozen, that's okay.
26. Wow.
He also has he does have a special ability, but unfortunately, because he is frozen, he can't get
27 damage.
frozen today.
Yeah.
I think we're clutching these out by utilizing one thing, nice thing, so everyone else can gang up. It's like how we did with Tempest.
27. Including the frost.
27 damage?
Yep.
Okay.
Including the frost.
Okay. Okay, yeah, I got his help. So yeah, that is your turn.
Good job, Jayson.
Good job, Jayson. Yeah. Give him a whip while you're at it, because like he was insulting you earlier, like he was all cocky.
This is my
Wait, what did you say?
I said this is my quip. And I just made a slash.
All right.
Coming out
Of what's his name's voice, like this is my.
Awful. This is my gun. All right. So now it is time for the Von Evericks outside. These guys are going to continue to ride around the house. And these guys are going to run away. And these guys, the closest they can get, unfortunately, is just to this door right here. But they are trying to escape as well. And they are going to do their thing and roll for fire damage. All right, so Nox.
Yes.
Looking towards the gate to the left of you, you can see where there's this dead tree. There's this kind of nice little sitting area where you could just sit out there, admire the view, and admire the house. Or at least there was, because now it's all on fire.
I don't
believe you.
Well, you better believe me, because that's what it is.
Well.
I don't believe you.
All right, and these guys are going to run away.
Are all these guys doing is circling the mansion, like the outskirts are not even coming in?
They're just circling the outskirts and throwing bombs in.
I think it's pretty much too late for the house, right, guys?
What was that?
All right.
It's
too late for the house, like with more than half of it on fire.
Yeah, that's right. We're gonna burn.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now it is the turn of the Von Evericks inside. Nox. One of the is looking directly at you. Actually, how far away are you?
Wait,
the one looking at me? I thought I set him on fire.
You did set him on fire, but that doesn't mean he is not going to pull out his sword and just use double movement to hurt you.
This is a dude on fire.
You must be getting paid.
He's still on fire, so how much more damage does he take?
Oh, right,
Beginning of you're right. D6, hang on.
I
take 4 fire damage.
Alright, so yeah, there's that. Now, the rest of the Von Everett guys, Lita, the one that you had originally downed, he is going to stand up, pull out his sword, and take a swing at you. Why are all the henchmen rolling for dumbass? But that's okay, because it's a sword, he gets a second attack.
Because
that is a natural 20.
Now
he's not rolling for dumbass.
Alright. This guy isn't doing as good as the others. Let's see. Okay, so.
No. We did.
Lita, you take 17. This guy, since you're sitting on the table, this guy just gets a good slice across your leg. Like, damn. But yeah, like what happens is he goes for the first one, you like see it coming, and you just bat it out of the way with your rifle. But then like just he spins it around and uses the moment at you in the leg. 17 damage.
Yeah.
To who?
You.
Oh, I disappeared for a second. I had to pee.
Oh, that's okay. But yeah, you take 17 damage. The other two, seeing that this annoying motherfucker Skinwalker keeps freezing their leader today. They are both going to take a shot at him. Yeah. And, okay, Temme, does a 23 and a 24 hit?
Really?
No!
Absolutely not.
It's your fucking AC.
It's fucking. Of course they hit.
I mean, I can make my AC like 24.
Okay.
He was being sarcastic. I thought he was.
Alright, so.
Well, 26 would have.
Okay, in total from both of those arrows, Enzo, you take 13 damage. And they have to spend their next turn reloading, so that's all they can do. Wait, if they hit you, does that mean that...
Nope,
Okay.
it's not concentration. It's all on Aasimar.
Oh, that's broken.
Okay. Well then, in that case, it is now the lair action. Okay. Okay. Oh. So, Enzo, as in almost karmatic justice for what had just happened to you, this guy right here, a bit from the ceiling, falls down, hits him in the head, doing 10 damage, and he is now on fire. So now this guy's on fire. It is now Vladimir's turn. He will try to get out of this.
Cross
Cross
damage.
damage.
4.
Carol,
Yeah,
you're
yeah,
on bed,
okay,
man.
4. Okay, good. 4 for frost damage.
He did.
Okay,
He
what
did.
is what is his fortitude? Temme, did D4 beat your DC?
Can't find the damage.
Yes.
Okay, so he gets out of it and not about to take this shit anymore. He forgets about Rowan and is going to unleash Alchemist on you.
You don't want that, buddy. You don't want that at all.
Well,
Buddy.
for his first attack, he rolled a 30. So, yeah, let's see. Let me roll
Maybe
for
he
the
does
other one. The second attack, he rolled a natural 20,
Oh!
Oh no.
and the third one, he rolled a 14.
That last one misses.
All right,
Well, those last two, though, you might have Missouri, Rowan.
all right. But yeah,
I'm
I'm still alive, damn it. I can still hear
but
his
yeah,
voice.
but yeah, Enzo. Suddenly, he just breaks out of the hold, spins around, gets you like right here over one of your eyes, and that should keep bleeding. And again, it's an unholy weapon, so you feel this.
So how much damage was it?
Well, I haven't calculated the damage yet. So where's my D10?
You're fine.
Yeah,
Where's
no.
my D10?
You have 130 health.
Okay, so 4 plus 3 plus
You're fine, step on me.
3 plus strength.
I mean, I haven't even gotten hit yet.
That's
You're about to
What's
get
your-
fire, though.
You're
What's
fighting
your-
the house.
So I
You're
have-
fighting the house.
Not by truth.
Here
If
we
you're
go.
still losing the fight with the house,
okay. For the first attack, Enzo, you take
I am
21,
winning.
you take 21 damage,
Wow.
and for the second, all right, that's doubled. So
Bless you.
plus 3 is 17. Plus 5 is 20. Yeah, it's 22. All right, so so the second attack would be 31. However, you have pissed him off so much, he is going to use his daily ability to double the damage of that one attack. So take 62 damage.
Okay.
So yeah, for flavor, what happens is he spins around, gets you across the eye here, like so you don't even see the second attack coming. He just goes like, knocks you off your feet, and then just like takes a
He's
step
fine.
towards you, goes for a thrust, and then you just pull out your sword. So So yeah, like you're on your back, just like holding him back barely, but he is pissed.
I'm glad
He's
you
like,
held him the first 2 rounds. Holy shit!
It's just like,
That's a lot of damage.
it's like you should have stayed on Temple Island.
I don't think he understands what he just did.
Why don't you go back to your friends on Horror Island?
All right,
He doesn't understand what he just did.
All right, it is now Olgierd's turn as he unleashes a flurry of attacks against the samurai.
Enzo's like, oh, we're playing for real now.
Oh, you actually want to do this?
Unfortunately, all 3 of Olgierd's attacks miss against the samurai, and he
damn it!
because he rolled a natural 1.
Why can't
Why
they
can't
kill? I want them to stab each other at the same time, look at each other, smile, and both fall backwards.
All right.
Yeah. Or Korea.
Okay, and so with the counter, he gets Olgierd across the arm for 30 damage.
Me too. But then the line says,
All right,
And
it is now your turn.
oh. Still never.
What are the chances he'll fail a fortitude saving?
He's a fighter, so not very high, but you can try it.
Me trying will probably put around very carefully.
Thank you for playing.
Very carefully.
Alright.
Whenever he goes, you're my great fool.
But yeah, Enzo, what are you doing?
Said I remove my name on it.
Deciding right now. It's a little bit of have HP left.
Good job.
So I need to take a quick step on my capabilities real quick.
All right. So what are you doing?
Deciding how I'm gonna fuck this motherfucker up.
Do it in the most humane Geneva suggestion ever.
All right, fine. I snap.
Very hard.
I snap back at Lita and Rowan. I'm like,
Snap back.
get back.
Okay.
I'm on the other side of the room.
I'll get back. Get back.
And I huge flame elemental.
Oh God!
I told you you could do that. Knocks you off.
All right. So Lita, Burchill, Rowan. I'll allow you to take a step back for this. As you just Enzo's body suddenly just catches fire bit by bit, and like starting with his clothes, but then it gets to his flesh, and like it starts to burn away. But it's weird. His flesh doesn't burn. It like becomes fire.
He's the avatar of pain.
Before. Or that stands in Enzo's place.
No, I didn't mean to. I hit Firefox.
Damn it!
Now it's gonna load that up and go, hey, make this your browser. I'm like, no.
Back off.
So yeah, in Enzo's place stands I'm gonna say 10-foot tall being just made of pure fire. So you are now fire, Enzo. What are you gonna do?
I warn you.
I'm gonna put this dick's. I'm gonna put.
All right, roll.
So bad.
What's his
What's
reaction
his
to seeing the priest turn into this?
What?
His eyes have gone a little wide, but he seems unfazed for the time being. Roll your attacks.
Okay. Hold on, wait, I'm gonna do this.
What?
I got the D20.
Pick up your goddamn D20.
All right. Thank God for plus. Oh yes. That's a 16 plus 15. That's on.
Yeah, that hits. Roll your damage.
All right.
By the way, what do you think of my fire elemental graphic for you?
All right, and that is a 26 on the second swing.
That is his DC.
All right, so I got the first one at the very least.
Just like a
So, well,
thing of
no, you hit both both attacks because 26 is his AC.
13. Okay, that's 13 plus the burn, which is another.
I can't think of even fire into he.
Another 2.
Finish mine.
Alright, so that's a total of 19 damage, 6 of it burn damage.
That's what one of our campaigns that one. Can't do that.
I'm sorry, how much damage?
19 in total.
Play like one.
Okay.
The being burn damage.
Get you a point in it. We can go from there.
Is he on fire?
Yes, he is on fire.
Okay. All right. But yeah, like you just wail on him with your fist made of fire as he just holds up his fist to block it, but it's kind of hard to block fire. And you do catch his clothes and bits of his hair, but motherfucker is tenacious. He is still standing. But yeah, that is your turn. It is now Red's turn. Little Red cannot see what is going on in the house, nor does she actually know what's going on with Olgerd and the samurai, so she is going to lead the rest of her group up around the house. And as we get back to the top of the order, Nox, it is now your turn. Currently being engaged by a man who is on fire.
I pull out Lady Maria and shoot him in the head.
All right, roll to hit. What? By the way, what's Lady Maria?
My shotgun I got from the dwarves.
Oh, okay.
Let's see.
28.
That hits. Roll for damage.
Blam. Where's my D8? It'll be a grand total of, what does it do? Hold on, I gotta go back to my page. It does a heat and staggers on a crit. That's it, D8, okay. So yeah, that's 10 damage, and I'm just shooting him as he runs up to me.
Okay, describe in detail how you murder this man with your shotgun.
Well, he's running at me with a sword. I just pull out the sawed off. I'm like, stay down. Blam! And his head just bursts like water.
As that happens, he just takes a few more steps without his head and then just jump.
And with that, stuff. Yeah, I do what. I do the ash thing, and then I go back to focusing on the fire. I'm gonna move, and I can only throw 3 now, but still, that'll work.
I will say the front of the house is starting to catch more on fire.
It's fine.
It can be on fire a little bit as a treat.
All right, I'm gonna put out these fires though. So I want to piss off all these riders because I can't get to them now to start killing them. So I'm gonna finish putting out this fire and try to put out this one.
Okay, roll your 3 bombs.
Huh?
Roll your 3 bombs.
I can only roll 60 feet and I'm way far outside the range. I can only move 30. Alright. So 3 bombs. One is
30.
Damn it. That one's only 19.
Yeah, that one unfortunately is gonna miss this.
Alright. There is 29.
All right, roll for damage on 2 of them.
Okay. Let's see. 10, 16, 19, 22, 3, 4, 28.
All right, I'll say with that one, you finished putting out the one.
Okay.
So yeah, this one is completely out, and some of it actually does start to spill into this one as well.
Good.
And roll damage for the other one.
20, 5, 28. 35.
All right. You are beginning to put this one out. It is a big fire since like all.
And you said I missed with one?
Yeah. So yeah, I'll say it went here. I'll say it went here. Like it didn't.
Well,
go
I got D8 to see where it landed to see, so 4.
Okay.
2, 3. Yeah. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So I did southeast. So
that'd be around here, towards the front gate.
Okay.
Wait. Yeah, where is north? I meant it's like
if you're looking
at a clock at
Yeah, like where I drew it is where it landed.
Okay. Yeah, that's where the misfire went.
Okay.
that's my
Anaris.
turn. I'm gonna be like, put out the fires. You might as well get out.
All right, Anaris, it is now your turn. You are sitting in a studio where there are 9 paintings. 7 of them are hellish abominations. 1 is a painting of the Von Everett estates, and the other one is of Olgierd and Vladimir on a horse and Vladimir standing in front of it. Which do you want to take any of these paintings, as the floor is to burn and the stands that these paintings are on look like they're starting to catch as well? You do not have time. You do not have time to save them all, and some of these paintings are big, so I'm gonna say you can only choose to carry 1 because these are big paintings.
None of them then.
You're not
None
gonna
of them
see-
is what I want, so no point in me being here.
I thought these
these
were
were
Sleep with
paintings.
them.
Yeah, they are. These are her paintings, but you don't have to choose to save any of them if you don't want.
No. I'll just leave the room.
Where are you going
It's
then?
not aesthetically pleasing.
Anywhere else, I guess.
All right. As you go back out into the foyer, you notice that more of the house is starting to catch on fire, and there's considerably more smoke inside of the house than there was before. You might on your next turn, you might want to consider getting out of here. You do notice, however, as you go back outside, that the front door is open.
Okay.
Well,
It wouldn't open, it's gone.
Well, yeah, like open, gone, same thing. But yeah, you're really not choosing to save any of the paintings. I'm honestly surprised. Okay.
That's what Anaris would do. She's like, I don't like the looks of this one.
All right, Burchill and Lita, it is your.
Meanwhile, Anaris.
Does everyone look like it's
What?
It looks like everyone inside is like handling this, right?
Yeah.
John?
You're getting the idea of that, yes.
Okay, because I have an idea. We're just
All right.
going to hop out through the window onto horse's back.
Do it. Rain
Okay,
death upon them.
I'm going to say it's going to take one of your attacks to crawl out the window and get on the horse's back, because it's not an easy thing to do. It's like, you just got get out, and then you do get onto Horus's back. For the sake of simplicity, I'm going to give you control of Horus's token. So yeah. And I'm going to remove your token.
How fucking horse move?
Let me pull up the stats for a griffin really quick.
Horus is
just going,
"No, the
sky is the limit.
Let's see, move. He can fly 30 feet. Actually, he can move 30 feet on the ground. In the air, he can move 80 feet. He's a humongous beast.
Okay, so
The Lord.
that is 50. Up to over here is 55. Let me continue the movement, because the computer swing just didn't go that far.
All right. And as you're taking to the sky, you actually do notice as well the samurai fighting Olgierd von Everett.
Oh, perfect. I'm
Which one?
yeah. The one that's currently our enemy.
Okay.
I'll have to do that next turn.
All right. Lita, what are you gonna do?
Well, first things first. Resonating word is still on.
Yes. Let me roll a fortitude saving throw for Vladimir.
Yep.
That is a fail. So.
Oh, goody.
Okay, so 5d6 and is stunned. Roll
Yep.
roll 5d6.
3. He takes 20 points of damage.
Yeah, you watch as he just brings his hands to his head. He's like, 26 points of damage, you said?
Yes.
Okay.
God, this guy's king.
Yeah. He is. Like, he is just taking that. That was an effect of your spell, so you still get an action if you want.
Oh, I'm gonna take both. Lita is poised and leveled her rifle. Eat lead, you son of a bitch. $32 on the first.
All right, roll for damage.
Alright, let's see. Where's my D10? 1d10 plus 2. 6 damage.
All right.
And second hit, second fire.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wait, that was a 24.
That unfortunately misses. So is like you shoot him, you get him in the shoulder, but like he sees it coming and just like deflects it with his sword.
And Lita is.
He's still up, by the way. Like he is up in just pure hatred, like Darth Maul right now. But he is
too angry to die.
Yeah, he literally is right now too angry to die.
We let you bang horrors and we didn't do nothing in our establishment. This is bullshit.
All right. Let's. And actually, as he deflects your second shot, he looks up at you, Lita, and just goes. He's like, I figured you of all people would have appreciated the effort. After all, we got the idea from you. Like, burn down our own properties, claim it was someone else, buy up all the vacant lots, open our own businesses. Whose brilliant plan was that?
Find out about that.
The pictures.
You don't know.
Lita doesn't say anything, but in response, there's a reason why this is Molitor Springfield rifle.
All right. It is now the samurai's turn. And
all right, he's here.
Yeah.
What is
this guy's name? Do we even know it?
You do not know his name, and he is a devil, so very good chance if it did give you a name, it would be fake.
His
His name's Jack.
I call him Little Richard because he emanates small dick energy.
Okay.
I will call
Maurice.
Burchill. Here is what you see something rather unique as you're leveling your rifle down at the samurai.
I'd be moving first next turn.
Well, I'm just saying you can still see him because you're in the air above the wall. It's quite happening. So yeah, like you watch as Olgierd raises his sword to go for a second attack. The samurai, however, very quickly takes a step back, throws his sword for a quick. But then before Olgierd can hit him, he just like ducks to the side and just goes, and then he cuts Olgierd a bunch of times across the chest. You don't even count how many times you see the samurai sword move. He's like, then however, this is where the unusual thing happens. Olgierd stands there for a moment, staggers. Then he looks like he's about to fall backwards. But then the samurai grabs him by his jaw. He says something. It's too far for you to hear. But then you watch as both the samurai's eyes and mouth grow with this like infernal reddish light, like they are on fire.
Take him out.
And then the next thing you see, Olgierd's eyes and mouth start to glow, as if they are on fire.
Is he a fucking revenant?
Like,
Is he doing a soul transfer?
Yeah. What the hell? either a red or a demon.
For that we will have to wait until next turn.
He does worship the devil, so...
Rowan.
Samurai's down with the devil.
Rowan, it is now your turn.
How many is Ron Everett?
2. Vladimir, however, is still very much alive and running on pure hatred alone.
Oh, I forgot to do his ice.
All right.
All right.
Permission to roll his dice real quick?
Do it.
Sure.
That's a 1.
That's a 1.
Okay. But yeah, Vladimir is still directly in front of you, but there is 2 above you. Like, I will say, even with your movement and your weapons, you won't be able to hit them.
No,
I'll just focus
On Vladimir?
Yeah, I'll move
I'll move
closer.
closer.
You should definitely
Alright, roll to attack.
Yeah.
I mean,
Across here.
That is
That
a
is
cool 30.
30.
Yeah.
That hits. Roll for damage.
Nasty.
1.
Flying.
6, 14, 18, 20, 26
26
plus 26
including
including
the frost damage.
Rowan, I have a very important question for you. How do you want to do this?
Say something cool when you do it.
So he was just bad-mouthing off Lita, right?
Lita, right?
Yeah, to Lita.
So
I imagine just as he finishes that. Come on.
The Rowan kind of leans forward and goes, shouldn't have turned your back on me.
It's like,
Take that sword.
Like Lita, like it is almost a scene out of a painting. Rowan standing there, the wall behind fire with his sword through Vladimir's chest for the back, and like as he pulls it out, Vladimir just stands there, looks up at you, smiles defiantly, and then just falls forward.
I have
I have the painting on mine.
So like,
fire in the back, Rowan stabbing through it.
And like,
Yeah.
Lita's
Back of Lita's in the foreground.
And then like,
he's like, Zai's looking like this. You see Enzo's fire form, like yelling down at him on the side.
I'd buy that painting.
Lita's just like, Lita's like, and snapshotting that for when we win this war. Gonna get that fucking commission.
Cool shit
He's got on because that sword is pretty damn cool.
I'm curious about the sword.
Dude, you got
Dude,
a real great sword.
All right. So there is still, however, the matter of everyone outside. So, Rowan,
Kill them all, guys. What do you
Rowan,
think?
since you killed a guy, it is your turn. The Von Everett's outside because they don't know what's going on. They're going to move around.
I have another
action, right?
You do, but unfortunately, there's no one in range you can use it on.
I'm not
You do
gonna-
still
I'm
have
not
your
gonna
movement
attack
though.
one.
Your movement though. Where do you want to move to?
Well, he's also got
he can do a regular action too, right? Not just an attack action.
Oh yeah, sure.
So I was gonna turn
He's
to
gonna turn to
the
the guys up there.
Just kind of be like, who's paying you now?
You now.
Sounds like
Roll an intimidate check because you did just kill their leader.
21.
21.
Yeah.
Don't
let that sword go to the flames. Take his armor too.
Get a strong
Get
One
a
of-
strong animal.
One of the Von Everett that Lita was pinning to the ground with her wing starts to run away, as does the one who is currently on fire. Actually, no, the one with the wing stays. The other two with the crossbows run away.
And then I'm gonna turn around and pop
Yeah, they run outside of the house.
And they say Birdman.
Okay. For the sake of simplicity, since you guys will be able to take out the thugs fairly easily, combat is now over.
let's keep it going.
I want to kill these horsemen.
You guys want to make the rest of the session you killing the rest of these people?
No, wait. I still want to do one thing when it comes to my turn.
And also, I think Ken's got something with horse.
Yeah.
He look cooking
Yeah.
something up.
What?
I think Ken's
Ken's got some arrow storm coming.
He's going fishing.
All right. Well, in that case, combat continues.
Yeah.
yeah. In that case, combat. Two of them are running outside. Nox, as you see two red Vaverick motherfuckers just make their way out the front door. I will say this, Anaris, because of where you are, they are in prime position for a sneak attack. You can just drop down and hit one of them.
Mike, sneak attack some motherfuckers.
All right, but yeah, that is their turn, and the guys outside have no idea what's happening inside, so they are going to continue on with the original plan.
I'm good. Thank you.
Unfortunately, they don't get very much. A lot of the area around this side of the gate is dry. It's like not a lot can actually catch. But they do get this.
What is really makes sense.
They do get this area here and some of this, but that's all they got. And meanwhile, these 4 Von Evericks use double movement to get down here. And what's happening in the front? And they also see you, Nox. Okay, now that is all the Von Evericks outside. There's only one Von Everick left inside. He is now staring down somebody he knows is a divine being, and a man made of literal fire, and the half-elf who killed his lord.
And
Rowan, the friggin' strongest, sexiest man alive.
Like, actually, just what is he
Roll for charm. You'll seduce him and go, okay, I'll follow you everywhere. You pay me now.
He is just going to look between the three of you, absolutely terrified, and then just go, "Ah!" And he's going to run over in Rowan's direction and try to attack him with his sword because you killed his lord. Unfortunately, he rolled a natural 1, which means you get a counter. And I'll say this: if you guys want to, just because there are a lot of other enemies outside, I'll let the 3 of you decide how you want to gangland style curb stomp this guy.
Oh, the one inside, huh?
Yeah, the one inside.
Do something cool related to the fire element up above. Like, you guys gotta do something for that.
Mm-hmm.
Like maybe roast him over like Enzo, like a marshmallow.
But yeah, like Rowan, Lita, and Enzo, how do you guys want to kill this one remaining Von Everick?
Marshmallow him.
Lita could. My thought was Lita could shoot him, and then Enzo or Lita could shoot him in the leg so he trips. Rowan then basically swings his sword. Doesn't cut, swings him with the broadside of the sword, hefts him up into Enzo, who hugs him.
Batter up.
What do you think of that, Enzo? Alright. What do you think of that, Temme?
I'm sorry, I missed it. What happened?
John just asked, how does the 3 of us want to take out this one guy who rolled a 1? Lita shoots him in the leg. Rowan then backhands him with his sword up into Enzo, the fire elemental Enzo, who then just hugs him.
It smells fantastic.
Yeah.
Alright, so Enzo, as Rowan just bats this guy into you with the broadside of his sword, you hug him, and you don't let go as the fire consumes his flesh.
Wait, Enzo, you have to whisper something creepy in his ear. What do you say?
Yeah, what you do?
All right,
elemental.
Alright, so yeah, the last things this guy hears before he burns to death are the hellish, almost bizarre-sounding words of a fire element. It is now the lair action's turn. Unfortunately for you guys, a bit of wood falls elsewhere. Does not hit any of you guys. You're fine. It is now Olgier's turn. As Burchill at this point, you're the only one who can see this.
I can't see it?
No, because there's a wall separating you.
Oh, right. Oh, that's a wall.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, Burchill's on Horus. So yeah, Burchill's on Horus, so he would see this as the samurai falls to the ground, a lifeless corpse.
Yes!
Oh.
We can get a sword now. You can have the sword.
And Olgierd reaches over and picks up the sword.
Get him! Get him! Burchill. He's weakened.
He did the soul transfer.
Wait, he transferred his soul into his body?
Samurai went from his soul.
I thought he was sucking out his soul. Well, Burchill doesn't know that.
Yeah, I don't know anything right now.
Well, the samurai's dead, and the guy was talking anyway, standing. So.
Wait, whose turn is it now?
It was Olgierd's turn, but that's all he did. So it is now Enzo's turn. Enzo, what are you gonna do?
I'm going to diffuse
Sorry.
my flame body and return the normal. Oh, that hurts. Okay. I'm going to kneel down to Vlad, and I'm going to cast Breath of Life.
Oh.
What?
Okay.
What?
Okay.
Huh.
Rowan's like, what the hell? But Jason's intrigued.
After I do that, I then take Vladimir's sword and I sheath it into my belt.
We'll deal with that later.
But so now he is stabilized, but not conscious.
All right. So for all intents and purposes, he is still alive because you've managed to discover he is on his death throes, and unless he's gotten immediate medical. Actually, no, it won't even matter because you fuse the wound closed with the sword because like you stabbed through him, but it froze instantly, so like he's not bleeding.
Yeah, but it stabilizes, so he's not at risk anymore. He's basically just unconscious.
All right, so
with a negative level.
All right. Okay, so yeah,
Enzo saved.
So you now have the unconscious corpse, the unconscious body of Vladimir von Everett.
But guys, think about this. If the samurai did do a soul transfer, we have control of every force of the Von Everett.
Now we can go through and just wipe through every.
Wait, so he was dead, but you brought him back?
Yes. Yes, I did.
I hope that doesn't bite us in the butt.
All right. It is now Little Red's turn, and Little Red, who does not know what's happening inside, is just going to continue her job. Like
we're doing our job, and there's just icicles everywhere.
Yeah. She literally has no idea that
it's raining. Do these icicles go even bigger than what they normally do?
A little bit, yes, but like not as much as you'd think. And now we get back to the top of the order. Nox. Two people. You see two people standing in the. You see these four guys all come together in a group, staring at all the ice and fire in confusion and looking right at you.
Do they look armed?
Yes, they are Von Evericks. They are all armed.
We need bodies for the war. I just hold a bomb aloft, and I have my shotgun, and I'm saying with my deep voice in the bird mask, like standing on all this, like with the headless guy before me. You boys want to live? Drop your fucking weapons now.
Intimidate check.
I get a bonus to that, and I am transformed, so. That's but then because the bonus. Where are you? There we go.
Oh shit!
Oh, it is high. Okay, so
34.
miraculously, all 4 of them rolled for dumbass, as they all come. They were all about to go for their swords, but then they stop.
They probably heard about the rumors of the Birdman of Sanctuary.
Probably.
They're like, fuck, we didn't sign up to fight no urban legend.
I'm going to give these guys this sad face just because they are all very intimidated by you and are not doing anything.
Yeah.
Plus, through my voice filter, all go. Good boys. I dropped to the dirt.
They do so. Do you want to? Because you didn't actually do anything. Is there anything else you want to do with your turn?
Is this fire still going?
Yes.
I'll start putting out the outside fire, so at least have so people on the outside their job is wasted.
All right.
How many fires are going right now?
Just 2. These 2, and they're not very big, so like you can if you wanted.
Okay, so.
I never thought I'd see the session where Grant was the fire extinguisher.
I know. It's wrong. I feel dirty.
Afterward, 18, and the other is 33.
All right, with that, like, don't even bother rolling for damage because they weren't very big fires. You get them both.
How much movement do I got? I'm gonna start walking over these guys to start I guess.
You still got your 30 feet of movement.
Well, I'm not gonna reach them. I'm gonna be right in front of them
though. Technically, they're on a ledge above you, so you would have to go around like this way.
The thing is, I'm gonna get up here, and then the next round I'm gonna jump up because they're already on their bellies. That'll freak them out even more.
All right, Anaris. There are 2 people below you. Prime position for a sneak attack.
Mike is in the bathroom at the moment, but I imagine.
I don't know Anaris' stats, so I can't actually roll for her.
Until then, let's discuss the finer points.
Jamal,
what is your opinion on Snake? Oh my God!
So racist.
Mike says let him go. Get the turn.
I know. All right. Look, I know snake people are filthy and disgusting and probably slimy, but still, there's no reason to be. Oh, he's talking about young bloods. Okay.
That's understandable. Those
Yeah, they pretend to be human and they suck at your blood and sacrifice you to snake god.
While we're waiting for Mike to get back, Enzo, Rowan, and Lita, the three of you are still alone in this room with Vladimir's unconscious corpse, and the room is now starting to catch fire, and there is smoke everywhere. It might be in your best interest to leave.
It feels like an oxymoron, an unconscious corpse.
He was a corpse until Temme brought him back.
A conscious wake person.
Before Rowan's got
Again, just don't worry about Anaris' turn. As we try to move and leave, I'm going to cast Symbol of Healing on the 3 of us.
What are you saying?
Jayson?
Rowan's gonna be like,
why?
Why the saving glad?
Why not? We could use him for everything. The witness to his own crime, interrogate him if we want,
and his brother
literally have multiple options.
out.
Agreed.
We don't know
that,
but
something's up. Dude, if
he did do a soul transfer and like, oh, this body's weak, I'm gonna go to your. He went into the second strongest, the strongest swordsman. This Asian dude we've been dealing with isn't even. We've been dealing with a fucking like. What was that movie where like Denzel Washington was fighting? The guy that serial killer that cut other people's bodies.
The Exorcist?
No. Wasn't that Revenant? Was it called?
Denzel Washington was not in Exorcist.
No. Friday the 13th, 9?
No, hold on. I know what movie you're talking about.
I was like a demon or something. He kept singing, "Time is on my side." Yes, it
I mean, that's not far from Friday night. For Friday night, he has the power to trip soldiers for now.
But yeah, Denzel Washington plays a detective. They put the serial killer on charge, and he's all smiling because after they execute him, the entity possesses more people and starts fucking with the detective.
Rowan just
Rowan
goes.
just
It goes.
alright, well,
Fine.
stay close to me. I think that kind of like walks in fire kind of.
I would assume there's like so much like mist coming off of you as the fire's raging.
All right, I'll say just because I think this is what Anaris would do.
Mike said skip forward.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, Mike says skip forward, John.
All right. As you get to the door that was supposed to lead back to the foyer, you try to lock.
Put it down.
Jack, go right ahead.
Doors.
26.
Yeah, roll for damage. If you want, you can use your sword.
Oh yeah.
Dante, that shit.
What was it? 6.
26.
You know what? Sure. Like, I'll say that's enough for you to kick the door down and get you guys out of there. And from here, you can see the front door is no longer on its hinges.
Doors are actually kind of crawling in front.
There are, however, two Von Everett motherfuckers standing in front of you who Anaris would have taken out, but we're skipping her turn. So
Well, let's just say she did. Well, yeah, much so.
yeah. And actually, since Anaris isn't doing anything, I'm just gonna say she got out of the house.
Yeah.
Yeah. On her turn, she used double movement to just get the fuck out of the house since it is on fire and full of smoke.
Yeah.
But yeah, there are two remaining Von Everett motherfuckers between you and the door.
Move.
I guess Lita just goes.
Hellfire Flame.
Oh.
And Lita will lower rifle.
All right. Enzo. Okay. Let me look up Hellfire Flame really quick. No, not the One Punch Man character.
But seriously, if it is a soul transfer, and we have him, and he's
Hellfire Ray.
to us cells out his brother,
Hellfire Ray.
that means we have all these horsemen under us now.
Okay. There's no saving throw for this.
Very scared of this samurai now because he can just take a different body. What the hell?
That is a ranged. They require a ranged touch attack. So Enzo, I'm going to need you to roll to attack both of these. Zach, I'll need you to roll to attack both of these guys as well.
All right.
Does a 23 hit?
For these guys, yes. Roll
Sorry,
for the
24.
Yeah, roll for the other one just to see if you hit him too.
It's higher, doesn't it?
Zach, you roll as well.
22.
Okay.
Did you finish?
Okay, that hits both of them. Okay, that hits one of them. Like now for the other one.
Well, you don't have to in order to.
Nat 20.
All right, so between the damage these guys have already sustained, Hellfire Ray, and shooting them in the head with the rifle, how do the two of you combo finisher want to do this?
Tell her you'll see her tomorrow.
I am tired of this. And I imagine she levels the rifle and blasts too.
Yeah. I guess as you what does Hellfire do, Timmy?
Hellfire Ray is basically a black flame that comes spewing out of my hand into a ash.
So I guess as he sets them on fire.
Uh-huh.
Oh yeah, Rowan and Enzo would see this. Lita fires the bullet goes through the one guy's chest before the guy she rolled the 17 on, goes through his chest, arcs up and around, and then as he falls, his compatriot, it goes through his one ear and out the other as his head explodes like a watermelon.
Okay,
Aaron Black.
Yeah. So yeah, like Enzo lights them on fire, but you're Von Everix. These are tenacious motherfuckers. But Lita, you're just like, they're hit.
And after we kill them both, Lita looks at Enzo and just goes, gives the quick nod of
Okay, while all of this has been happening, Burchill, because your turn is at the same time as Lita's, what were you going to do?
Well, I saw that my chain's 50 feet long, so I can hit him from here. Harpoon gun to him.
He's gonna go.
Roll to hit.
It doesn't say what the plus bonus for this would be. Is that
dex? It's a dex weapon, so yeah.
For a ranger, that's good. Uh-oh, Ken's got that look.
Nat 20.
All right. You fire your chain gun at what you think is Olgierd von Everik, and you watch as it goes through his torso. He shows no reaction.
Oh, that was only part of the plan, though.
The harpoon gun does times 3 damage when you crit.
Yeah, roll for damage.
I've transferred my soul. He's probably just talking like.
Is it the regular roll times 3 or 3 rolls?
Regular roll times 3. That's how I do it.
Okay, so that's 15 damage.
All right. So.
No, that was only part 1 of this plan, unless he's dead.
No, in fact, he's looking directly up at you.
Well, to quote Suction Command, fuck your shit, I'm going up.
I would like you to roll a strength check versus strength to try this. Let me look up Horace's strength really quick. Okay, Okay,
If this dude resists, this means the samurai's been a fucking demon this whole time we've been dealing with.
Okay, Ken, Horace's strength is +6. So instead of using your strength bonus for a grapple check, do +6. Because this is technically a grapple.
18.
Hold on. Okay, this is going to be somewhat awkward. This is going to be somewhat awkward. Okay, Burchill, you know this works. You harpoon him. Up. I need you to roll another strength check for me, not Horace. This is just you.
He is a damn demon.
I know that.
Well, we know he worshipped the devil. We didn't know he was a demon.
Well, I guess the Calabar's and that from earlier. Now 1.
Oh
no! Burchill, as you fly straight up with Horace, you're expecting to keep going, but then suddenly your gun is yanked back as whatever you shot is just nailed to the floor, and because of your nat 1, you're still holding on to it. You fall off of Horace. Let's see. Horace's fly speed is 80 feet, so I'm assuming you went 80 feet up.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so that is a d6 per 10-foot falling. 6.
Shit, I don't have enough speed to fly up there and save him.
8. So it's 10 damage. Okay, so that is a total. You take a total of 18 fallen. You take a total of 18 falling damage as you land flat on your back.
Don't land on your back. Ken. Do an elbow drop. This is the most elbow drop you could ever do onto that fucker.
Sacrifice.
I'm pretty sure that was shot at my elbow realistically.
All right,
do the people's leg then.
All right, let me.
The powder.
This guy
is as you fall, not too far from the samurai.
The samurai. Turn.
Oh, not the samurai. Not too far from Olgierd von Everik, as he silently.
Wait, why you land there? Wasn't Horace over there?
Well, I had to move you because, you said, you had to fly towards him to do this, and then you flew straight up from where he was standing.
I didn't have to fly towards him. The chain's 50 feet long.
I just looked. It was like.
Oh yeah, that is. So you would have been right here then?
Blatantly two directed.
Yeah. Horus was like right here, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Just overcorrected from the family.
Okay, so if you were there, that means you're on the. If you were there, that means you're on the other side of the wall.
Last Jedi, but that's just because the writing was bad.
The last two were fine. I see the problems, but they were fine.
Can roll a d20. Can roll a d20 for me. Like because you're high up, this is going to determine which side of the wall you went on.
17.
Okay. Odds. That is odds, unfortunately. So that's bad for you. So you do land on the other side of the front gate at the feet of Eve Olgerd von Everett. As he and you watch as he silently walks up towards you, like your head is still spinning from the fall.
Wait, did not see like fucking him fall off his griffin?
Yes, you did actually.
Oh shit!
And he landed directly on the outside of the front gate. So, but yeah, Burchill, you're still reeling from that. Like you're confused as to what happened, and like as you look up towards Olgerd, you notice that his eyes are red and the pupils are vertical as he is holding Samarana.
Son of a bitch.
And yeah, you're
Horus.
And your harpoon is through his chest as he just pulls it out. He just doesn't give a fuck, and he just stares down at you.
I don't know.
Actually, no, Burchill. You see one more thing. You watch as the katana is surrounded by this like strange red mist, almost similar to the way we describe it for Seth whenever he summons his sword. As the sword begins to change from a katana to a scimitar.
What? Son of a bitch, he's a hexblade.
No, he's worse.
I know he's a demonic hexblade.
But yeah, Burchill, unfortunately, that is your turn. And
don't worry, Burchill, I'm
going to save you from Von Everett.
All right. Now, because all immediate threats have been neutralized, combat is now really over.
Let's keep it going. I want to go and do a misunderstanding and start throwing bombs at Von Everett.
All right. Okay. So for the sake of this, Burchill, because you would get to act before any of the other party members arrive. What do you do?
On the mages.
Poor horse is like. Look at this dog. This dog is.
I guess I just kind of just sit there with my arms up.
And while you're doing this, the best boy suddenly lands behind Olgerd. He roars. Then Olgerd just quickly turns around, looks at Horus, and then you watch as Horus just suddenly. Actually, no, I need to roll for this.
Oh no.
Don't you hurt me.
Oh no. Oh no.
You are.
You watch as Horus lands behind Olgerd. He roars at him to like try to get him away from you. But then Olgerd just turns and looks at him, and Horus backs away in fear. Everyone else, what are you guys doing?
I've got to save Burchill. He fell off.
I tell people I'm with. I tell them that Burchill fell.
And I also say, capture 4 of them. They're up there. Tie them up.
I relay that.
I've got to go save Burchill.
All right, Nox is going to save Burchill.
Let him die.
No, who's the only other moral character?
All right. So for the sake of this, Nox, I'll put you there. Who's tying these guys up?
I can do it.
All right. So Rowan, you're tying up these 4. Lita, what are you doing?
Lita's going to look at Enzo.
Look at his elephant.
And
And
she's going to
I'm going to say while all this is going on, because Mike is not here, Anaris is just going to abscond into the wilderness.
She stole
all of the horses in the stables.
Yes. Yeah, Anaris has absconded into the wilderness. She'll meet up with you guys later.
With 50 horses. That's pretty good kid.
All right, but yeah, Lita, Enzo, and the not corpse of Vladimir. What are you guys doing?
Schrodinger's corpse.
Lita's gonna ask Enzo a couple questions. Well, Lita wants to talk as we're leaving or heading out. Lita wants to ask him a question about, Anderson showing up. How long do you think? Well, you're supposed to show up like an hour into the dinner, right?
Yes, if the math checked out.
How long has it been?
Not very long. I'd say in total, like it's only been like 5, maybe 6 rounds. Yeah, it's been like 10 minutes at most, and like you guys started this fight like 20 minutes into the dinner. So yeah, time gets wonky when you're in combat.
So we could say it's been about 30 minutes in total since dinner started.
Yeah.
Well,
about half an hour from now, give or take.
I think the rest of the we can see the commotion of fires that were put out, right?
Oh yeah, you can see the ice from the bombs that Nox has been throwing around.
Lita gives Enzo a look that's like, what do you want to bet the rest of their men on the other side of those walls?
Your entire fortune?
I mean, I did tell Rowan that they were.
Yeah, well, I don't recall in the heat of combat if Rowan mentioned that.
Yeah.
Rowan's too busy.
Something else.
Rowan, I know something you don't know.
Well, better go make an announcement that they all now work for me. Come on.
Am I the one carrying the corpse of Vladimir?
You're the one.
It's not corpse.
You're the one who
decided to resurrect it for some reason.
You're the one who cast Breath of Life, so I assume so.
All right, I'll carry his body out.
Roll a
straight check.
I'll say in the time that this has been happening, these guys have actually gone a full circle around the property, and they're still throwing fires around, but like it's too many for you to keep up at this point, Nox, and everyone inside whose immediate threat is dead. But Nox, as you climb up onto the wall and you see Burchill seemingly at the mercy of Olgierd, roll a perception check.
Perception, you say? How's the wife? That. 31.
All right. As you climb up onto the wall of all of the estates, you look down. You see Burchill at the mercy of who you think is Olgierd, but you see Horus backing away from him in fear, and then you Olgierd's sword is different. It looks like his, but the blade is red. Like,
how would I know what his sword looks like? I've never seen this guy up close.
But it looks like a scimitar, but the blade is red, and you don't hear with your ears. You feel it in your head. Feed more blood, more. There are more coming around the corner. Feed me them.
Well, I'm assuming that's imposter shit because I don't know a lot about the variety.
And actually, suddenly, the 30 or so people on horseback, they come around the corner, and with Little Red in front of them, she sees what's going on, and she just like holds him to stop, and is like, "Cap!"
Wait, do I see the samurai's body dead?
Yes, you do.
I get before they get around the corner. I get on home the horn to Rowan. The samurai's dead. Olgierd's killed him.
Shut up about that.
But yeah, like little Red comes around the corner. Is like, Captain, what's going on? He just holds up a hand. He falls silent. He's like, leave. Like, Captain, where Your orders have been fulfilled. Leave. We will regroup later.
Nox is like posed with his firebomb gun. Say what?
Nox, there are a few tense moments of silence, but as confused as Little Red is, she just looks at everything that's going on, and she does see that Burchill is at Lord's mercy, and that Horace is terrified. So, how smart is she?
She's never been more wet.
That's actually not inaccurate. However, what happens is she rolled for dumbass. She actually obeys him as she takes all of the horsemen and just rides away somewhere.
I add a character that's good because that will have cavalry during the war, but in character, Nox is like, what the fuck?
I was like, and I'll say this, and Enzo and Lita, at this point you guys are starting to approach the front gate.
I still get in front of the downed Burchill though, because like I do a superhero pose and I'm like defensively in front of between him and Olgier because I'm like, all right, what's your game?
Is Olgier what? Olgier turns to look at you, and you see his eyes are now identical to the samurai's. You have seen the samurai before. You've seen his eyes. You know what they look like, and Nox is gonna say it's cliche, but he's gonna go,
what the hell are you?
Olgier turns his head to the side. I would have thought your outside of friends would have informed you. After all, you are such a tightly knit group. That being said, it would seem that you have done me quite the favor. As he just brushes you out of the way, Nox walks around and offers a hand to Burchill to help him up.
Can I steal something from him as he walks by?
Try.
Yeah, this is another party. I want to see what this guy's got on him. Fuck being rude.
3 volumes of halfling
Natural 20. What do I steal off this Olgier's body as he asks me?
Okay.
Look at that.
Unfortunately, because you're dealing with a being that is not Olgiered, I will allow you to take.
What did Olgier have on him?
Okay. I will allow you to take one. I will allow you to take one of two things. You can either take his coin purse, or you can take this valuable looking iron bracelet he has around his wrist.
Give me that bracelet.
Okay, you get the bracelet?
Yeah.
Alright. Actually, hold on, I need to roll for this.
Yeah. The demon knocks in by now.
As you do this, just as you pull your hand away, you notice Olgier look in your direction, and then he just says, Keep it. It's useless to me anyway.
Keep what? I don't know what you're talking about.
Burchill, do you take his hand to get up?
I don't trust him to not soul transfer into me if I do that, so I'll just stick up and try to play off like, sorry, didn't realize it's you. I saw you by there, thought he killed you.
Effectively.
You have to roll bluff.
Go right ahead, roll bluff. Lita, Enzo, and at this point, I'll say Rowan. You are coming out of the house now, and you see this. And Rowan, you see Olgierd von Everett clear as day and covered in cuts, but the sword he's carrying is not his, and you all see his eyes.
16 for bluff.
He has no reaction to this, but you think it worked.
Rowan, the samurai is now Olgier.
Rowan is standing right next to you. You don't need to use the earring.
I'm gonna use it.
Rowan's like,
Can I pick up my harpoon gun and reel it back in since he pulled it out of himself?
Certainly. It's like, but yeah, like with this done, Olgierd looks to you, Lita, and just looks to you, Lita, and says, it would seem that, as I was telling your not as tightly knit comrades as I thought they were, that it would seem that I, as you humans say, owe you one. Thank you, Lita Ford, Robert Burchill, Rowan, all of you. I'm not going to bother to say all of your names. What's the point?
Because he doesn't remember.
Lita, Burchill, and the rest.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, that's the first time Samurai he doesn't know who the fuck I am.
But yeah, he just says, because I know you're all screaming right now to demand an explanation. My first vessel had been compromised after our last encounter with the, as you call him, anti-paladin. I was in need of a new one. The legend that had been built up around my previous vessel as the numbers killer had gained quite a bit more attention than I had intended. The numbers killer needed to die.
To be honest.
The numbers killer needed to die. And how fitting he died at the hands of Olgierd von Everick. As
you were saying something, Temme, you're muted.
Uh-huh.
No, you're good. I'm listening. I wasn't in here.
Just like as things stand now, I am Olgierd von Everick, but I am not Olgierd von Everick. For the time being, this is my vessel, and I understand that it is of some use to you. While I must remain here on this plane, I will do what I can to assist, as thanks for assisting me. And Lita, you wanted to know why I had taken an interest in Olgierd before. This is why. I have very high standards. Not just any vessel is suitable for me.
Fair enough.
Don't get too famous. Try to take you.
It's like, at that point, Olgierd says, like, well, he's like, what's done here is done. If you have need of me, looks between Lita and Enzo, the two of you know how to get in touch with me. And at that, he just takes it.
Hard pass.
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna stop real quick, something no one else does.
Oh, because
I question for him.
He is starting to walk away, so if you want to ask him questions, go right ahead.
There is an immediate matter that needs to be taken care of, and Lita looks at Enzo, looks at Burchill, looks at Rowan, looks at Nox. Whereabouts points at the body. Him out to the church. We need you to testify against him that all of this was his insane plan. You weren't part of it. You were trying to play with us.
That way,
including the heresy.
That way, when your men, when you sent off, when you tell them to listen to us when the war comes, it'll make sense.
Moreover, agreeing further, I'm going to sign up. I'm going to have a contract written up. A contract that guarantees that House von Everick shall remain loyal to House Ford until all the stars fall from the sky and the world descends into the void.
And you need my signature on the contract.
Yes.
Well, yeah. What's his name again?
Olgierd von Everick.
Well, you're Olgierd now. It must come with perks.
I suppose it would to you mortal creatures.
Wait, if you're in his body,
is he still conscious in there, or is he technically dead?
He's about as alive as my previous vessel was.
Okay, so he's dead.
Does he have his
memory question?
Of course I have his memories. That's
Who'd
why
you sell all your land to, asshole?
It's like I needed his memories. I needed the memories of my previous vessel because he had seen the one you call the anti-paladin and knew what he looked like.
Hmm.
But yeah,
Like,
answering Lita's question, did he sell?
So wait, was his previous body just like one of Dante's butlers?
Do you ask that?
Yeah, like
I
Knox,
guess,
that's one of the things
wait,
Knox
there's even a
stuff.
bunch of-
What was his name?
It was like what was his name? His name was Ichiro. He was killed, and then that he only knew as the Shadow in on Nagasaki during their last Great War. However, he had seen the Shadow's face. He knew what he looked like. Therefore, by taking him, I knew what to look for.
Oh yeah, Knox
wanted to know that for our tombstone.
But to answer your question, Lady Ford, all the Von Everett properties and assets have already been sold to Vincent Lupton. The deal had been finalized months ago before this had even started. In return, the Von Everecks were to act as the, how do you humans put it, muscle for the Luptons to get this elf insurgency bullshit under control.
Wait a minute.
And then once that was finished, help Vincent Lupton to install him as the next Lord of Sanctuary in place of Lady Helsing. Does that satisfy your curiosity?
Yes, but I want you to issue new orders to all the remaining Von Everett cavalrymen. They no longer, because we have taken your house. I'm going to need you to do something for me in public with all of your men present. I am going to meet me in public with your best men, the best cavalrymen, the heads of your cavalries, and you are going to publicly declare that House Von Everett has been defeated by House Ford. You will take the knee, and you will swear fealty unending to me.
But it will be Olgierd von Everett that takes the knee, not who's really here.
Same difference.
Yeah.
There is in fact a world of difference, Robert.
Potato.
Hey, we're gonna sell
The public only knows on Everett. They don't know whatever your true name is, and you probably won't give it to me anyways.
I'm assuming Hazel.
If you learned my true name, you would all die here.
Exactly. Look,
Hazel.
we don't need your exact loyalty. We need the loyalty of the meat suit you're puppeting.
That is an apt way of phrasing this.
We need the loyalty of the hamster.
Suddenly you see him raise an eyebrow. This conversation will have to continue another time. There are certain individuals approaching whom I would rather not be in the presence of at this time.
Me too.
At this, he turns and walks away, and you all just blink, and he's gone.
I would imagine it's like Batman running off screen.
It's not even that. You know how in Bleach they have that move called the Flash Step?
Yeah, I know.
All right. So
Knox goes. So we're working with a literal demon. Okay.
Well,
just to remind you from your solo session, demon is an insult to him because demons are a very different type of creature.
Lita doesn't care. She goes, well, to be fair, you're working with me, and she looks at Enzo. She looks at Enzo and goes, and we're working with.
It's like, As
I raised an eyebrow at an unfinished sentence, like waiting for the insult.
Wait with Lord Fire over here.
You guys suddenly hear footsteps, and you all turn to look.
I'm getting out there before the witch hunters arrive, dude.
As two witch hunters, Heinkel and Yumi, appear, and as they appear, they run straight towards you, and it's like, oh, by the eternal fire, Enzo, you're alive!
I'm like, I kind of put a hand up. I'm like, stop. He's right there.
What the hell?
Like, it's like,
what the hell?
By the eternal
What
fire.
is this?
They notice the body of the samurai. What's this?
I know.
Yeah. That just could be anyone.
What the hell is she wearing?
I have okay.
It's more ridiculous in part 6 because I've caught up with the animes. It's like, oh, all the background kids are wearing generic orange jumpsuits, and then there's the standards who just wearing the most ridiculous bullshit.
I know, but I know real life. What is the context of this?
But yeah, Enzo, what did you say?
I said, I put a hand like, stop. What you're looking for is down there. And I literally point as best I can over to the dead samurai body.
It's like,
second, we did not slay him. Olgir von Everett did. He is working with us. Third, he had to go tend to his men, as you could see his house is literally falling apart at the seams.
They look behind you and see that the entire house at this point is caught fire and it's just burning in the distance behind you.
Four, I really need Anderson. Did he come with you?
No. Anderson is still in the process of chewing out. Bill's explaining this, by the way. And Anderson is still in the process of chewing out Maxwell because he told him what you said. Maxwell was not willing to commit any witch hunters to anything outside the city, especially after what had happened last week. We were the best he could get on such short notice.
They said two?
Like Maxwell.
Awesome.
Maxwell doesn't even know we're here.
Awesome, Heinkel, reach into my robe real quick and pull out the top book.
Hey John, what did you say two names were?
Heinkel and Yumi.
This isn't the one chick that knows about Birdman, right?
No, neither of these people. It's the two people from Helsing. He's like Heinkel, so and just like he opens it up. I need to roll to see if he can. She's trying to say I was like, he opens it, his eyes go wide, and just like, is this?
Yes, it is. I need this to be delivered to Anderson immediately. It belonged to Vladimir von Iver. And I'm like, it belonged to this motherfucker.
Done. If that is the case, then Enzo, would you come with us and bring him with you?
Yes. Do you want to switch off? I'll carry the book. You carry him. Kind of getting tired here.
That would be wise. At this point, Yumi has gone over to the corpse of the samurai. Yes, Grant.
Let's not forget the word that this was all done because of Rowan. Lazar. He's the one that took down this traitorous heretic asshole.
I set fire to the mansion with an ice sword.
Yes, you did.
No, the fire looked at it like really.
But yeah, like Yumi goes over to examine the body of the samurai. She like flips it over to like puts a hand on it. Just like he's dead. He's dead. Yes, Yumi. No, we can see that. No. He's been dead for some time. He's cold. Like, it's like Enzo, Lita. Is there anything else about this samurai that you haven't told us already?
He was working with the necromancer. Remember that, dude?
No.
Yumi, you and I both know I've come to you several times with as much information as we can.
Like, well, if the book you're holding is what it says it is, it might actually help us with the case we're supposed to be working. This
will tie up a lot of loose ends. So let's make our way back to the Temple Island. Get this man incarcerated.
Yeah, indeed. Let's get you all back to Sanctuary. Look as if you could use a rest.
Lita will add. well, I guess when the official report comes down, Lita's going to tell we were invited here on false pretenses, blah, blah, blah. That's right.
Okay, as you all are
still
going,
alive, so he'll be interrogated.
Question: you said you were going to do stuff with your families, but you did not commit to it. So is it safe to assume that all of your families were still at home?
I thought I told everyone to the Van Helsings again.
Yeah.
Okay. Which one of you goes to the Helsing estate to get them all back?
I can do it.
Lita. Oh, so Lita, you go?
Well, I think Rowan said he'd go.
Okay, Rowan's going? Okay.
Yep.
It's like, okay.
I mean, Burchill did fall 80 feet onto his back. He probably really needs to rest.
Scotch.
Rowan, it's late. It's like about, I'd say 10:30-ish by the time you get to the Helsing estate. However, as you get there, like, it's like you meet Walter C. Dornez, like Integra's butler. He's like, Master Rowan, if you would come this way, please. Lady Integra said she had urgent news for the first one of you to arrive. She seemed to have assumed that it would have been Lita.
Well, we kind of had a rough time. So.
Well, it doesn't matter. It's you. Yeah. We know that you can be trusted. Wait here, please.
Okay. Hey, Rowan's just kind of like just here to pick up our family members. All right.
Like you sit in Lady Helsing's study for about 10 minutes, and then just suddenly she walks in. It's like, where the fuck is Lita? Where the fuck is Burchill?
Okay. Well, Burchill's on bed rest.
He's like, who did you tell that you sent your family members here?
Right? No one? Right? Help Jayson out. No one?
Wait, what does he mean?
Yeah, why would we tell someone?
Yeah, we didn't tell shit.
It's like,
was Jay and Silent Bob know?
Well, Silent Bob didn't say anything.
but yeah, you say no one?
Yeah.
It's like 40 armed men arrived at my estate, demanding Burchill's wife.
Oh crap! Who sent them?
They bore the sigil of House Ansland.
Who?
Oh!
It's my father-in-law.
What?
This is like, she's not here, before you ask. She left willingly.
Wait.
Willingly. Willingly as in, if I must, or hell yeah. Which one was it?
The former.
Okay. Terrible.
Wait. You're here. You haven't you seen Gid? Don't you know this already?
What?
The instant this had happened, I sent Burchill's bodyguard to find you with his information. But you're here. She never found you?
No.
Fuck! Well, Rowan, do you want to be the one to deliver the news to Robert, or should I?
I'm Suppose I will. How long ago was this?
This was hours ago. While you were off doing whatever it was you were doing.
Okay. Fighting for my life. First of all.
I do not doubt that. I see the bits of ashes on your armor. Tell me, please tell me something good to balance out all of this. Who did you kill? What did you take?
You got a sword.
Well, technically, I killed Vlad von Emmerich, but technically, he's okay.
Technically, you
sword.
Okay.
Well,
technically, okay, it doesn't matter. Are the Von Evericks still a threat?
No.
Good. The first bit of good news I have heard today is tell Lita, when you get back, tell Lita we have a problem. An actual problem. Un problemo grande, if you will. Now, before we close out the session, the following session takes place the following evening after all of this has been done. Where is everyone?
Wait, have I been informed of what happened?
Yeah,
We will
we
will get to that, but first thing is first. Where is everyone the following evening after
Well,
this?
in character, I'm the only one who knew.
All right.
Well, within the party.
Yeah.
All right. But yeah, it is tomorrow night in game. Where is everyone?
Did Rowan let Lita and everyone Burchill know? Because I think
Yeah, I think
that
that's more important than where we are.
Well, for the sake of simplicity, I'll say yes. Rowan did get back to Burchill and Lita and tell them this, but I still do need to know where you guys are for the next
Burchill's
session.
wherever the fuck he looking for
I'm assuming we're making a war council to go rescue her because she's been
Yeah.
beginning.
Mm-hmm.
We look at it.
Yeah. We may not be the best people in the world, but goddamn, we do take care of our own.
Mm-hmm. I'd say if we're gonna have a war council to go get Delilah, we're probably meeting at the guild hall, and we're all basically just like this motherfucker.
All right. I didn't know she was noble. If you can give me somebody with a scent on her, I can start making a grid pattern.
All right. Okay.
someone with a scent on her.
So you're calling a war council in the guild hall. You want everyone there?
Might as well,
yeah. Because we all need to find her because she's literally been with us since the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
She's been here
longer than Nox has.
All right. Oh no, this is Injustice starting. Not quite. But yes. So next session, your council, everyone will be there, including Enzo.
Hell yeah,
we gotta save her.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay.
Kill her daddy.
Okay. Integra and Vlad by assumption are going to be there. Is there anyone else you want to invite to this war council?
I guess that this is probably like an in-house thing. This
isn't a house Lita matter. This isn't a house Ford matter. This is one of our people matter.
Yeah, this isn't a house for. This is an in-house. This is like the Blood Brother shit.
Well,
Integra
Integra is still going to be there because she is insisting upon it this time.
Well, she was there.
Yeah.
She knew what happened. She left.
Also, Lita, also, this is really personal for Lita, too. Grant, she's married to Delilah. Delilah's married to Robert. But Lita's known Delilah for, they've been on the road together for 5 years. So Delilah's, her sister.
Yeah.
Now, as we close out the session and begin the war council next time, as you all are walking the streets, going to the guild hall to meet, you start to see, walking through the streets of Sanctuary, many knights wearing silver armor, and backing them up, you see many more knights who are wearing this it's like the blackish gray type. It's not quite black because black is a Skarsgård color.
Yeah.
But yeah, you see knights wearing that color armor, and the sigil they have on the front is of a circle with teeth, like an open mouth. Burchill and Lita, I'm gonna give you this for free. Burchill, you recognize the knights in silver as the Knights of Lupton. And Lita, you recognize the knights with the mouth sigil as knights of the House of Ensland. And as these people start to fill the streets, you hear one of them go up and ask a question, and the response is, "Ma'am, we are here for your protection." End scene.